In the charming Dutch village of Wijk Aan Zee, the stage is set for the Wimbledon of chess, Tata Steel. Thrilling battles lie ahead as one of the oldest and most respected tournaments in the world is celebrating its 87th edition. This tournament isn't just about chess, it's a tradition where legends are made.
Oh, Bishop e6, and that's the clincher!
The lineup this year features defending champion Wei Yi, who stunned everyone last year, and world champion Gukesh fresh of his world championship victory. Also in the mix are Fabiano Caruana, Anish Giri, and a host of other grandmasters ready to make their mark.
Anish smells blood.
Double exclam, what a blow!
Under the watchful eye of thousands of chess fans that visit the venue daily, who will be able to withstand the pressure? Let the games begin, as 14 chess maestros vie for supremacy, glory, and the coveted Tata Steel Chess Championship title.
Welcome back to round 8 of the first Super Grandmaster Tournament of 2025. It's actually sunny today in Wijk Aan Zee, so I believe reality isn't too different from what you are seeing on your screens here, although make sure to still wrap up in your coats. Inside the playing hall, of course, we are not too worried about that. Things are going to be hot indeed. Players filing in, getting ready for the start of the round, and we are getting ready to bring all of the action to you today. I'm John Sargent, and joining me is International Master and 9-time, forget the Australian Open, we've got it here, 9-time British champion Jovanka Hauska. It's so good to see you, Jovi. How are you doing?
Thank you, John, for that introduction. Yeah, I'm absolutely looking forward to this stream and, of course, of the excitement that is going to be there on the boards today. I can't wait for it to begin.
For those of you who are tuning in or maybe missed a day or two and want to come back and go, well, actually, where do things currently sit? Let's have a look at the standings and show you where things are at Tata Steel. In the Masters, we have Gukesh joining Nodirbek and Pragg, all on 5 points, co-leading at the moment, heading into round 8. And then we have Fedoseev just half a point behind. Jovi, I'm trying to string along more sentences before I talk about Arjun Erigaisi, still at the bottom of the board. Unfortunately, that does have to be a talking point, but at the same time, still 6 rounds to go and plenty of opportunity to mix this up.
Definitely. You can't underestimate Arjun Erigaisi. He's one of the world's best players. He's just suffered like a rough patch right now, and you never know what can happen when things turn. So, I mean, another thing that I'd like to point out is Fabiano Caruana there on 50%, suffering one loss, also winning against Jordan van Foreest earlier. He will want to get motoring now. We're in the second half.
So let's go ahead and take a look at the pairings today. 7 more delightful battles to bring to you. Let's have the Formula 1 style intros. Absolutely love it. Arjun Erigaisi takes on Alexei Sarana. Can he break his winless streak? Next to them, we have Vincent Keimer taking on Fabiano Caruana on 50%, looking to better that this time around. And my personal pick of today, I really want to see how Abdusattorov gets along with Fedoseev. Creative battle of the geniuses.
And it's a battle of experience as we see Hare Krishna face off against Anish Giri. And my marquee matchup has to be this one. 2 of the co-leaders, Praggnanandhaa faces his old friend, rival Gukesh. And then who will get their first victory as Mendonça faces Van Foreest? And finally, Max Warmerdam, he came off a win yesterday. He takes on defending Tata Steel champion Wei Yi. But we have such exciting pairings, John. And we've both highlighted the games that we're really looking forward to. It is definitely all about the co-leaders at this point.
I feel like I've been tricked a little bit because I thought we were talking about row 7 of the grid on the F1 style intro, and then they just put Warmerdam Wei Yi on top when we had the pairing screen. I guess it's only natural if we're in the Netherlands. We need Max on board 1. That sort of makes sense in Formula 1 and in chess, but you're right, Jovi. Board 3 and board 4 here. Where my eyes are looking. I feel like Nodirbek has spent the entire tournament surprising us with really fun, creative ideas in complicated middle games, no matter who his opponent is. And Fedoseev, I'm not sure there's much else I can say about him that hasn't already been said, but he really is a master at coming up with creative solutions to problems we didn't even know we were going to have for 5 moves yet. And he's claiming 2,800 scalps left, right, and center, so it's his opportunity to get a big scalp under his belt today too.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with that. Fedoseev, he's the master of chaos, as we saw yesterday. He went back to his winning ways as well, managing to win yesterday after losing against Caruana 2 rounds ago. But yeah, it was just an amazing, amazing field. And I'm really excited about the Praggnanandhaa Gukesh game. I feel that that one as well, I mean, they're so competitive with each other. You know, they're friends off the board, but on the board, they will fight like beasts. And there's so other many pairings as well. Vincent Keimer, Fabiano Caruana, also. That's a little bit mouth-watering for me. Vincent coming off a loss yesterday, and Fabiano, he really wants to make his mark. And I can't remember who it was. I think it was Gukesh who said that in the Tata Steel playing hall, there's like a poster that says every Grandmaster wants to win Tata Steel Chess. And that's certainly going through these players' minds. And there we see the 2023 champion, Anish Giri. Well, he's on -1 after having lost his first round game and then drawn the rest.
So mixed emotions here throughout the playing hall, and a lot of storylines for us to follow throughout today. I want to ask you a pointy question about whether it might be a generational thing where we see potential for Pragg and Gukesh to unleash fireworks on the board today. Earlier on, for example, in the tournament, I think we saw, was it Fabiano and Wei? I think it was. You play out a very quick Berlin draw. Do we think that the younger generation, quick draws aren't really a thing and everyone is fighting tooth and nail? Because it does seem like some of the more established players are more willing to maybe reach a peaceful conclusion to their games quickly. Is there any truth in that?
I think there is an element of truth to that, if I'm honest, because we see a lot of fighting games here from our young competitors. Nodirbek there on our camera is a prime example. He plays to win every single game. Vincent Keimer has a different style, but you also see him play very ambitious chess. And yeah, you don't tend to see short Berlin draws. I mean, I did see Erigaisi do that against Fabiano Caruana. But that was more to do with the tournament situation and the fact that he just wanted to steady the ship after having lost the game. And there we see coming to the board, Pentala Harikrishna. Now, he's not someone at all who agrees quick draws. In fact, he likes to grind those games out to 100+ move marathons, John.
So this is interesting indeed. Harikrishna and Anish Giri, both players, very happy to go for draws, but they're the long drawn out kind, like you said, Yovi. They've got no problem grinding to look for any tiny advantage they can possibly get. Pentala Harikrishna doesn't lead their head-to-head, though. 6 wins, 11 draws, and 3 losses in favor of Anish Giri. But that said, Anish does have the black pieces today. Heading into round 8, comfortably into the second half of the tournament, it's maybe easy for us earlier on to say, Anish, you're on -1, you've won this tournament before, there's time for a comeback. It's round 8 of 13 now. I feel like if you're also on -1, now's kind of the time that you don't really have that much more in the bank.
Yeah, the problem though, John, is that it's not just you playing the game. You also have an opponent who's also working incredibly hard amongst the world's best. This is a tough, tough field. So I kind of think that maybe the best thing to do in terms of mindset is just to abandon all thoughts of winning and just, you know, face the opponent in front of you, see what happens, and just think about the chess.
And we can't, I feel like we can't chat about concepts like that without talking about Arjun Erigaisi. We will have to mention this, right? He's now on a winless streak that goes back to the 2023 version of the Tata Steel tournament. Yes, play the position in front of you. Yes, you are one of the best players in the world, but there is no doubt that Wijk Aan Zee is some sort of kryptonite for him. And it's not just this tournament. It stretches back. I think he's I want to say he's lost 9 and drawn 11 of his last 20 games here at Tata Steel or something like that. And that's going all the way back to 2023. That's mad for a grandmaster of his strength.
Yeah, Tata Steel is not really working out for him as a tournament, but I must say it was the Tata Steel Masters because in the challenges, he dominated that one. But
Yes.
here in the Masters, yeah, he's suffering. And, the best thing to do is just be a stoic about it, just accept that you can't really change the past. Just, again, focus on the chess, do what needs to be done. And, if it is a 13 move draw, so be it. There will be a free day for the players tomorrow. They can focus on that. And of course, this is such an important game for the round.
Oh,
Praggnanandhaa, Gukesh, they're both leading the event alongside Nodirbek. And, they played each other many times before. And there you can see their head-to-head. They played each other Singfield Cup. I'm sure they played each other thousands of times and blitz, when it comes to training for the Olympiad. They are teammates winning gold. And it's nice to see Pragg back at the top because Pragg did have a little bit of a bad patch at the end of 2024. Things weren't quite going his way.
And here, maybe this is going to be a fun gamba for chat on Twitch and YouTube as well. You guys saw the head-to-head scores there. They have 4 wins each, with 7 draws their head-to-head, Pragg and Gukesh. So my question for chat is, are we going to see a decisive result in that game? 8-7 suggests we are odds on for a decisive result. That's going to be a fun one to watch. Vincent Keimer, Fabiano Caruana as well here. Both players looking very composed, very relaxed. Can't really read too much into their body language other than there's not a lot of tension there. And I think we can say the same for Max Varmadam, Wei Yi. Max may be swaying a little bit in his chair. Wei Yi perhaps thinking about what to have for lunch by the looks of things. Very, very relaxed as we are moments away from the round start.
And there we see Leon Mendonça against Jordan van Foreest. Both of these players, they're looking for their first win in this event. And Jordan, he's had a mixed time here, had some great games. Yesterday, scoring a very comfortable draw against Praggnanandhaa, but where is Fedoseev? Yesterday, Fedoseev had a great game, amazing middle game against Vincent Keimer.
I feel like
completely chaotic. Yeah.
Yeah, and he loves those as well, right? Like there's a reason he's the master of chaos. I really enjoy watching his play. A word on Van Foreest as well. I think it was the game he lost against Nodirbek, I want to say earlier on. It might not have been Nodirbek, but I think it is, where he was playing so well and finding so many really cool resources. And in the back of my mind, I was thinking, this game is a loss. But if you play like this against almost anyone else in the Masters, you would have gotten away with a draw or even a win. So I felt a little bit sorry for Van Foreest there, and I have no doubt it will just be a matter of time before we see a brilliancy from him that ends up being one of our game of the days, because he's just been playing fantastic chess. But what about this board? Nodirbek up against Fedoseev. Both of them have been playing that style of chess as well. And that's before we get to Gukesh and his love of chucking G pawns and B pawns up the board.
Yeah, I mean, it's all the spice here in round 8 of Tata Steel. And we have the handshake. The clocks have been pressed. I love this moment. What are we going to see from Praggnanandhaa? What is he going to open with? And, well, he's taking his time over the first move. Don't keep us waiting too long, Pragg. We want to see what you've got prepared.
E4.
They've played a lot of Catalan, so it's either going to be E4, E5, and some kind of Italian or Lopez. And okay, Fedoseev, he rushes to the board, and well, there is a move already awaiting him, but Pragg still to make his move. What kind of psychology is going on here? Now it comes.
There we go.
And it's an E4.
He wasn't looking at Gukesh either. He was looking at the board. So that's interesting. e4, e5, knight f3, getting blitzed out there. So we have decided it is a king's pawn opening from Praggnanandhaa against world champion Gukesh. Not sure the mind games are going to have much of an effect at this point of the game, but Pragg does get to choose what direction we want the game to go in, and the Roy Lopez has been selected.
And did you see Gukesh with that knight move offering up a Berlin? And Pragg says, absolutely not. No, thank you. I would like to keep the game alive, or at least not going into an in-game.
Yes, indeed. So an early exchange for a bishop for the knight there on c6. And we are doubling black's pawns on the c-file early on. But of course, black now has the bishop chair, or bishop pair even, already creating some imbalances in the position as Pragg gets up from his chair. There we go. I should keep sentences separate. I hear that's useful when speaking. But early days at the moment, and it looks like the first couple of moves are up for all of our 7 boards. Do love this view. Does anything catch your eye so far, Yovi?
Okay, well, let's do a quick rundown. Okay, so let's have a look at the top row. So the top row, I'm going to start with the top left. And Hari Krishna Giri, that is another low pass where black has actually chosen the most aggressive line, developing the bishop out to c5. That's called an archangel. And then also a Scotch. No, yes, it is a Scotch. Is making our way in Varmadan Veyi. So another e4, e5. Abdusattorov against Fedoseev. Now that is also e4, e5. That's like exclusively classical chess. And then we have the bottom row, bottom left, we have Vincent Keimer. There's been a lot of Queen's Gambit declined exchanges, and also following the path of grandmasters of yore. He's fixed the pawn center, and now it's going to be all about the problem of the black light square bishop there on c8. And another e4, e5 in Praggnanandhaa Gukesh. And gosh, it seems to be
They're all over the place.
Yeah, exactly. Either it is a Queen's Gambit exchange variation with the pawn structure determined in the center, as you see in Arjun Sarana. And then finally in the bottom right, we have something different, John. We have a
Yay!
Grunfeld on the board as Mendonça and Van Forest. They want to fight it out for a win. So I'm going to put the question to you because, you know, awful lot of e4, e5s and 2 Queen's Gambit declined exchange variations. Where do you want to head to?
Well, I think that I like the fact that we've got something different in the Grunfeld on the bottom right board, but I also remember a time, maybe up to about a decade ago, perhaps from World Championship matches where we'd go, oh, a Grunfeld again? How times change, and that is the breath of fresh air that we see here. I'm inclined to take a look at top right. And I did speak about them before the beginning of the broadcast, of course. We have Abdusattorov taking on Fedoseev. And maybe for players who are unfamiliar with what's going on in the opening here, where we already have lines being opened up, it might be nice to go from the start of the game and take a look at the main themes that we could be looking to play with both the white and the black pieces in this game.
Yes. And let's head to this game because we both kind of expect it to be firework on the board. Both Nodirbek and Fedoseev, they are, you know, very creative, very combative players, but they have chosen an opening which has a very solid reputation. So if we work our way back, so you're going to have to bear with me as I work my magic on the, let's go all the way back like a normal person would do. And there's the e4, e5, and now knight f3, knight to f6. Now, interestingly enough, after knight takes e5, it's become super trendy to play this variation, not d6, but to actually take knight takes e4. And this actually, despite all, you know, reading the old textbooks, which said this is a huge mistake on account of queen to e2, and you can't actually retreat the knight back because of knight to c6 check. And oh dear, the queen falls off the board. So you don't want that. But the whole concept is that instead of, let me just instead of retreating, you simply also copy. And this endgame here, d6, this endgame, despite being a pawn up, black has compensation for that material deficit. Of course, black will win back the knight. But yeah, I was reading in the Olympiad, this was the variation that the grandmasters were especially worried about as being equalizing. So interesting stuff, because when I was a kid, I was taught that this line was just bad for black and like a rookie mistake. So let's go back and let's go back to the game. Did not go queen to e4, so it carried on with knight takes e5, d6, knight to f3, and I'm going to quickly just refresh and get back here. Oh, knight takes e4, and then after d4, d5, and then bishop to d3. This is all normal developing moves. Bishop d6, castles, and then white's aim is to destabilize the center, putting pressure against d5. And have we? No, more moves have been played. The castles, c4 on occurs. Of course, you can't take on c4 because the new knight is loose, and c6 support. So far, this is all really natural, John. I don't think there's any room for actually like changing things around. But the main thing for white is they've got to put pressure on the stronghold on e4. And knight to c3 is a move, queen to c2. But instead, rook to e1 was the move chosen, which isn't the most popular one, I gotta say. And here the question is how to support the knight. I do remember recommending to some of my students that you come out with the bishop just to add that extra support to the knight, but instead rook to e8 chosen.
So I guess
one more move.
Oh, let's go.
Queen to b3. Again, I've got my opening explorer up and I see that this isn't actually the main move, queen to b3. And this is what I love about this kind of high quality chess. You would be expecting knight to c3 as the main move because it develops a piece and again puts pressure against his knight. But nope, that wasn't the move. Queen to b3, and questions will be asked, and we've caught up with the players.
So I think from maybe a club player perspective, you see the knights come out to f3 and f6, and our first thought, like you rightly pointed out, Yovi, is okay. A lot of the Petrovs have just gained a reputation for being extremely solid. So if you want to play almost a no frills, uncomplicated, well, maybe not uncomplicated, but certainly very solid and difficult to break down kind of game, this might be a weapon that you can choose to employ. However, we've seen Fedoseev and Abdusattorov, I think it's fair to say, they have been the most brilliant creative minds in this tournament so far. Maybe I would put Von Foreist in that category too, where they seem to be able to magic some absolutely amazing complications and tactics out of nothing. But when you start from an opening as solid as a Petrov, how do you even begin to think about those ideas? This it must be either quite challenging, or there must be like a deeper level of preparation for something that they've got in the middle game prepared.
Yeah, a lot of the ideas come from the seconds. Like for instance, Nodirbek, you mentioned that he was very creative. I can remember his second round game against Leo Mendonça. It was in the advanced French, where instead of picking up the A pawn and moving it one square, as we've all been taught to, he picked it up, moved it two squares. And a lot of it comes on deep subtleties. They're using ideas on structures just to put their pieces on unconventional squares and finding a plan of development which makes their opponent uncomfortable. These days, you are rarely looking for that immediate win out of the opening. That doesn't tend to exist in modern day chess. Instead, you're just looking at the anti-computer moves. You're looking at choices maybe that are fourth or fifth on the opening explorer. And I can see that queen to b3 is one of those, because at first sight, it doesn't quite make sense, right? The queen goes out to b3, but it's actually not hitting anything because you can't be capturing on d5. Because if a queen does arrive on this d5 square, then there's bishop takes h2 at the end of that. So
Absolutely.
the question really is more, how are you going to develop? This bishop is tied to the defense of b7, and you don't want to be going knight to b7 because it gets in the way of this bishop. So Black will be having to answer these type of questions. And if you don't know your things, then unfortunately, sometimes you can find yourself in a bit of a pickle, as we say in the UK.
I think maybe he's heard some of the he's heard some of the advice you've given your students. So with bishop f5 being on the horizon, we're playing queen b3 as the anti-Hauska line to dissuade the bishop coming to the aid of that central knight. We'll have to wait and see what the plans are there. It is 1/2 hour now, folks, which means I need to remind you guys, it's not just the Tata Steel Masters, Challengers, and the Amateurs playing live in the tournament hall that you see on the cameras here. We also have the Tata Steel Online Chess Blitz tournament, and that starts in 1/2 hour from now. So you can play yourself in this Blitz arena. Players compete for 2 hours to try and rack up as many points as they possibly can. And the first place takes home, you can see in the background there, takes home a chessboard signed by all of the Masters and Challengers in this year's Tata Steel tournament, which is an absolutely amazing money can't buy prize. Second place will also win a full year of Diamond membership on chess.com. You have to join the Tata Steel Club on chess.com to enter, so use !Tata Blitz or visit go.chess.com/Tata_Blitz to throw your hat in the ring. That starts in 1/2 hour. And that is truly an absolutely amazing prize. So if you want to play and you fancy your chances at winning that signed chessboard by every single Masters and Challenger player, now's a great time to go ahead and do that. Still no move here on this board. Fedoseev settling in for a little bit of a think. Maybe having a thought about where the long-term positioning of his pieces wants to be. And then settling with h6. Maybe even asking the question of Nodirbek, well, where do you want your pieces to be?
Exactly. Where do you want this bishop there on c1 to head to? Now, that was actually the most popular move in a rather unconventional line. And this position has actually only occurred 4 times. And 3 of those people went c takes d5. Again, the idea is to add eventual pressure against d5. So it's going to be a really interesting tussle. And I like the fact that Nodirbek is within his preparation-ish, because we don't know whether Petrov came as a surprise. But it is a beautiful kind of moment, you know, when the players pause for thought and then you feel that they are left to their own devices. Maybe, John, we go back to the bird's eye view and have a look at how the games have developed elsewhere.
Absolutely. Let's take a look. So that was the Nodirbek Fedoseev game in the top right with the red or maroon dark squares. Now let's take a look at some of the others as well. We have an early knight back to f8 in Fabiano Caruana, but looks pretty thematic and nothing to write home about necessarily just yet. We've had some more moves played in Pragg Gukesh, just continuing to build attention. No explosions or fireworks just yet, although I promise if we get g4 played, we'll hop to that board as quickly as we can. I suspect that's not going to happen right now. Where else have we got some action on the board? Do you have a particular destination in mind, Yomi?
There's some imbalances, you know, going on. I'm also looking in the top row, in the middle, Varmadance against Wei Yi. Why am I saying Wei? Wei Yi is the Norwegian influence.
It's his Dutch cousin.
Yes, it's the Dutch cousin. One Madame, Wei Yi. Anyway, that's very imbalanced because, you know, you see Black controls the center. And there you see, okay, maybe we go into that position because as I speak, you can
let's
just
dive a little
see
bit.
the c-pawn advancing. But I do want to keep my eyes on Pragg and Gukesh, so we should go there next. Okay, but let's do it.
Okay.
Let me get the game up and running because Wei Yi, he is the defending champion. And, you know, he's had a tough time in the sense that everybody keeps locking down the game against him. He hasn't managed to get a win. And Wei Yi has such an explosive, dynamic style, all about the calculation. And here you get a very, very sharp position. So let's rewind and find out how we got there, because it's, oh wow.
Okay.
And the pawns,
Quick,
they
let's
keep
rewind
coming.
quick. They'll be on move 40 by
Yes,
the time they're blitzing this.
exactly. They are certainly doing that. Okay, let's go very quickly in order not to miss the current board action. But this came from a Scotch. As we mentioned earlier, the knight came out to f6, and now the main idea is to go knight takes knight. And after pawn b takes c6, it's really common to go e5, but there we have really unconventional positions, which hints a lot on piece play. He doesn't want to go for that, but now black has the straightforward plan of going d5, and that happened immediately. And after e takes d5, c takes d5, castles, and Varmadan, he is a fantastic second. He seconded Van Foreest, and also someone, Anish Giri, that's the other person. And here we're seeing h3, a little pawn move designed to stop this bishop coming out to g4. This kind of forward thinking, it seems to be a bit of a key, right, John? We saw it just now from Fedasev.
It's a pattern, isn't it?
h6. Yeah, and now h3. No bishop on g4 for you. And after castles, now the rook comes out to e1 and c5. What you've got to do if you want to play against these is you need to restrain them. You need to follow Nimzovich's old thing, which is control, restrain, destroy. So that's why you're going to see b3 being played. So c4 is no longer possible because it gets rid of it just loses a pawn basically. And then knight to c3. And the whole concept of CRD is once you stop them advancing, then you can just surround them with your pieces. And yeah, here you would have thought that it's impossible for black to make any progress whatsoever with the pawns. But Wei Yi begs to
Plays
differ.
it anyway.
And yeah, I mean, we saw the moves. They're just happening right now. But it's interesting because why can't white just capture the pawn? And here, I guess the answer would be there may be pins galore. That grandmasters don't care about pawns these days. They just want to get activity. There's also d4 in the air. And I guess the presence of these double pawns, they're not really inspiring, whereas this bishop is a beast there on
Exactly
b7.
right.
But I got to be quick, John, because I can see this. The
They play
players
about
are
10
racing
moves.
at 100 miles per hour. So, okay, let's go back. No b takes c4. In fact, both of these players seem like they're in their preparation. So d4 came very quickly. Knight to b5. And it's an interesting choice, actually, because, you put your knight out there on a limb, but you are attacking the d4 pawn. So you've got to be careful. Bishop to b4.
Bishop. Oh,
Yeah.
interesting. So bishop to b4, not to c5, defending the pawn on d4.
Yeah,
Gonna
I'm with you,
harass the rook
John.
instead.
Sorry. Yeah, exactly, because I would have been thinking really about this, but actually that would have been a huge mistake. Because
Oh,
after
okay.
bishop to a3, it's all to do with this pawn. And this pawn on d4 is just overextended. And apparently, again, I have to put the engine on this one because the action is happening so
You-
quickly that
You
this is
basically have to liquidate, and then the pawn on d4 becomes overextended at the end of that, so you're losing it?
yeah,
Okay.
exactly. And it's like your C or D in action. And Max, he seems to know his stuff, but bishop to b4, wow. And then we quickly saw bishop d2. Bishop went back to c5. So the whole
Bishop
kind of like
a3 not on the
shimmy there
table
with the
anymore.
bishop. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, that's clever. And now,
Wow.
John, if you'd asked me what is the first move to play, I would not be thinking about rook e5. I mean, maybe it's to do with styles, but would rook e5 kind of factor in your books? I mean,
Oh,
if you think about it, this knight on b5 is on the verge of getting trapped with a6.
yeah, I
Sorry.
guess so. Trying to hold on to the control of those dark squares, I suppose that knight is performing a useful duty in that the queen almost wants to be on c7 if the rook is on e5, but obviously the knight is preventing that from happening. So Wow, that's really interesting indeed. But the rook up to e5. I guess queen b6 would be a candidate move.
Yeah.
Dropping the bishop back is also possible to b6, but it feels like black will probably have better options available. But it's certainly very
But
aggressive.
can I ask the question, what is wrong with bishop takes c4? Because there are some of us who are just greedy. And let's put that on. Well, I mean, I can see the evaluation bar saying, no, that is a mistake of the highest order.
Ooh,
But why?
that's a good question.
Is it just to do with knight a4? It's to do with simples. I mentioned it before. The knight on b5 is trapped.
Oh, it's run out of squares. It is that
Yeah.
simple. Wow. Okay.
Okay. So no time. No time to go pawn hunting and you have to kind of keep the momentum alive with rook to e5. Wow. And Wei Yi, he's doesn't blink. I mean, just looking at the clock times, Wei Yi 1 minute, 1 hour and 34, and Max now pausing for thought, knight to e4. And
Whoa.
wow.
I see. So the computer's instantly pointing out that blue arrow, folks, for those of you who are tuning in for the first time to the tournament. A blue arrow is the computer pointing out what is basically an only move, or by far the best move to maintain an advantage or to save a game or something like that. And the idea is rook takes bishop. Now, of course, after white plays rook takes bishop, you then go down an exchange because the knight can recapture. But the point is you've got bishop b4 at the end of that line, skewering the two rooks against each other. So you will be able to get that exchange back. My worry is that knight on b5 still looks really loose, and I feel like that is not the end of white's problems. This is a very dynamic game that we're seeing, and Warmerdam definitely really comfortable here. For those of you who are keeping an eye on the clock, he was up to an hour and 44, almost an hour 45 minutes at one point. So he is blitzing these moves out like nobody's business, clearly within prep.
Yeah, he's really within prep. But John, I feel like this position is so sharp. I'm trying to figure out rook takes bishop. Okay, I understand this knight is trapped. This rook is on an artificial square. Desperate times call for desperate measures. If you are not playing energetically, you could find yourself busted. And also, d3 is also one to watch out for. So I
Yes.
understand, but let's just put it on the board because, okay, double exclam. And the first thing that I'm thinking is also like you, knight takes c5, but I just saw the evaluation bar creep up, and I loved your idea of bishop to b4. But what happens next?
Is that
Queen
enough?
to b6? Is it queen takes d4, and you're just saying, hey, I will win both the d4 pawn and the c4 pawn? And it should be enough if we do quick maths, you know.
Wow, this is
The
way more
bishop is worth
complicated
3.
than I thought.
A rook is worth 5. And if you pick up the c4 pawn, then a piece and 2 pawns is going to be worth a rook.
This is way more complicated than I gave it credit for a minute ago. Apologies for that, but also so much fun taking a look at that position. So Wei Yi having some decisions to make, and Max Warmerdam has played rook takes. So we'll wait and see what happens on that board next. I get the feeling now we're going to be slowing down a little bit, making some interesting and informed decisions going into the middle game while we evaluate all of the tactics that are starting to explode out of nowhere. So the opening choices, folks, here in round 8 of Tata Steel 2025 have been made. And on a couple of the boards, Warmerdam Wei Yi in particular, we're starting to see the tactics slowly creep up on the players. And we're getting in some very sharp middle games. Grab yourself a tea or coffee, and we'll be right back after this break to see how some of those unfold.
Do you want to add to your resume and earn up to $1,000 too? Chessable Research Awards are for you. Head to chessable.com/research_awards and apply today. The application is 10 questions long and some questions are easy, like what is your name and what is your email address? Application questions also ask you to tell Chessable about a chess-themed research project that you want to begin or about chess-themed research you're already doing. Past winners' topics include detecting chess cheaters and scuba diving in chess. Applications are due by May 15th and winners will be announced on June 15th. If you win, you will work with a faculty member on your research, then submit a blog post about what you accomplished. So what are you waiting for? Start your application today.
Levon, have you ever lied about opening preparation in post-game interviews or such?
It would be more appropriate to ask if I ever say the truth. Yeah, I lied many times.
True.
This is just, I don't have any plan.
Levon's a genius when playing lie detector chess.
No, Levon is not a genius. I'm an idiot.
True.
Do you think chess players should get more attention compared to the streamers?
Yes.
True.
I agree. Did some of your fashion choices in terms of shirts come with cruel intentions of like disturbing opponents, or is it just a choice for yourself?
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
True.
Wow.
I didn't think that was true, but what do I know?
We all have our skeletons.
Do you think you've achieved as much as you could in chess?
No.
Are you satisfied with your career overall?
Yes.
So the answer to the first question was true and the second was also true.
Yeah, but I assumed so.
Levon is like the most, I mean, I've been like looking over this guy's shoulder. This is like the most stable. He's like just dialed in on a truth train right now.
Yeah.
You're on a truth train.
This is amazing.
A few small lies, huh?
A few small lies, but like this is like the most stable I've seen of anyone.
Yeah.
Levon, do you think you should have become world champion?
Yes.
Yes, true.
And we are back, and there you can see the playing hall where there are spectators, there are players, there are hundreds of chess enthusiasts all getting ready to play that beautiful game of chess. They are playing the openings. The stage has been set for some incredible battles.
They're getting a lot of players crammed in the middle there, aren't they, Yovi? You can see the masters and the challengers here are fine, but I'm looking at the amateur sections and I'm going, if you're in the middle of one of those rows and you need a bathroom break, it's like getting up in the middle of a fight scene in a movie. You're interrupting everyone else, you have to shuffle your way out. There are a lot of boards in that hall.
Yeah, there are certainly a lot of boards of chess on that hall, and there are a lot of the finest minds of the game as well. And there you see the Masters, comprising of the Super Grandmasters and, of course, the Challengers are some of the most exciting chess players around. International Masters, Grandmasters, you're all going to see them playing there.
So we have had plenty more moves on the board. Of course, all 7 games in the Masters section are available for us to cover. I feel like after mentioning that actually this is an important game to take a look at, I think you said it was our marquee game of today, even though I'm looking at Nodirbek Fedosiev like being very excited for what they can bring to the table today. I have to agree with you that Pragg Gukesh has got to be a big game that so many people are looking at. So maybe let's have a quick check-in with them before we go anywhere else, because so many people will want to know what's going on and what the ideas are in these positions. As it currently stands, it looks like, to my untrained eye, it feels like both players are trying to maneuver their pieces into a position where they continue to ratchet up tension in the game. Nothing's exploding just yet, but everyone's keeping the tension in there as well.
They certainly are, John. You mentioned it there. Tense is the word when it comes to these really long maneuvering games. And let me just pull up the game because, yeah, I have my game and my board just wants to head to another more exciting game, which is a Nodirbek Fedosiev, which is just like right.
We might go
barreling
there
out
afterwards. They're like blitzing.
Yeah, well, let's go there. They certainly are. But okay, let me find it and let me put it up there on the board. And there you go. I've done it. Well done, me. Okay, now here we saw earlier that it was a Berlin defense there from Gukesh, and Pragg said, nope, let's keep it closed. Nothing. So let's do a quick action replay where knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5. Now we're in Lopez territories. Knight f6 says, hey, do you want a Berlin? He says no. And there we see up the bishop to c5. We see Gukesh changing the pawn structure. Bishop takes c6, d takes c6. Now it's a kind of interesting game. What you're going to see is that often black will be playing with a bishop pair. That's no doubt about it. But for white, it's all about this pawn structure. What they are dreaming about is kind of actually transferring the game into an endgame where this e pawn has been traded off for the d pawn, and white just has a clear pawn majority on the king side, and you're effectively pawn up because this structure isn't mobile. Now, it sounds really simple, but in actual fact, that's the essence of this type of position. So what's going to happen is that after the developing moves, knight d2, note it doesn't go to c3 because you want to be doing Lopez style stuff of going c3, queen c2, keep the tension on the board. a5, just giving a square for this bishop just to hide out. Knight c4, putting pressure against e5. Knight to d7, more or less forced. And c3, castles. The queen steps up, getting ready to connect the rooks. And here we see b6. And I wouldn't be surprised, actually, to see a move like bishop to e3 on the board. And the whole idea is that, hey, black has the bishop pair, so why not get rid of that and instead play on the fact that, we have that extra pawn on the king side. So I'm predicting bishop to e3, or if Pragg wants to build up with d4. So those are the kind of two plans that I
guess bishop to e3 also asks a bit of a question, right? It's saying you're not going to be necessarily moving your knight for any reason, but in some cases you're threatening to triple up the pawns on the c file, which would be absolutely horrendous in the long term. At the same time, if you play bishop takes e3 and you're black, well, knight takes e3 and you're looking at that really juicy f5 square. And as someone who plays the Roy Lopez himself, I've always got one eye on getting a knight to that square, so that seems a delightful place to be. So what you probably end up with is that you just get the tension ratcheting up even more. If black doesn't want to take and white doesn't want to take, then we find ways to continue to develop. But there are questions being asked of black's light squared bishop. There are questions being asked of white's knight on c4. Yes, it's there. It looks nice and centralized, but you're not actively attacking much if you can't take e5. And then there's like threat to b5 and getting pawns rolling that could happen at any time. So it feels like there's a lot of a lot of options for both players, and it's the kind of position where if you stick to, I feel like a coach would say, stick to basic principles and improve your pieces, because if you start exploring every single option, it can get really overwhelming really quickly.
Yeah, totally. And, it's up to Pragg the way that he wants to go. He can also go rook to d1 with d4 and, put the pressure against e5. That's a very common theme in the Lopez. But, you really hit the nail on the head there with tense. It is tense. Only one set of minor pieces has been traded off. And that just means there's so many breakthroughs. There's a lot of maneuvering going on for that eventual opening of the position. So I'm expecting this to heat up in a few moves. And we should go to maybe go and visit another game that catches
Should
your
we
eye.
should we take, even though we've looked at them already, should we take a brief look at Fedoseev, Abdusattorov, purely because they had played so many moves that it's worth doing a quick recap. After that, I would like to go to maybe a board that we haven't covered at all yet. But for now, let's see if we can rewind a bit back to where we last left them, because so much has happened in this game. I'm a little bit disappointed, Yovi. I don't know if disappointed is the right word. I was hoping we would get a really slow, tense build-up in this game as well, with all of the tactics exploding like fireworks, and instead, they've played a rapid game.
They're playing on fast forward,
Yeah.
I've recently discovered that you can watch videos on 1.5, and I think this is like the best thing in the world.
That's what's happening
and these players, look at them. They're still going. Okay, so we're going to do a super quick action replay. There was a trade in the center, and then knight to c3, and then this is where the mass trades start to happen as the rooks get traded off. The knights leave the board, and okay, you have to defend d5, and the pressure just keeps on piling against b7 pawn. It's going to be difficult to develop that light squared bishop, so that's why we see b6 and bishop to b5. Queen to b7 is pretty much forced if you want to hold on to the d5 pawn. And now more trades happen, but the whole plan of this is just basically to start infiltrating with the queen, get a dynamic majesty into the game. So more trades happen, and whoa, that is a beautiful pin there. So you can just see that queen is sniffing around. The f7 pawn is vulnerable, so yeah, you can't have that in your life. So that's why we're seeing knight to c6 only move, as indicated by the engine. Queen to d6. You notice that there's no trades right now. Instead, it's done when it suits white. The queen is just so active, and after a6, now is the time to trade when you're being forced to answer that question. And now after bishop takes c6, yep, sure enough, the knight comes in. The bishop now is under fire, so rook to c8. So these moves almost feel forced for black, actually. He's untangled his pieces, but these are not active. And the queen and knight, they make such an aggressive attacking combination. So I'm a little bit worried about Fedoseev's position, because you can't boot this knight out from e5 too quickly.
I guess what I would say as well, Yovi, is that there's a danger here, right, of white being able to swap off at his leisure, and it makes sense that white is keeping the initiative here. But there's also an element of, by the time you're getting to attack at this point, you're going to run out of pieces to attack with. So you need to make sure you have enough ammunition in your armory to actually do something about it and try and convert at the end of it, unless you end up with, I don't know, rook and pawn, queen and pawn, which can be really complicated, but you want to keep some of those complications on the board, right?
Yeah, you do want to keep some complications. And interestingly enough, it's Fedoseev who has hardly used up any time on the clock. So he's worked out that this is absolutely okay for him. So h4 played in order to give some king some air. But it was interesting because, you mentioned that there is this possibility. But here I was looking at this type of like sliding move. But yeah, the tables would be turned. After queen takes c3, and now the queen will come into e1, and this king is not happy being all alone, and there's bank rack issues as well. So
having the queen
bad.
and rook aligned on the file seems to be a lot more powerful than having them aligned on the 6th rank there, unfortunately.
Yeah, and okay, the moves, they keep coming, John. So let's quickly again go as quickly as we can. B5 consequences. Nodirbek is doing everything right. Knights like their posts. I have no criticism whatsoever about any of these moves. And finally, we have A5. And again, this seems to have been all worked out by Fedoseev, whose homework has said it's absolutely fine for black, despite the fact that this knight is sitting pretty on c5.
Okay, so if I had the club player question for you right now, Yovi, I think it's very clear for me what it would be in this position, which is if you are playing with a light squared bishop and you have to play the move b5, I am depresso if I have to play that move, because I'm locking in my bishop behind pawns of the same color. I'm giving my opponent's knight such a beautiful square, a lovely outpost. Admittedly, all the pawns have been pushed to the 5th rank now, so maybe that knight's busy attacking thin air. I don't know if it's going to do much in the endgame, but it's just such a lovely defended dark square that black can do nothing about. Having to play b5, I'm looking at this going, ugh, all the initiative sits with white. Where's my play here? And I'm struggling to figure out what the plan for black is.
Well, you kind of said it there, John, actually. This is a bad bishop, but bad bishops, okay, yeah, they make terrible attackers, but they don't have to be attackers. They can also be fantastic defenders. It's a fantastic defender, and it will just hold the balance. And the whole I think Fedoseev is simply arguing that you're not going to make any inroads because a4 is well covered by the b pawn and the bishop, and there's no way in with the rook, this line. If the rook flipped over to the e line, then all the entry squares will be covered by the king. And yeah, okay, you're not necessarily going to trade rooks, but you don't have to do anything active. You can just simply wait. And this is going to be really interesting battle because Nodirbek is actually going to try and push and grind this one out as much as possible, whereas Fedoseev is just simply going to hold still. He's going to hold the door and say, nope, no way you're coming through now.
What might be a quick question, because I'm slightly scared it's a 2-move blunder, but I can't see it off the top of my head. One of the things I'm liking about this position for white is that at least it feels like, even if it's a long grind, it feels like your ideas are a little bit easier to spot. So you mentioned that a4 doesn't work because the pawn and the bishop are both hitting that. And my immediate reaction was, what if I was a little bit unconventional and I said, I'm going to put my rook back on a1 at some moment? It's precisely because I want to push a4. And if you push b4, I'm happy to take once, knowing that the knight is covering the b3 square, and then push a5 and cause problems that way. Is that a legit idea for white here?
That is definitely a type of idea that white will want to be doing. I think we're going to see if white wants to win some kind of incarnation of a4. And you see rook to a7.
Oh.
So
Okay.
I'm suspecting that we're going to see it, introduce the king, because I don't think you should rush with a4. You can do it at will, basically. Maybe when black isn't ready for it. And, break with a4, have this king monitor any potential pass pawns and use the rook to infiltrate. But I'm also expecting the black king to centralize, and we're going to see defense against offense. And we'll see whether this is good strategy from Fedoseev.
I want to ask one last question, which sort of comes off the back of my previous point before we head to a different game, Yovi, which is, if you're black here, you could also just shut down this entire conversation by playing a4 yourself if you're black, and then saying, right, there's never going to be any play on this side of the board, let's focus elsewhere. I feel like that's fine. But is there anything other than defense here? Is there an element of Fedoseev that's saying, not only Nodirbek can you make no progress, actually I've got a few shots of my own as well? Because I'm going to admit and say, yes, this looks like a great defensible position, but I don't see any ideas for black to try and push for a win at all.
I don't see any ideas right now. as to how black is
Okay.
going to push for a win. But black doesn't need to focus on that. It's one step at a time, John.
Mhm.
Let's walk before
I
we
made
run,
the
right?
point.
But one thing I wanted to say to your point of a4, be a little bit careful about making pawn moves in games. This is actually a good advice I received from David Howell. Now, David says, because every time you advance a pawn, you leave behind weak squares. And so
Yep.
if you play a4, then immediately knight can come to b4, or the b4 square can be utilized. So
Sure.
it's just a way that white can try to put pressure maybe on against the d5 pawn, maybe just destabilizing the anchor that is bishop to c6. Instead, I would be centralizing the king, maybe trading off some pawns on the king side in order to maximize the power of this rook. And I would wait to see what white is doing, because black is simply waiting. And if white overextends, then that's when you're going to see uh, black being able to perhaps push for more. I mean, by overextending, we're going to be looking at moves like a4, and maybe black being able to respond with b4, or
B4.
maybe b takes a4 and trying to get control with the rook of the b line. So
Okay.
yeah, it's still a battle, but I do
Wow.
suspect that this is going to be heading to a draw.
I love that. Thank you, Yovi. And it really goes to illustrate as well that, yes, black has all of white's ideas in check, pardon the pun, for the moment. But at the same time, there are still plenty of ways to make like some subtle positional mistakes that actually give your opponent more counterplay to go for. Like I just mentioned with the possibility of a4 for black. And it's like, well, hang on a second. Now that white has b4 to play with, you know what? Maybe we have different sets of winning ideas now. And I hadn't even thought of that beforehand. So every move has its consequences, folks. And that's maybe why we can see the players settling in to have a little bit of a think. Let's go ahead and head into our bird's eye view and maybe pick one of the games that we haven't covered so far to take a look at the summary out of the opening and where the state of those games are as it currently stands. So if we hop back into our 7-board view, the games we haven't covered yet, I don't think we've zoomed in to, I want to say Giri Hari Krishna. We haven't covered yet. We also haven't looked at Fabiano Caruana in detail, and Mendonça von Forest we haven't looked into, but Arjun Sarana might also be interesting. We have a couple of interesting options here, Yovi. Where do you fancy?
Yeah, so, okay. Yeah, we do need to glance at every single board and give those games some of our attention. So, okay. It's okay. Let's just run through them all and maybe have a look at Hari Krishna Giri. That's a tense
Let's do
one.
it.
And
All right. So
let's
119 versus 125. So it doesn't look like either player is particularly uncomfortable from a prep or timing point of view to start with. Otherwise, an awful lot of the bits still on the board.
yes. And okay, this one derived from an e4, e5. Shall we do a quick action replay to see how we got here?
Absolutely.
It looks like it came from the Archangel, or Dark Angel, as Fabiano Caruana calls it, which is basically you kick back the bishop. I kind of like it, actually. And then b5, bishop to b3. And this is actually one of the sharpest Lopez's. And the one point is after knight to c5 is that there's one big trick, actually, that you got to know as black, that after knight takes e5, knight takes e5, d4, you do not go back with your knight. You're going to get into a terrible position. You also don't go like bishop to d6. You also get into a really bad position because you get beaten back. What you've got to do instead is that you've got to be capturing on d4, and then you protect the knight because you're threatening, I think it's called the Noah's Ark trap, c5, c4, trapping this bishop on b3. So that's like one rookie mistake that it's so tempting to fall into. But yeah, black needs to be aware. Okay, c3 was chosen because actually knight takes pawn isn't the best move. And then d6. And the whole thing about this whole setup is that white wants to be going d4, maybe pinning this knight wants black castles, because
sure.
then it's a bit awkward actually, because h6 g5 isn't, it comes with a lot of risk when the bishop is sidelined on the queen side. But d4 played very quickly, bishop to b6, h3, just maintaining the center, just preventing black from getting the bishop out to g4. Castles, rook e1, everything goes about just about keeping the tension, keeping these two pawns protected, and bishop to e3. Knight takes e4, don't fall for that one, because bishop to d5 wins a piece. It's happened to me before, at least in analysis actually. I'm like, oh, what can I take that? So knight rook e8, knight d2. And White's really getting what they want, and White is just arguing that they're going to transfer the knight, if possible, there, and they're not really going to care about the e4 pawn. There you see h6, d takes e5, knight takes e5, and then bishop to c2, and then this is the position. And it's tense, John. You know, it's always the word I think of when I think of the Lopez. You know, again, not too many trades, all the minor pieces on the board, and it's a question of the future rather than the present, because as White, you'll be looking at maximizing the power of this bishop, undermining the queen side. As Black, you're always looking at maybe capturing the bishop and taking space with c5, breaking out with d5 again, putting pressure on the center with e4. It's a tale of the future.
That has actually happened. Very, very deep, by the way. It's a tale of the future. It's like the fog of war surrounds us, and we're slowly trying to delve in. We didn't have f takes e3, of course. White continuing to preserve his pawn structure here. And then we see a fairly quick c5 as a follow-up from Anish Giri. And this looks... You're right. I feel like tense is absolutely the word of the day here. But I'm beginning to feel it a bit more for the player of the white pieces than with black, because normally in any opening, if black is starting to grab an awful lot of space on the queen side, you can almost automatically say, but that's because white's mounting an attack on the king side. And it's like, well, yes, but the rook on e3, even though it's a rook lift, maybe feels slightly out of place. There's a lot of minor pieces flying around. For the rook to suddenly be going to g3 or something like that, that would make me really nervous. White feels a little bit cramped here and maybe has a couple of problems to solve. I don't know if maybe an idea is to lash out and take the knight on e5, followed by f4 or something like that. But maybe that's a bit... Is that a bit premature with no rook on f1? I don't know.
No, it's definitely an idea. You know, the kind of stuff that I've seen everyone do is that b5 is very much that hook and that provocation to go a4 and make this rook on a1 work. And the reason why these positions are so deceptive is because, you know, it is possible to go knight takes e5, and after d takes e5, suddenly, you know, white gets control over the d line. And I tell you, John, I've also seen like knight h2 being played, and you think everything is fine. And then f4 happens. And then like a coil, you know, it just like unravels and bounces back at your face. So think about the power and the potential of the light squared bishops and base it on that. Think always about breaking through. Don't necessarily judge these pawns and go, oh, black is better. That's my one advice here. Again, just think about how you're going to unravel, maximize the power of the bishop as white, and then you know, play on that. It's a long game. The action will be happening in a few moves, and we'll definitely be seeing what kind of play Hare Krishna will come up with. So yeah, going back to that beautiful bird's eye view, John, I'm going to ask you to steer the ship and guide us in a direction.
I think today, regardless of whatever we're about to say about the position on the board, could end up being a critical day for Arjun. We've been following his story throughout the tournament closely. It hasn't been a happy one for him so far. He's looking for a way to turn that around and to try and apply some pressure on Caruana. And I feel like the state of the middle game with the queens off the board, we're starting to get some concrete ideas of what that potential endgame could look like. He's also been offering, as you can see, some death stares across the board as well. So I think I'd like to go there next and maybe catch up with how they got to this position and what both players' ambitions are for later on today.
Yeah, you have to feel for Arjun. He's really going through it, losing games, not being able to score a win, being so close in his game against Fedorseev, and then spoiling it all with a one-move blunder. So this game actually started from Queen's Gambit, and yeah, he's playing Sharks, John, and everyone has sensed that positionally he's maybe not 2800, or he's not as comfortable as he is in attacking. So literally after c takes d5, e takes d5 is a really aggressive line. Bishop to g5. Caruana just says, hey, let's go into an endgame. I'm willing to be slightly worse here in order to get that positional battle. I don't want to be engaged in any of the lines. Say if the bishop comes out to e7 with this bishop coming here, knight e2, anywhere where, Arjun is going to take the center, castle queenside. No. Let's go directly into that endgame. And here, the most principal move is to go queen f3. And this was actually a favorite of Nigel Short's. It was basically his bread and butter. He would win games in this particular endgame. And it looks quite miserable because often this bishop gets locked out of the game. But like I said, bad bishops, great defenders. And knight comes to f3, and then the whole plan is to control the f5 square with that knight. So a5, knight comes to h4, and now the bishop comes to b4, rook to c1, because you want to preserve the integrity of your pawn structure. You want to be able to orchestrate a pawn break and challenge this. And knight to d7, a3, bishop c3. I'm just going to check for the opening to see whether we are still in the opening book. Yes, we are. And now a4. And black is just getting ready to, if in an ideal world, get b5, reroute the knight to c4, and just play very positional chess. And for Arjun, yeah, he has to put his grinder's cap on.
I think that's a great way to put it. And with the queens off, of course, it's probably more likely that we see a move like king to d2. I don't really think castling is strictly necessary. Keeping that light squared bishop for white feels like it's going to be a bit of a key, Yovi, because, like you said, the target square for the knight is c4, and if for any reason black is able to get that knight there, it's going to be an absolute monster. So that might be a way that black forces white to trade off the minor pieces, to say you're just going to have to start swapping off both pairs, otherwise I'm going to cement this incredible knight in your position, and you're going to be forced to take my dark squared bishop and maybe repair my pawn structure. So Caruana may be asking some questions that Arjun is feeling a little bit uncomfortable answering. I think he would have liked, like you say, he would have liked a little bit more straightforward play going into this game, rather than Alexei steering it in this direction.
Right, you don't want one of these positions which are tough to break down. And this is a tough cookie to crack. It really is a tough cookie, tough nut to crack. That's the expression. And yeah, it's really tough because, the pawn structure is wrong. The only thing that's troubling about the position is this, and the bishop on g6 is a target. So those are the things that will be concerning black. But, black hasn't done anything wrong, has good pieces in terms of a good plan with the knight, good pawn structure, connect 3 at the minute. We haven't got connect 4 just yet. And it's something that Caruana will have prepared for. And you can see there in the difference between the clock times. So it's a deliberate choice by Caruana to go into this in order just to calm the game down and just kill any play. And Arjun thrives in those dynamic positions. So we'll see how this one develops. Maybe
Are there
you go back
any
to the bird's
ideas
eye view.
here? Are there any ideas here,
sorry?
perhaps, for can Arjun play bishop e2 to prep g4 or something? Like, is there anything that can provoke trying to cement control of the f5 square?
Yeah, it's been played before, John.
Maybe.
I've again checking the opening database, and the whole idea there was that he was going f3 again to deprive any squares from his bishop. And I definitely love your idea of going g4. You know, I'm one of those players who really adore pushing pawns. So anything that grabs space, I am down for it. So grab as much space as possible, and you know you can definitely go rook to e1, e4. You're trying to make use of the fact that the black king is in the center. You don't have to also go king f2. You can put your king on d2 as you highlighted. The main
Right.
thing is that you've got to be ready to, if black is preparing b5, you've got to be ready to just zone in on this weakness that is c6 and just make sure it doesn't
100%.
happen.
Okay, so Arjun may be thinking about what the most practical ways are to try and create some imbalances in the endgame, and Sarana at the moment essentially saying, I am going to be rock solid, I'm going to solve more problems than I cause, knowing that there's an opportunity to maybe get you to overextend a little later on. So we'll wait and see how this board develops as more moves get played. What are the other games that we haven't taken a look at? Should we have a quick check-in with Mendonça von Forest and maybe see where their game is at as well? I think that's one of the last games we haven't zoomed in on and taken a look at. Clock times 110 plays 118 at the moment, so it's not like any one player has a massive surprise or advantage coming in out of prep. This is the position after knight f6 on move 11. Nice, slow, calculated game here.
Yes, and this is a typical Grunfeld position. The Grunfeld coming from this particular variation when black, whoops, let me just get my moves and my openings in. There you go. And their black challenges in the center. And it's always a lovely battle, you know, this hyper-modern chess, because white will get the center, as we seeing there. And the whole point is that black tries to actively break it down once they've completed development. So there we're seeing a kind of disruptive check, you know, because if you cover with a knight, well, actually the bishop wanted that diagonal at least to put pressure against a knight coming out to f3. And so it's not an easy check to actually meet. So then the knight comes to d7, and now knight to f3. Castles, and there you see bishop coming out to g5. And here, c5, immediate challenge to the center. This is one of the things that I do remember my first trainer, which I got, you know, when I was in my 20s. He said to me that the Grunfeld is such a dangerous opening in terms of strategy, because if black doesn't break out, you're basically lost. And yeah, you can kind of see that, you know, if white is able to consolidate with rook to c1, as happened in the game, and then there you're going to see some more moves. So after castles, if white is just simply going to live with this beautiful center on d4 and e4, then black is in huge problems, because white is the only one that can push forward. White is the only one that if you trade on d4 is going to be able to control the c line. So it's dangerous. So black needs to really imbalance the game quite quickly. And what's happened? We've caught up with players here. So white's just simply going to castle and, you know, just centralize the rook, maybe even deprive this bishop of the g4 square, advance in the center with d5. That's one of my favorite things. Did I tell you, John, I like pushing pawns?
I think that actually that almost runs into the question I was going to ask. As someone who doesn't play the Grunfeld, and I'm not particularly familiar with it, does that mean then, what I'm sort of taking from your summary there is that if white has the ability to get d5, c4 in and just really lock in that center with the pawn control on the light squares, white's fairly comfortable. But because black has so many obstacles that can be thrown at white, it's like a magic spell chucking furniture around a room. You had the bishop on g7 looking at the c3 pawn, so you had to move the rook out. White still hasn't castled, and black can still play the light squared bishop to g4 to ask questions of the pawn structure and the knight on f3. It feels like black is chucking the kitchen sink at white and saying, if you survive all of this and you get d5, c4 in, fine, you're rock solid, but I'm never going to let you get to that point. You can't take the pawn on c5 because the bishop on d3 is hanging to the queen. So there's all sorts of nuances that white has to try and solve just in order to survive and get into the middle game here.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of pitfalls for white right now. And you kind of really summarized it beautifully, John. Thank you. And the thing I want to say is that, you know, the whole point, black mustn't give white an easy life. So you can't just kind of fiddle around, you know, make moves like rook to e8, allow white to just simply castle, you know, go d5 and consolidate. Maybe even castling is not necessary. Maybe go d5 directly, and white is very well placed with the pawn there. And so that's why the kind of stuff you want to be doing is you want to do that old Nimzowitsch thing, which is CRD, which is like control. You control the advance of this pawn, saying that's not coming for you. And you do have some pressure against e4, and it's never a good idea for white, or it's not never a good idea, but it's risky for white to go e5 because you concede the d5 square.
d5 square.
And that's something that the knight will be setting very happy. And this bishop on g7, it's a sleeping beast. It's going to be fantastic in an endgame. So it's definitely one that's going to heat up. I mean, you might even see moves like a6, b5, grab some space. c4 is coming. You know, it isn't all just one-way traffic. But black has to be careful not to let white consolidate, and black has to play with a plan.
Okay. So 1 hour and 9 minutes plays 1 hour 14. Both players taking a bit of time, being considered with their next steps. And the analysis board is what could happen. We have the position after bishop d3. For completeness, Yovi, shall we maybe check in with Fabiano Caruana? And then we'll go back to wherever the spiciness is on the boards that we have, as it were.
Yeah, let's
Fabiano
definitely do
Caruana.
it, because I will make a beeline for that game.
There we go.
Because this one is a Queen's Gambit exchange variation, but this is what could have happened to Arjun if Serrano had
Here's what you
decided.
could have won.
Exactly. It could have got something like this, you know, all the minor pieces on the board. And then the big issue for Caruana is like how to develop this bishop. And it's quite an instructive way, actually, the way that Fabi has been playing this one, because one of the old classical plans for black is to kind of put the knight on g7 and put the bishop on f5. And that's how you get rid of that troublesome piece. And I do enjoy playing with the structure as black, because this knight on f6 belongs on d6, and then it can eyeball both e4 and c4. And what I've always enjoyed about it is that the pawn breaks they're very difficult to achieve for both sides. Both sides can expand with their pawns. So the ideal one for black is to go a4, b5, and sit pretty with a knight on c4. Or just post up a knight on e4 and again back that up with f5. So you're going to see stuff like that happening. But yeah, it's a long maneuvering game. Shall we do a very quick action replay?
Yeah, let's do that, because I feel like if you watch a lot of high-level chess games at these tournaments, Queen's Gambit declined is very, very, very common. I think if you watch these, but it's significantly less common to see the pawns get exchanged this early in the game. Nothing wrong with it, of course. It's just, it's not really the sort of line that's necessarily in vogue. So it's interesting to see how some of the ideas here, maybe they don't, Yovi, maybe I'm about to get shot down here, but I'd be keen to see, is there a different set of ideas, or are there some different subtleties that we should be watching out for from the player of the white pieces, for example, and how this differs from all of the QGDs that people typically see?
Yeah, well, the decision is going to come from white, and we'll see it earlier on. So, white basically has a choice of where to put the knight on g1. And we're going to take it at that. So, bishop to e7, e3, and bishop out to f5, by the way, isn't possible because of queen to e3, attacking b7 and d5. I know Magnus has been playing bishop out to g4, and the argument there is that, queen to b3 isn't as good because, you might be targeting these pieces, but black gets very, very quick development with knight d7 and c5. So, but the problem is always going to be this bishop. This bishop might be able to get out, but it's going to get harassed by the white pieces. So c6 is a very classical response. You're just basically saying, I just want to solidify the center. And,
Sure.
white is going to play against this piece. So bishop to d3, knight bd7. So Fabiano maybe wanted to go knight f8, knight e6 is very quick. And g6 and put a knight on g7. And remember, you want to be trading off this piece with black. And so knight to e2. So Vincent came in an aggressive mood, John, because you have a choice here. You can go knight to f3, and you're just simply going to argue that you want to put a knight on e5, go f4, and that would be like a Pillsbury attack. Or you can go knight to e2 with the big idea of going f3, e4. And it's all guns blazing as we take control of the center. So those are the two kind of plans. So knight to g2, knight ge2, sorry, and knight to f8, the response. And I'm making notes here because I play the Queen's Gambit declined with both white and black. Queen c2, knight e6. And remember that plan? It's been seen since I'm guessing here 1920, but it's been seen a long time. I'll go knight to
been here a
g7
while.
and then bishop f5. It has. And rook to d1, castles, a5. Keep an eye. You really want to be if you go a3 to kind of get some minority attack in, a4 is going to be the response if this queen is not there on c2 again. These are like not moves based, but they're kind of strategies that you need to be understanding. And knight to c1. Knight to c1 is a little bit unusual. I'm going to just check if there's going to be, no games played in this. So this is the big idea from Vincent, although he's got less time than Fabi. So I would say that he's just freestyling.
Yeah, is the idea here maybe that if white were... I'm not really sure how or if you'd want to be swapping off the light squared bishop, but is the idea that the long-term home for the knight is on d3 so that you can jump into c5, e5, e5 in particular? But then it feels... I don't know, that feels like it's not something that's going to happen in the next couple of moves, right? This is very much a long-term plan, and if the white bishop isn't on d3, where's the white bishop going instead? That much isn't clear.
I think he's preparing for knight to g7. He's anticipating what black is going to do and saying, hey, when that trade happens, he's going to play exactly what you recommended. By the way, do you play Queen's Gambit declined? Because everything you said there, it feels like you've been playing. Oh, right.
E4 for life.
E4.
I'm a Sicilian player. I play the Dutch. I play everything except Queen's Gambit.
Well, John, you are finding the natural moves that took me years and years to actually master.
Let me tell you a secret, Yobi.
Yeah.
I'm not finding the moves that take anyone years to master. I'm finding the moves that I'm looking at going, I'm unfamiliar with this position and these moves make me uncomfortable. That's how I'm finding the moves.
Well, I'm impressed, John. I because this knight belongs with this pawn structure. Seriously, like for both knights, or for both black and white, the knight belongs on d3. Black's knight also belongs on d6.
D6.
And it's exactly because you want to be eyeing up c5 and e5, and sometimes you don't even want to occupy these squares because the threat is more dangerous than the execution. You just want to be keeping your opponent guessing where you want to be going. And with the knight moving out of the way, I mean, maybe there's still time for this kind of conventional plan of f3, e4, but we'll see. This one is going to build up. And I'm very excited to see what's going to be happening here.
Yeah, Fabi going into a bit of a think here. And the knight back to c1, maybe an attempt from Vincent to throw us off a little bit and say, there's a chance this game goes down an unconventional route from here. Plenty of these ideas are relatively straightforward, of course, for players at this level, but maybe here is where we start mixing it up. So that is Fabiano Caruana, 3 and 3.5 points in the tournament, respectively. Fabi looking to launch ahead with a win here, but it is far from straightforward on this board. We're going to hop to another break, folks, here at the Tata Steel Masters 2025. And when we come back, we might start to see some of these middle games begin to resolve. See you soon.
Favorite holiday location?
We prefer to be at home actually. Yeah. Because we keep traveling to tournaments most of the time. So
Sleep early or late?
sleep late.
Sleep late.
Favorite pizza topping?
Like paneer, like toppling with paneer counts, yeah? Yeah.
Yeah, veggies.
Yeah.
Favorite food dish?
Curries. Dosa is my favorite.
Yeah, same.
Salt or sugar?
Sugar.
Sugar.
Window or aisle seat?
Window.
Window.
Going out or staying in?
Staying in.
Staying.
Dogs or cats?
Neither of them. I'm afraid of dogs actually.
Yeah, dogs. I would take dogs.
Physical or mental fitness?
Mental fitness.
I'm not sure in which way, but yeah, work more on mental fitness.
Appetizer or dessert?
Dessert.
Appetizer.
Test matches or T20?
T20.
Recently, I was following a test match, so I'll go with test match.
Favorite place you traveled to?
Greece is one of my favorite.
Honestly, nothing comes to my mind. As I said, I prefer being at home anytime.
The best match you have played?
Grand Swiss, I had like few good games, like the third round where I bet Garifulina Leia, like it was a very attacking game where I sacrificed few pieces, and the fourth game I bet Mosichuk Media, former world champion.
Say my first game with Lagarde Maxim from World Cup.
The best player you have played?
I think Kamsky is the highest rated I've ever played in classical, like over the board, like in rating wise.
You played Gukesh recently.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I played 2700 as well. Yes, yeah, I played Gukesh.
Okay, from my part, yeah, it's Magnus. I always enjoy playing top players, so whenever I get a chance against them, I'm just enjoying.
Tell me you are a chess player in Tamil.
No, Nanu Saduranga Viranganai. Yes.
That was great. Yeah.
Now you have to go.
Yeah. Nanu oru Saduranga Veerar.
Let's dive into Gukesh's top 3 show-stopping moves of his career so far. At number 3 is Gukesh versus Arjun Tari from Norway Chess 2023. Now let this position just sink in. How on earth did Gukesh manage to get these 2 pawns on the 7th rank? And even crazier, the position it got here, it started as the London system. Now to answer that question, you'll have to check out the whole game, and I'll tell you that you will not be disappointed. As Philidor once said, the pawns are the soul of chess. Now these 2 pawns are the soul, body, heart and mind of Gukesh's position. And here, exactly to get rid of one of those 2 pawns, Arjun made the move b5, attacking the white queen and disconnecting it from defending the d7 pawn. So if Gukesh retreats with that queen to d1, Arjun would simply pick up a very key pawn. You kind of lose your soul. But b5 is where the fireworks started. Gukesh does not want to lose one of those 2 pawns. He first sacrifices the bishop. That's the first brilliancy of this game. And there aren't 1, there aren't 2. There are 3 of them coming up, and this is just the appetizer. Bishop takes pawn. Arjun had to pick up that bishop, and this is where the stunning move comes in. You've given up a bishop, And now Gukesh goes in to sacrifice the queen, the second brilliancy of the game. And it's all around trying to promote one of these two pawns. If Arjun picks up that queen, Gukesh would go on to promote that pawn, bring in another queen, pick up that rook. Yes, black can take it. And then the c pawn picks up that rook and becomes another queen, winning the game. After queen takes rook in this position, Arjun couldn't capture the queen. Instead, he has to take that d7 pawn to stop all the threats from happening. Gukesh continued picking up a central pawn, and he played pretty flawlessly the next few moves, keeping everything under control. And I want to get your attention to that final brilliancy of this mind-boggling game. And it was right here after the queens got traded off. And I want you to pause and think about this. I want you to do a Gukesh right now. Just lean back, fold your hands like Gukesh always does in a game, and finish this off with the white pieces. I hope you were able to get it, because Gukesh definitely got it. He brings up the final sacrifice, another bishop sacrifice, the third brilliancy of this game, and essentially finishing things off. Ariantari resigned here. This bishop has to get out of the way. If you capture the bishop, the white rook jumps in to that final 8th rank, giving a check. And finally, all dreams are realized as the c-pawn indeed ends up promoting itself as a queen.
Welcome back to Tata Steel 2025. The playing hall is packed. I'm still looking for gaps in the middle of those rows where someone's gone for a bathroom break. I think everyone's holding it in for now. Everyone's too kind to have to inconvenience that many people. That really is a very busy room. You can see the crowd of spectators towards the top there, where the masters and challengers are up on their stage. They're in the penthouse apartments with the additional square footage up there with plenty of room to walk around. It's not just the masters, of course, that are playing here. The challengers and the amateurs are playing as well. There are hundreds of chess players in this hall, in addition to the thousands of you watching along from home. So let's have a quick peek at the challengers and where things are with that. Here is our bird's eye view of all of the games. And immediately my eye, I can't help it, is drawn to Faustino's board, where it looks like he is not having a good time against Aydin Soleimani. He, in fact, oh wow, G4 just been played as well. That looks like a juicy game.
Yeah, this looks very spicy indeed. White taking some risk in order to grab as much space as possible. But yeah, you're right, John. If Faustino does not mix things up right now, doesn't move his bishop back and then start chipping away at white center, then white is going to have a serious space advantage. So
okay,
yeah,
let's have a quick peek.
It is tough times there. Okay, let's go there. But I do need some help to get the game up and running.
We will get there in just
game.
A second for sure. And the great thing about that game is it's, believe it or not, despite looking quite complicated and G4 being on the board, bizarrely, that's move number 9. So really, really quite fun there. We'll have a look at that. It's going to take us a moment or two to get that game up because we are moving from the Masters to the Challenger section for a mo. So do bear with us there. But there are a few other games that look interesting as well. Divya seems to be in a little bit of an uncomfortable position as well. And Yakubayev seems to also be having an okay game. Of course, beautiful heroics in the Olympiad, who can forget? But at the moment, we think that Faustino versus Aydin is going to be interesting for us to take a look at, precisely because G4 has just been played on the board, And when I first saw this, Yovi, I noticed that our Silicon friends have given that a question mark. I'm not sure I would have given that a question mark, but I did find that really interesting because when you have a pawn on d5 as well, there's a big part of me that is screaming e4 is the move rather than g4. So this looks to be particularly provocative.
Yeah, I'm on the same page as you completely, John. You know, I take back g4 and head for e4 as well. Consolidate the center and then enjoy the space advantage. You know, focus as quickly as you can on development. And yeah, this is a very tense position, but g4 given a question mark. And okay, well, that indicates that it's either bad because black can simply retreat and then chip away as quickly as possible with moves such as e5, e6, or there's a sacrifice incoming. So I don't think black is ready for a sacrifice just yet, but I think probably the bishop just should go back. And yeah, we're thinking putting all the way back actually to c8, and then you can just focus on quick development, e6, and maybe it's just one step too much to go g4.
But Yovi, I want to play devil's advocate here. I'm just going to keep going until I'm wrong, and I probably already am, but this is more fun. If the bishop goes back to c8, if you're playing with the white pieces, are you not then thinking, I feel justified in playing g4. This feels like I've made black take a step backwards. I basically get e4 as well for free, and now I'm threatening to play h4, h5, and really get an attack rolling down the king side. Does that not feel like a bit of a mini victory there? Or, like we say, you can't take back those pawn moves. Are we potentially worried about the dark squares maybe later on? It's just with the queen on c1 and the bishop on f4, I don't see it.
Yeah, the queen on c1 isn't the most active developing move. Yeah, I mean, it has a lot of point if black castles pretty quickly and you get in h4, h5. Okay, then that's an attack that us in the English circuit absolutely adore. But on the other hand, we have problems with this particular pawn. You need to bolster it with e4. And if black is really quick with opening up the center, the king is going to be problematic. And this bishop on g7, you know, it's the best diagonal possible, you know, bearing down on all of these squares. And this is going to be very, very sensitive. I got to say, you got to be mindful of working on the flank when the center is unbalanced. You know, yeah, it would have been perhaps very prudent to go g4 if black's pawn had been on e5 and there wasn't a pawn available, because at least the center is fixed. When the center can be opened up with e6 and taking on d5, a move like g4 carries a lot of risk. And, well, it's an interesting choice that you do this against an 11-year-old, because black has to put their positional cap on, right? And traditionally, juniors are not that good at positional stuff, although that was conventional wisdom. These days, you can maybe throw that out the window. If
I'm not sure about that
11 years old, 2450, you got to respect that.
So, I feel like all of my most humiliating positional losses are exclusively against players under the age of 16. So I don't know. Maybe that's just some unresolved trauma, and I need some post-commentary therapy to get that out of the system. But it's certainly interesting. And with Bishop h6, by the way, also being played by Aydin Süleymanli, we're really putting an awful lot of pressure on Faustino here.
Yeah, and I'm kind of curious about the g4. Whether you go backwards, bishop c8, or you play something a little bit more aggressive. Maybe you have time, actually, now I think about it, to go e5 directly. Go on the counter-attack. Yeah.
That would be very messy very quickly. I don't even know what to think of that.
It would be messy. But it's not the only move available. Other moves, again, bishop b7, I don't see any problem with that. I don't see any tactics whatsoever at all.
I think heading back makes sense, and I love that white's continued with bishop h6 as well. You were mentioning that queen c1 doesn't feel like the most natural developing move, so there has to be a point behind it. So after bishop c8, the current position on the live board is white playing bishop to h6, not waiting for black to castle, saying, I would like to disrupt that kingside right now. And maybe the point is that, like you said, Yovi, there are options to break open the center with e6. If white's going to do something, we need every tempo possible, and we need things to be really, really super active. So certainly a fun game to follow.
It's certainly that. And I just also wanted to say, I never noticed that the evaluation bar was so far in white's favor. So maybe this g4 being a question mark was just a false flag. Maybe e4 was the best move, but g4 is just okay as well. And, you know, white was merited in taking the space. But yeah, Faustino, he has to create some counterplay ASAP. That is one thing that's absolutely for sure.
So this is one of the games in the Challenger section, of course, that's being played alongside the Masters here in Wijk Aan Zee. For those of you who want to check out what's going on in the Challengers, let's throw up the standings so you can see a snapshot of what that tournament looks like. And in the last round, actually, we had Win catch up to Owen Lamy, and that means they are joint leaders in the tournament now on 5 points each. Lu Miaoyi, absolute wonder of a player. She's on 4.5, tied with Benjamin Bok, only half a point behind the leaders in second. And then we have Svane, Suleimanli, Nodirbek, and Vaishali as well, all on 4 points, a further half point behind. This is really quite tightly bunched. And considering there are 6 rounds left and there's been plenty of chess played, it's really lovely to see so much fighting chess in the Challengers.
Yeah, the Challengers is always full of dynamic play, a lot of decisive results. I remember one round, white won all of their games. I mean, where in any round robin do you have a situation like that? That was just absolutely
super
incredible
rare.
Day. Yeah, but okay, interesting mix there. Van Win, Owen Lamy, relatively experienced, and then we have the 11-year-old and the 14-year-old. That is Lu Miaoyi. You couldn't ask for a better mix of players, John.
So that's where things stand in the Challengers. We now move back into the Masters to take a look at our top 7 boards in the playing hall. This is back to our bird's eye view, where I have to say, from a quick eval bar point of view, things look relatively peaceful, but from a positional point of view, there have been plenty of developments. I can see b4 has just been played, which potentially looked quite provocative in Hare Krishna Giri. Yovi, are there any boards here where you're seeing some of the recent moves going, actually, maybe this warrants a second look?
Yeah, there's a few games that it feels like they could be finishing very peacefully. Like there, I'm going to draw your attention to Abdusattorov against Fedoseev. That was definitely the waiting strategy there on the top right in red. There you can see, oh, there's my board up, but I just wanted to highlight that both players, they just seem to be waiting and maneuvering, and Nodirbek does have the better of the endgames on account of the fact that his knight has some beautiful squares to run to. F4, C5, but the waiting game is full on from Fedoseev. He's just maneuvering his bishop to E8, making sure all points are covered. I don't think this game is particularly exciting, John, in all honesty. And I just suspect that it's going to be finishing.
Never. Okay. Yeah, so maybe we don't want to zoom in there. Fair enough. I was just seeing all the arrows on the other board, and then we've successfully zoomed to the game just as all the arrows disappeared, unfortunately. But maybe once more for the audience, do you want to quickly show us again where we think the pieces are going to get placed for white and black through to this endgame?
Yeah, what you see in terms of changes from when we last saw it, though, the kings have appeared in the middle of the board. We also have some changes in the h-pawns. But, okay, white does have the better position on account of the fact that the knight on d3, it has a square to jump to. It just came from c5, but it also can go to f4 where it was eyeballing h5. this rook, beware, it does have a lot of power, especially if you're going to follow it up with in conjunction of g5. So it can get active, but it's just simply a waiting game. Fedoseev is saying to Nodirbek, show me what you got and I will respond accordingly. And for Nodirbek, he has to find an active plan to break through. And unless you're banking on a4, because c4 is absolutely impossible, or even g4, but that carries some risk with it, that either the king side gets completely eliminated and this rook on a7 can come potentially to life because it can swing over. There's going to be a lot of waiting, or the players could just decide, you know what, there's no future here. Let's just finish this game and then wait it out and enjoy the rest day.
There is a part of me that's slightly disappointed because I was waiting on the fireworks in this game. I love that we had the knight properly cemented on c5, and that maybe things were going to start happening with maneuvering. But I think you're right, Yovi. The knight on c5 is fantastic, but if it's not attacking anything that is thin air, it does have to reposition itself to a square where it can attack a bit more. And f4 might well be that square, but again, the light square bishop seems to have everything covered. So very, very tricky. I don't see the breakthrough that makes this a decisive game, but you never know. Players have surprised us by changing the result of a game to the commentator's surprise multiple times. So far, he's looking at you, Gukesh, and we're looking for, and Arjun actually, and we're looking forward to seeing what ends up happening towards the end of this game. So let's zoom back out and see what else we have going on. So that was Fabiano Abdusattorov. We did take a look before at Pragg Gukesh. We're still seeing pieces being maneuvered around, getting very, very tightly bunched up in the center there. Arjun Caruana looks far more breezy as a result. In fact, everything looks very open compared to that game we have in the middle of the bottom row. Where would you like to head to next?
Well, okay, I do think that we need to pop into the co-leaders, Praggnanandhaa, Gukesh.
Let's do it.
And let me just pull it up because there has been some progress. It's still a really cagey position full of suspense. But okay, let's rewind because there haven't been too many moves made. Just going to get the game up and running because we literally left it when the queen came to c2 and b6 happened and Pragg went into a really long think. I thought that he might go rook to d1, bishop to e3, but no, he goes rook e1. Still, the plan is pretty clear. He just wants to build for this pawn break in the center. Bishop to a6, b3, and after rook fe8, d4. This is the breakthrough. And here, Gukesh has to blink and give way because there's too much pressure against e5. So he captures. I mean, if you take a step back, I just automatically rule this one out because I feel like it's too much things happening here, like some knight c takes e5. And I'm always afraid of, you know, oh, hang on, knight takes, queen takes, and the possibility of some kind of f4, the bishop can come to b2, c4. This bishop on a6 is actually going to get locked out of the game. If this happens, yeah, so you don't want to go into that. So Gukesh, he's the world champion for an amazing reason. You know, he takes the knight, b takes c4, bishop to d6. This is the live board. And it's, again, how are both sides going to actually improve? Because Black has to keep a watchful eye over e5. White has to find a plan of progress.
And I guess White really doesn't want to have to take on e5 for the long term, really, because you'll have an isolated a pawn, a double isolated c pawns, and okay, the e pawn's not isolated, but you're going to find it difficult to push pawns on the king side if that ends up being a target. I just feel like Black has more targets to attack, if that makes sense, and maybe can seize the b file first with White's bishop still on c1. So you're right, finding that way forward for White doesn't feel very straightforward here.
No, It doesn't. And, well, the pawn grabber in me is tempted to go queen a4 and say, how are you going to defend that? And that is a question. How is this c6 pawn going to be defended? Because you don't
You
want
have
to
to
be...
push it
I mean,
if you don't want it taken.
if you
right?
push it, then, okay, there's no way that white wants to be resolving the tension as you indicated, because otherwise you just literally wrecked your own pawn structure. And pawns are the soul of chess, as they tell us again and again. So
d5.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you know, today I learned, I've been mishearing the lyrics to a song for a long, long time. So, I don't know, have you heard of the Cat Stevens song, Father and Son? It's a really, really old one.
Yeah.
I honestly thought it was like, as soon as I could talk, I was honored to listen. But it's actually, I was ordered to listen. And I feel like sometimes, this is this case in chess. They order you to listen to these rules. You don't want to ruin your pawn structure. And this new generation has been like, we're going to actually just crumple up the rule book and just throw it in the waste bin. But here it makes a lot of sense.
I really want to hear
yeah,
what the misheard lyrics were, and
I was
what
honored
they
to
turned out to
listen.
be.
I thought I was honored to listen,
Yeah,
but I was ordered to listen.
ordered to listen.
As
Oh,
soon
I
as I
see.
could
Yeah,
talk,
yeah,
I was
yeah.
ordered, because confession time. I had the boys' zone
From the
version
moment
first,
I could
and
talk, right.
I was ordered to listen. And the chess teachers are like that. You gotta follow the rules.
I had a similar one recently. I think it was, I want to say it was Blank Space by Taylor Swift, like a fairly recent song. And there was, I think there's a line that says star-crossed lovers. And for about 6 months, I heard it as Starbucks lovers and thought the corporate sponsorship here is getting a little bit out of hand. Like, we need to really tone this down. Take the extra shot out of this. But I'm sure there are plenty more that that chat have had as well, from a misheard lyrics point of view. What lyrics have you heard for years and you've never questioned yourself, and they've turned out to be something different a little bit later on?
Yeah.
Toto Africa, classic example. Right?
Yeah.
Like, almost everyone at some point will have misheard those.
Yep.
So many.
What else? Yeah, I actually...
We have production, by the way, saying to us, I'm not going to name them because that would be mean. I sang it as Starbucks Lovers 2 for 4 years. There you go. I'm glad it's not just me.
Actually, I think I heard it as Starbucks Lovers as well. Until I once heard it as Star-Crossed Lovers, and I'm like, oh
Star-Crossed. Yeah, and then
yeah,
when you
but
start
I
thinking
didn't...
about it as Romeo and Juliet, it's like, oh yeah, of course, I get it. Chad have just come out with a brilliant one. Rihanna's We Found Love in a Homeless Place. Excellent. Love it.
Excellent.
Oh, so good.
Well, it is very good. And I tell you something that is not homeless. It is, if you go to the live board, because we can see that Pragg has made the bishop move. Bishop to d2. The bishop has found its home. Not homeless. Not hopeless either.
I guess there are questions, right? Like, if you asked me what square does White's dark square bishop eventually want to be on, I'm looking at squares like, I get you can't move it to a3, but it's like, I'm looking at those nice juicy diagonals, or if the game opens up, maybe e3. d2 to me doesn't feel intuitively like, yes, all right, mission accomplished. It's almost like a staging area. Like, I'm waiting to see where it can be more used later on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know, I completely agree. I think he had to put the bishop on this square because, as you mentioned, we go back a move. A3 is out of bounds. No, it has a counterpart sitting there on d6. You can go bishop to g5 and provoke f6, but maybe queen e6 would be the response. That's something that I have seen a lot from Lopez players. And I remember yesterday that Black had this incredible plan of going queen to e6 and kind of like rearing its head there.
Mhm.
And I don't know whether you should be inviting that. So bishop to e3, unfortunately, is a no-go because after e takes d4, you have to capture with the bishop because you have to protect this pawn on e4.
Ah,
So,
yes, true. And all those
yeah.
structural problems are still there.
Yeah, again, you're ordered to listen by chess teachers, and you don't want to be ruining these double pawns. So, okay, basically, you just want to sit there, enjoy the space, and force black to crack. And yeah, it's very much a waiting game. It's not very clear what black will be doing. Maybe black will go queen e6 now that I thought of that move. You know, the irony, right? The move I was drawn to was queen a4.
Which makes a lot of
gold
sense.
here.
Yep.
Yeah. Does feel like you're out on a limb, though, because after c5, what is the queen doing on a4?
Yeah, c5, d5, and you're basically moving back and saying, right, I've exhausted options there. Let's find what plan B is. And you've basically used that tempo to just solidify the pawns for both players. Okay, so that's Pragg Gukesh. Oh no. Okay, I'm gonna close out the conversation about misheard lyrics because I just think this is great. Pet Shop Boys. I took her to a restaurant on Broadway. Apparently was misheard for years as I took her to arrest my aunt on Broadway, which I think is brilliant because if you're singing it, arresting your auntie. Absolutely brilliant. I'd never heard that. And now I've read that and I'm going, I'm never going to listen to that the same way again. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah.
Thank you, chat. You've made our afternoons there. Let's hop back out to the bird's eye view and see where we want to go to next. I'm enjoying these segues. There's quite a lot to talk about. We haven't even gone into into much chess history between ourselves yet, though, because I think this is, oh, goodness, we met each other nearly 15 years ago playing in Hastings, and we've got plenty of stories to tell. Some we can tell on camera, some we can't tell on camera. But chess was a very different beast back then.
It was a different beast, you know. It was less. I feel I was like pretty computerish then, but now it's been like amped up another level. And yeah, John, I do remember that time in Hastings. It was full of adventure, full of fun.
That's a great way to put it.
Yeah, and maybe we can go back to the bird's eye view, and maybe we can decide on some game positions.
Absolutely.
It's building up pretty nicely. So, okay, some clarifications in the game between Harikrishna Giri on the top left. They're still very much in the balance, though. And Ramadan, we have a full-on unbalanced endgame. Exchange down, but as compensation has a pawn. Maybe that's a pretty one to dive into. But also, I'm looking at Mendonça found for ace.
Maybe we should take a look at all of them in that order and sort of bounce from one to the next, because you're right. There are some really fun imbalances to take a look at. So if we load up Harikrishna Giri to begin with, we have a couple of interesting things with the position here. The A file has opened up for white, as you can see. So Harikrishna, the B pawn came up to B4, is taken on C5 now as well. And that rook has a lovely clear air in front of it on the A file. On the other hand, there's quite a bit of pressure on the E4 pawn for white right now, with the bishop on B7 being very menacing, playing an excellent dual purpose at staring that pawn down and robbing the A1 rook of any entry squares. So the path forward is not clear here. In addition to that, for me, the big gaping square in this position is the one on F4, where the knight on G6 might be looking to occupy that at any moment. I feel like the black pieces are staring menacingly down towards the white king, especially if the queen captures back on the pawn on C5. It feels like the harmony with black's pieces is quite strong here, and it's basically only the rook on B8 that isn't in the attack.
Yeah, you can see the queen like shifting over to the king side, the knight coming to F4. It's a choice, right? It's interesting that you're an attacking player, so you were like queen takes c5, play with the pieces. I think this is a really good approach. I was a bit more strategical about the whole thing, and so I was thinking d takes c5. I actually think both of these approaches are pretty valid, because here I was like, okay, exactly, you put a knight on f4, but you kind of keep the pawn structure controlling squares, and you have that pressure against e4. But I do think that it's actually really difficult, regardless of whether black captures with the queen or the pawn. It's actually really difficult for white, because how are you going to mobilize this bishop?
Yes.
So can you go e5? This is the consequence, though, because I've been banging on, I think, for all of my commentary life, that moves have consequences. And intuitively, you should always look at the move that now you can play that wasn't available before. So the question is, like, can white do this? And then, try to have some fun, try to come in with the pieces. Queen can come to d6, use that square.
That might be really handy as well, because as black, I feel like my plan in the position and where I want to place my pieces feels a little bit more intuitive. You want to get a knight into f4. The queen, if it's not recapturing on c5, might want to come in via e6, for example, so that knight in f4 has knight takes h3 possibilities. It feels kind of natural. And as white, I'm asking myself, well, what does feel natural here? Not an awful lot. So e5 makes a lot of sense, because if black wants to take the time out to reposition the knight on f6 via d5 or h5, for example, you can interrupt that flow if you wanted to by playing bishop takes g6. And you can say, well, I had a bishop where I didn't really know where it was going or what I was doing with it. I get to swap it off for one of your knights that was eyeing up a really menacing square, potentially move my queen off the back rank with tempo as well. Maybe there are ideas of queen b3. If the pawn recaptured, you could have gone queen c2 as well. But this still looks pretty dangerous for white. This is nowhere close to being out of the woods. It at least gives you some form of idea for what to do. But this is looking pretty hairy.
It is, isn't it? I just randomly put your knight out to h5 because you suggested it, and it was also my first instinct. But I don't know, I'm like knight to d5. Also, look at that, knight comes into the center, the queen is swinging across, and yeah, you really want to be backing this up with knight to e4, knight to d6, anchoring yourself on that square.
Sure.
But you just got no time. This pawn is very vulnerable on e5. And also, let's not forget, knight takes c3 in the air. And it's difficult, John.
It is. In the live position, we should stress that queen takes c5 was played. So there is the possibility of the queen swinging across to the G or H files later on. And then rook b1 was played in response by Pantala Harikrishna. So this is now the live position. Now, the big question here, which is a little different to the one we were analyzing a moment ago, is do we want to take the pawn on c3? Are we saying that the pawn on b5 that white can capture in return is sufficiently difficult to defend, sufficiently out of the way that, we don't really mind the loss of that pawn? Is the queen in a really aggressive, really good position on c3, or is it actually a bit offside and it would rather be somewhere like h5? So there are some really entertaining positional questions that Anish will be asking himself right now on what to do next from here. This is quite dynamic.
It's definitely dynamic, and it's a fascinating position. I mean, Harry is definitely on the back foot. And in answer to your question, I wouldn't rush with queen takes. Sorry, if only pieces can move like that. I wouldn't rush with queen takes c3 because suddenly the rook has activated itself. And you got to ask yourself that question, especially if you're not into like massive calculation. Who benefited from that? And the answer is white, because suddenly the weakness that was c3, that's gone. And the rook is now super active and can maybe even kind of relocate itself to weird and wonderful pastures, like maybe even like rook f5. That's a bit fanciful, but more likely, you know, moves like queen to b1, just piling on the pressure on the b line. So I wouldn't rush. I mean, if you really wanted to be hardcore about it, you could go bishop c6 and then go for attacking the pawn. I'm also liking your idea of knight to f4. Just stand still and see what happens here. Although, is that maybe not to the point?
I don't know. It looks scary, but I also feel like if I'm white here and I'm looking for defensive resources, I'm looking for an excuse to be able to play knight f1. Maybe it's the Roy Lopez player in me, but I'm also thinking that, okay, if black has a lot of pieces pointed towards my king, can I get away with playing knight f1, knight g3, or knight f1, knight e3 at some point, and arguing that that helps me to solidify while keeping the e-file open? The problem I'm having with that is that, yes, that all sounds good, but if you're dropping the pawn on c3 while getting this done, or you're dropping the pawn on e4, then I feel like that doesn't work at all. So how does white buy the time needed to coordinate the pieces to a point where he can be happy with the defensive position? Right now, it feels like the knights are tying themselves in knots a little bit.
Yeah, but actually that is the dream for white, to go knight f1, knight g3, and now you've consolidated the e4 pawn. You're threatening to jump into f5. So I can understand your eagerness as to why you want to be doing it. But okay, so if you want to consolidate that, let's work on that. Let's go back to the game position. And yeah, so we can't go knight f1 just yet. So we've got to increase the protection there. And maybe, I don't know, like rook b4. rook b4, could that be a move? and then you know, as long as you've got like queen takes c3, as long as you've got this answer of rook takes b5, you're good.
Rook b4 is cool because you can't attack the rook. It's way more solid than it looks. I love it.
Yeah. But it was inspired by you, John. Knight f1 and knight to g3 being the optimal plan to transfer the knight to an aggressive but also in a defensive role. So I like it. Well, questions to be answered there from Hari Krishna. How is he going to proceed? How is he going to find a way just to reinforce protection of e4 and deal with the pressure against c3? Shall we take a break from this one and we go back to the bird's eye view, or do you have a game that you want to go to directly?
I have a game, and I have a game because we have a red move followed by a blue move, which I love to see. We are going to be going into Mendonça versus Von Foreist. Von Foreist, of course, has produced some of the most entertaining creative chess that we have had in Tata Steel 2025 so far. So it's perhaps not a big surprise that something has happened here, but on move 14, so still quite young into the game, we had d5 in this position. And apparently d5 is a big miss. Now d5 looks very natural to me because I feel like that black has a couple of threats, and therefore it's, you know, it's nice to be able to castle after f5, for example, and feel like we're doing okay. But what was missed, as it turns out, instead of playing d5, there was an opportunity to play h3. Now, at first glance, I'm struggling to understand. And I think it all comes down to the fact that the knight on g4 is one of two pieces protecting e5. And if you play the knight back to f6, both of those defenders go away simultaneously. And suddenly, it's bad news bears. I'm not even sure you want to take with the pawn because the queen's looking at the light squared bishop, but certainly the knight on f3 taking e4 has to be the start of any line we look at here.
Yeah, that's actually a big miss. But okay, I mean, Jordan is a great player, so is Leon. So I'm sure that they both had their reasons as to why e5 was played, and h3 is like the most natural move. So there's no way the players missed this one. So there must have been some complications here. And I'm trying to figure out, like, what would it have been? Would it have been some weird shenanigans? Either c takes d4, take on c3, or maybe this way, and then take on c3, because this bishop on d3 is loose.
Right.
So that whole idea is that after takes, pawn takes knight, take this, and oh dear, you might have you might have survived the operation, but yeah, things did not work out well because one of these bishops is going to fall off.
Yeah, I'm not
on
sure
the
you can get
attack.
away from that. Like,
Yeah. So after e takes d4, maybe the idea is to simply use take on d4. And you got that problem
oh,
of
the
that
knight's still
knight.
on pre.
It goes back.
Well, there you go.
Oh, and now the rook is coming and taking the pawn. Oh, yeah, that is bad.
Rook c5
Yeah,
at the
this
end
is
of that. I've been so busy looking at like knight captures and the knights coming into e5 and stuff. The rook on c1 flew completely under my radar. So maybe this was the variation that was missed. And maybe that's why, maybe not seeing that is why Mendonça chose not to go into this. So d5, a little bit of a miss there. That said, the game itself, there's still a lot of life in it, very much still hangs in the balance. And after d5 was played, black played f5, and white simply castled, and it's followed up by knight f6. So it's pretty clear what black's plan is here. Von Foreist is looking to target the e4 pawn, looking to maybe even lock that down and get the light squared bishop in with the pair of bishops. Imagine if there was a black pawn on f4 and a white pawn on e4. That bishop pair is not looking happy as far as king defense is concerned. So maybe that's a way to lock those pieces out of the game. There are options here for black now. So Mendonça might be regretting missing that chance later on.
Yes, it's a complicated position now, and there's no ifs and buts about that one because, as you mentioned, pawn takes pawn, knight takes pawn is possible. I was also wondering whether you could go kind of King's Indian style and go f4, close the position down, pawn storm, relocate this knight to d6, and live your best King's Indian life. That's also a possibility. Also, the pawn is hanging on e5, so hang on a second. This is actually a position that requires concrete analysis. Knight takes e5. What is the answer here? Knight takes e4. Knight takes d5.
Knight take.
Well, let's put it. Which one do you fancy, John? So let's go through the rules of calculation. Knight checks, captures, threats.
Yeah,
That's what
so
everyone should train on.
I guess so. Pawn and knight taking e4 are obviously both captures. Knight takes e4 does allow the additional follow-up capture of bishop takes knight. So maybe it's worth taking a look at that first, although something about this feels... I mean, this looks scary. So if knight takes, then I guess white's most logical response is bishop takes knight, and then you can play bishop takes knight in the center of the board. Where does the dust settle?
Yeah, where do you put the bishop? I mean, we can be extra spicy, but I don't believe one. Bishop. Hold on to... Where to put the bishop? Because actually, if you go... You don't...
Bishop d3... Does
King
bishop d3 run... Oh no, it doesn't run into queen d5 because
It doesn't.
of the one mover, bishop c4. Haha! Hilarious. Okay, so bishop d3 is possible. Bishop c2, also possible. Bishop f3 looks... I feel like you're inviting the pawns to come and try and trap the bishop, but maybe it's okay?
Yeah, I kind of feel like... Not the bishop on f3, right? Because
Do you
it's like
auto play g5?
looking at the same pawn.
I feel like you play g5 straight away if bishop f3, right?
Yeah, probably.
You blitz that move out
Yeah.
whether you're 1200 or 2200, right?
Yeah, I think after g5, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just really... And here is the kind of position where I'd like the pawn to hop over the bishop and go f4 and just explode things open. So yeah, not bishop to f3. Bishop to f3 is just too passive. I agree with you, John. And yeah, knight takes e5. So this is actually a real possibility
Wow.
that Leon is thinking about right now. So knight takes e5 actually looked quite promising for white, as long as you didn't put your bishop on f3. It looked very balanced. It looked very dynamic, at least.
And I guess one thing to point out as well, because I took a look at it early on, and then if I dismissed it, so didn't mention it, but I was thinking, if knight takes e5, and then knight takes e4, I was going, hang on a second, g6 is on freeze in this position, and I'm attacking a rook at the end of it. So I was looking at making further complications. The problem is, once you play knight takes d2, you can take a rook, black takes a rook, and then when the dust settles, I think black can play the knight back to d2, and I don't feel like white has enough here, because if I'm counting the minor pieces, I've got a light squared bishop and a knight, but black's minor pieces are a pair of bishops. So yeah, this isn't enough, and I think this is good for black.
Yeah, this is unfortunately this is good for black, but it's stuff
So I
that's
don't
going to
think
be
g6 is
racing through their minds.
Yeah.
No, you don't quite, because it somehow the quick maths doesn't quite work out. But I know, but this is really, really complicated, and it's a one-time offer as well of taking on e5. So this is certainly. Let's go back to the main board. Okay, so here knight takes e5. We put it back on, and knight takes e4. This one here, we have to just stop and do an assessment, which is exactly what the players will be doing. And we kind of liked either putting the bishop on d3 or putting the bishop on c2. You found these nice ideas, John.
We feel that f3 is weaker than either of those options. But then again, actually, I'm going to stop myself there. I was about to say, do we really consider a bishop on c2 being particularly ambitious? And I'm thinking, well, actually, with the pawns in front of the king all advanced like this, maybe that is the best place. Maybe that's not so bad after all.
Yeah, I mean, if the queen moves from here, I can see the queen swinging over to h4, having some fun looking at h6. And I mean, how do you defend? I mean, it's very, very complicated, but maybe this isn't the best way for black to continue, because we had a choice, right? So let's go back. So knight f6, knight takes e5. The other alternative was to capture this way. And what's the big difference? So if you take, there's some pinning and winning going on, right? This is loose.
So one of the reasons why knight takes pawn was interesting for me is because the follow-up with knight takes g6 can be met with knight takes dark squared bishop on d2. But if you play pawn takes, black is then taking the light squared bishop on d3 instead if you follow up with knight takes g6. So do we therefore rule out knight takes g6 for the same reasons?
In this position, hang on, let me just go back. In this position, knight takes g6.
So knight takes e5 and then pawn takes e4. I don't think you can play knight takes g6 for the same reasons that we covered, except you're losing the light squared bishop instead of the dark squared bishop. So I think for that reason, we can rule out knight takes g6.
Yeah, we can probably rule out knight takes g6, but here I don't trust this, because I was looking already at like rook to e8 is a possibility. Maybe queen to e8, hitting the queen. It feels smelly, doesn't it? With the knight loose on e5, the bishop loose as well on e4, it just doesn't feel like it's working. Even b5, John. b5, and how are you gonna defend the bishop? Or maybe this is actually, maybe then you can get away with it. Relocate the bishop, queen to c2.
I'm not sure. I'm looking for a way forward, and I'm not seeing one. I guess rook to e8 and queen to e8 all look quite similar, except queen to e8 forces the exchange of queens, I think. And then you end up with a rook on e8 anyway. But I am asking myself the question, so what after that? And I'm struggling to come up with an answer. I guess if rook to e8 straight away, you've got f4. And you've got f4 because the queen's defending the bishop on e4. But again, there's I'm still asking, so what? Where's black's follow-up here?
But wait, John. We can refine your idea. We go queen e8 first.
Okay.
And then you got to do something about the queen, the knight.
I guess swap of
bishop.
queens?
Yeah, but now, no f4. Knight takes bishop.
Okay, so the fun line here then would be, if I'm going to lose one of these pieces, I'm going to play bishop g6. I don't think it's enough comp for a piece, though. You just play rook takes knight and say, what are you going to do about it?
Yeah.
The bishops look lovely,
then you have
but
to sell your pieces.
that's it.
Yeah, but it is a piece. And a piece is a piece is a piece, as we like to say. And but okay, so knight takes e5. Going to be met by the very precise. Has there been a move? No. We can see that white is still thinking as to whether to engage with its complications, because that was still really, really dicey for both sides. John.
Does that mean
this
then
one is
that
going to get sharp?
we going to be boring and therefore conclude that after knight takes e5, f takes e4, white's next move is just to move the light square bishop away? So if we go back to the live position and we play knight takes e5, f takes e4, and we say, okay, this is because we think that's better than knight takes e4, is white's next move just the nice, calm, move the bishop somewhere and keep the pressure on black because the g6 pawn is still being targeted, and there's plenty of other options, maybe. I was going to suggest bishop c4, but bishop c4 only works if d6 is on the cards, and I think therefore black can play queen d6 and just bung it up and say, nah, you're not getting out of here anytime soon. And then
it's close though, John. It's so close, because if that pawn were on h7, if it were h7, right?
Oh man,
then you'd be really threatening d6, and then knight to f7. Okay. Yeah, but okay, it's messy, John. I mean, you can go knight takes e5, but f takes e4 looks like a good response. But yeah, I did like your idea of kind of, just leaving the pawn on the board, but a lot of calculation is needed in this type of sharp position, because the knight on e5, it needs to be supported by a pawn. You need to be kind of bulking it up with f4. And unfortunately, do you want to play this? Like, give that a trade? And, well, knight takes e5, it is a possibility, but maybe not the only possibility. Maybe it's something better to build. Maybe rook e1, and play something a little bit more sensible in terms of not just striking the match just yet. But whatever happens, John, I can guarantee you we are in for a treat.
Yes. I'll ask one last question, Yovi, because I think we've analyzed what happens after knight takes e5 in a recapture on e4, and we've come to the conclusion that even with the eval bar on our side, and even with an engine, if we wanted to flick it on our side, it's still really unclear and really complicated, and we're not completely sure. Is there any other candidate move other than knight takes e5? Could we be looking at anything else? Have we accidentally been zeroing in on just the one thing, or is knight takes e5 clearly the next move?
No, knight takes e5 is not clearly the next move. It's a crazy position, and you'll be looking at. I was looking at rook e1 as an alternative so that I can prepare capturing on f5. But you need to work out what's going to be the response after f5. Another idea would be c4, maybe, so that you can get your bishop out to c3. But unfortunately, c4 will lose the connection with e4. So you can't be doing that. So in that case, maybe drop the queen back so that you can get in your c4. either way, the bishop wants to be on c3. If you want to play this out in a very long-term way. It's, John, I'm going to say it, actually, if you're not capturing on e5 and just opening the position right away, it could get really dicey for white.
I have a fun line to show you.
F4. Go for it.
So I was looking at what might happen after, instead of knight takes e5, white prepares to capture on f5 with rook e1 instead, which makes sense. Black then jumps the gun and says absolutely not, and plays pawn takes pawn anyway. White plays bishop takes pawn, black plays knight takes pawn, white plays queen takes pawn, and then you have the intermezzo move bishop f5 at the end of that.
Okay.
And bishop f5 prepares e4.
Yeah, bishop f5?
Yeah, and the problem is the knight on f3 is running very low on squares.
Oh. Did you just refute my rook e1? I think you just did.
I don't think that's a particularly forcing line, but I looked at that and it looked pretty.
Yeah, I think you did. You refuted my, oh, John, you're on a roll here. So yeah, that's dangerous.
You don't have to play knight takes bishop, right? Like, I don't think it's necessarily a refutation because do you have to play knight takes e4? I'm just assuming that all the captures get played.
Okay, so I started off with f takes e4, and that absolutely forces bishop takes. There's no ifs or buts about this one. And now
I guess if black captures, you have to take back.
Wherever the queen goes, e4, and the knight on f3. I was completely caught unawares, John, by this. Has got no squares.
To be fair, I wouldn't have found it without an eval bar swing, so I can't claim credit for that, unfortunately. I sort of went down the line, saw the bar swing, and went, there must be a reason. And it's because all of white's pieces are on dark squares. So the number of places the knight can jump to is so severely limited that at the end of this, there's a cheeky tactic.
Okay, and so that means actually the more we scratch under the surface, the more troublesome the position is for white. Rook e1 not working. That means, okay, you have to be precise. You have to have knight e1 as a retreat square. Who knew? And
bringing us back to knight takes e5, isn't it?
Yeah, it is bringing us back because at least it's simple, and at least okay, we might kind of unbalance things quite a bit, but yeah, because otherwise I don't see what you're doing. Rook queen to c2, but then f takes e4, bishop takes. Do you want to give up your light square bishop? My answer would be no.
I love this though, because I think this is what Tata Steel is all about, folks. The longer we look at this position, the more complicated it gets. It literally doesn't matter if we have eval bars and engines in our corner. The deeper we go down a rabbit hole, the more we find that it's a maze. It's a myriad of possibilities. And that is what these players are trying to navigate around right now. Very difficult. Leon Mendonça, with under 25 minutes on the clock as well, with so much to calculate. This is move 15, folks. White is thinking about his 16th move here, and they have to get to move 40. Just as I say that, naturally, we do have a move on the board, and I do believe it is knight takes e5, but there are still so many calculations and so many different lines he has to think about as we head over to a different board. Let's go ahead and take a look. Oh, something's happened in the Arjun game. But hang on, wow. Let's go ahead and take a look there.
Let's zoom straight in and have a look, because just checking the game.
That's got to be a draw, right?
A repetition? Has there been... Let me just go back.
Who's looking more disappointed? What's happening here? Arjun's looking very pensive. Arbiter's checking a score sheet. Based on the body language here, this all looks like a threefold repetition. So even without seeing the moves, I'm pretty sure that's what just happened. Yeah, it's the only title I've got, Yovi, so I have to I have to take it. National Arbiter is my only title, so if I'm not going to get an IM or GM, I need to at least make use of the ones I do have.
So you're an arbiter, John. Okay, and
I
there we
am,
see
yeah.
the players sign the score sheets. Oh, that's awesome. Any technical questions, I will come to you. And we have our first result of the day.
Right.
It is a draw between Arjun Erigaisi and Alexei Sarana. Arjun, well, he faced a very solid Alexei Sarana and he just wanted to steady the ship. So, wow. Let's see what happens, because I suspected that Sarana was going to do this to Arjun. Go solid.
So there we go. That's our first result of the day. A peaceful resolution there between Arjun Erigaisi and Alexei Sarana. So fun to see how these mid-games are going to be resolving themselves here at the Tata Steel Masters and Challengers. Go and grab yourself a little bit of a refresher on your caffeinated beverage of choice. And we will see you folks back here in a couple of minutes.
Does it bother you that I have more followers on Instagram than you?
Yes, it does.
So good, this show. This show is so good. Have you ever been jealous of me?
I think when you qualify to the candidates, probably.
Yes, it does.
That's probably one. Yes, that's probably one.
You are close, so
yes,
I can understand.
For sure.
Do you think you would be a better influencer than a chess player?
Honestly, like it's so, for me, like being an influencer is so much less rewarding than being a chess player. I see it just as like a byproduct that might slightly help me in my chess, and that's why that's why it's a thing.
Probably true, but there are some other thoughts. He has some other thoughts around that, so maybe he have been thinking about it or something like that. There's more to his answer than he just replied.
Do you like look down upon influencers?
A little bit, yeah.
More than a little bit.
It's a logical consequence of my previous answer.
See how I trapped you in that zone,
you fully trapped me. Yeah, influencers hate me now. Please keep retweeting, guys. I love you. Hashtag love you all.
Do you think you will ever become world champion?
I think actually I might.
Yes.
Ambitious. Where do you get your optimism from?
I'm so happy. No, I'm so happy. You see, like the work I'm doing on myself is working. No, but I think like I'm a good player, honestly. I think I'm a good player. I'm not too impressed with the people at the top right now. Yeah, Gukesh will likely become world champion. I don't see him as someone much better than me, so I'm okay.
Hi, I'm Grandmaster Anish Giri and welcome to Left-Hand Repertoire's 1e4. This so-called Latvian gambit is horrible. F5, knight takes e5. This is not how chess is played. He played too many moves with pawns and the queen and didn't develop his light pieces. And if knight e4, this is a very important trick to remember. Many people fall for it actually. Knight to b5, brilliant idea. ab and queen g7, and after rook f8, bishop h6, queen c5 and f3, and surprisingly, queen f2 is almost checkmate, but it's not. If your opponent wants to be solid, we go for the aggressive for the kill. If your opponent wants us to go for the kill, we play simple chess. And just use the fact that we have more space in the center, clear-cut plans, and nothing to worry about.
We are back with more action from Wijk Aan Zee as we have had the first resolution, a peaceful one indeed, in the Masters section. Arjun Erigaisi stemming the flow here with a draw, a spirited draw against Alexei Caruana. So let's go ahead and show you guys what the results look like so far. So here we go. We've actually had, I beg your pardon, we've had 2 games finished. So Arjun Erigaisi has drawn against Alexei Caruana, and Pentala Harikrishna has also drawn against Anish Giri. Worth taking a look at how these games finished, especially because we thought there was a lot of tension earlier on, and we weren't sure if the Harikrishna Giri game was going to end peacefully or not. Let's start with the game that finished first and move into Erigaisi Caruana to begin with. I thought that was a threefold repetition with the knight moving across from h4. It doesn't look to be quite that straightforward. It's probably just an agreed draw. I saw the knight flapping about the last couple of moves, but it wasn't quite that simple.
Yeah, we kind of left it around at this point. A3, bishop takes. And, I said to you, I think that I thought that Caruana, as soon as we saw this type of structure, that Caruana was just going to lock the position down and just rely on the fact that Arjun is feeling dispirited about his play in general. And so we saw bishop e2, king e7, g3. White has a very solid, stable, small advantage, but black's position is still rock solid. And there we saw some maneuvering going on. There's an awful lot of tension on the board, but not very clear where the breakthrough is going to be for white, because you have to build at some point. And note how the knight on e6 prevents white from ever going e4. And then the knight came in to give check. King stepped back, knight went back, and this is where I think you got tricked, John. There was repetition. King to d6, bishop c2, knight c7, bishop d3, and I think they just signaled to the arbiter, look, we're just gonna maneuver around doing nothing, so allow us to take the opportunity to take the draw. But ultimately, white could play on if they fancied with moves like f3, building up for e4 at the right time. They could even go knight g2 to go knight to f4, maybe putting pressure against at this point. But it ultimately depends on the opponent and also your mindset. Knight to g2 is going to be met by knight to e6. So a very instructive maneuver there from Caruana, putting that knight on that square. So in the end, a very peaceful outcome. And let's go to the other game.
What do we think about
finished?
Other ideas here? Other ideas here around either solidifying the queen side and then getting a rook to b1 and playing b3. And I'm asking purely because we're asking ourselves, where are the breakthroughs? And I'm going to be honest, I'm not particularly convinced, but I'm just trying to think if there's a way to provoke some sort of weakness on the other side of the board. It's got to be through b3, right? You don't really want to move the pawn on b7 because then c6 becomes a big target.
Right. This b3 is something that you do in conjunction with the other plans as well. You definitely can't be direct in these type of positions. You have to kind of put your knight back to g2. You have to go f3. You signal to your opponent, maybe I'm going to go b3, b4. Maybe be aware, prepare for it, and then you kind of dart on the other side. So you kind of have to be very multi-dimensional if you want to grind this one out and eventually trick your opponent. But again, John, it just depends on your mindset, whether you want to be in it for the long haul. And if you've already decided that it's a tough tournament and I just want to get to the free day, not on a loss, and I just need to kind of recalibrate, then I think a draw is a pretty fair result. It probably would have been a draw anyhow. Let's face it. Why not save the energy and leave it for the remainder?
Fair enough. And I wouldn't say the woes of Arjun Erigaisi continue here. Maybe making sure that you don't lose the game going into the rest day allows you to have a bit of a reset, so we can have a charge through the rest of the tournament. So very much open to being written, the rest of the story here for Arjun. We'll wait and see. So that is the end of that game. It ended in a draw. Let's shuffle across a couple of tables to Pentala Harikrishna and Anish Giri, who liquidated into one of those. I'm gonna go with one of those classic end games that anyone with an opinion on the internet will tell you is a draw all day long, and then you give me 15 seconds with that position against Yovi, for example, and I will find a way to lose it. But where did we leave it off? Queen takes c5 is where we left it.
We left it here, and we were really excited about Black's chances. We were like, okay,
This was
the knight
fun.
can jump into f4. Exactly. There was a lot of potential. But it depended on what Black felt comfortable doing. So rook to b1, and this is the moment where the vacuum cleaner came onto the board, and everything, John, as you mentioned, everything got eliminated. And d5, and it's certainly d5 is a really nice breakout move. But after e5, it seems that it was just a situation of mass trades, and it still feels like this is more comfortable for Black because you are going to pick up the c3 pawn. But yeah, it didn't happen. He picked up the e5 pawn, and then we saw lots of trades happening. And this is the moment where the players tandem, basically offered each other a draw. And here you go. Rook and 3 versus Rook and 3. And John, you sell yourself short. Actually, this in-game is very, very hard to lose.
I'll take that.
I think you would even draw this against Magnus Carlsen.
Whoa, can we not set ourselves up to have to prove that on stream sometime? Because that will be a humbling day indeed. But yes, Rook and 3 versus Rook and 3. No imbalances in the position. Looking pretty drawish indeed. So the decision to liquidate absolutely everything. I saw that there were ways to resolve that position, Yovi, but if I'm being perfectly honest, I didn't think literally everything save a pair of rooks were going to come off. I thought it was like a pair of minor pieces and a pair of rooks. I didn't realize it was literally the whole board.
Yeah, ultimately it's a really even game, very balanced. But yeah, I also am surprised at how things just exchanged themselves off and how the position completely fizzled out. But okay, I do feel like in terms of who's happier, it might be Anish, because at least he drew from a position of strength. And as I've learned from listening to countless interviews by these super grandmasters, this is very important to them. It gives them bragging rights. So let's leave this very even drawish endgame, and let's go back to our bird's eye view and have a look at hopefully more other exciting games.
So we've covered a fair number of these games in detail today already. We're beginning to see the beginnings of... I don't like calling this based on the eval bar, but it is quite fun when I do it, because even when it's wrong, it's fun. We're seeing a little bit of squeeze, a little bit of pressure coming in Gukesh Pragg, and I feel like we followed that game quite closely in the past. Wei Yi as well, continuing to maneuver against Varmadam. But shall we check in with the world champion and our marquee matchup for today before going elsewhere? Because no easy draws here between friends. We are absolutely going for it, and we are very happy to sit here in the long run and inflict as much pain as possible on that board by slight.
Yeah, it's... I'm also tension has been eliminated from the center, because I'm curious, how did the players get from here to there? So let's dive in and have a look, because when we left it, let me just pull up the position. We literally left it at this point. Bishop to d2 had been played, and a4 was the response. But where did they go? And one of them we saw ended up on c6, but it came at some cost, because at rook a to d1, and one of the things that struck both you and I was that actually not very easy to kind of find a way to harmonize the pieces for both sides, because there's no immediate point to advance. You can't go c5, you can't go d5, and the impact of these double pawns could be felt in the long run. So f6, g3, very quickly, I'm just for my curiosity, and then here it came, d5. and Pragg was the one to blink first. Okay, you take space, but consequences
Fine.
now the knight can come into c5. And I guess it must have been because he was worried about, we go back one move, go back. He must have been worried that it wasn't so easy to defend this. Because after queen to d3, I guess maybe you can go a3 and rook a4 and get greedy. with
Find
c4.
a way to pile the pressure on that pawn.
Yeah. Okay. d5, knight c5, bishop to e3, and knight Pragg says no exchange for you. And this is where the pawn found itself on c6.
Oh,
what do we think
okay.
about this greedy capture?
I'm looking at the structure and I'm going, really? You would voluntarily do this? Like, this doesn't feel like an extra pawn, because I'm still have to deal. I'm not seeing the concrete follow-up against c7. I suppose c5 is a possibility, but that looks like it's fairly locked down. The knight can even just come back to c5 and squat there. So,
But John, I can tell you, there is a concrete reason behind this. And Pragg, he shows us, after knight a5, aimed at winning this one, his big plan was to take on b6 and go, hey, I'm going to win the bishop on d6. And Gukesh said, yes, win that pawn. I don't care. Knight takes c4, bishop e3, rook eb8. And wow, we have to do some assessment here. Yeah, Pragg is a pawn up, but it ain't much of a pawn. And now rook to b2 is coming, because rook to b1 is impossible because the knight comes to a3. So you can't fight for control over the b line.
Rook to b1's been played.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I stand corrected. Okay, so rook to b1. Yeah, because knight to a3,
I'm guessing it's just because you can trade a pair of rooks first. But you're right, the knight on a3 looks pretty menacing there.
Yeah, it is menacing, and it's also super menacing, the fact that black has control over the b line.
Is it just because the a4 pawn is just loose? Is that all it is?
Okay, I hadn't quite realized that. Hang on a second. Okay, maybe you can't go knight a3 then.
But then you've also got, I'm not sure I want to play queen takes a4 as white, because I'm going, hang on, if black plays queen takes a2 and everything's coming in, I'm sweating a bit in this position, to say the least. This is looking like Danger Town.
It is, but as white, wouldn't you be really happy that the pawn on a4 is gone?
Yeah, that's very true.
If that pawn were there, let's just go back to this position before I blundered with knight a3. You know, a3 is like the anchor. Sorry, this pawn on a4 is like the anchor for being able to create a lot of pressure. And something that black wants to do is grab the pawn on a2, but wants that pawn to be in existence. Yeah, John, what have you seen?
No, I was actually just continuing with your idea. So I'm wondering out loud now if, therefore, instead of knight a3, you just play a3.
I was thinking a3.
I'm wondering if, like, we take your idea one step further.
Oh no, rook to b3 apparently would be a big mistake. This is the engine telling me I'm completely wrong.
Oh, and then if rook takes rook, the a pawn's running.
Yes.
Oh dear.
The passed pawn. It is.
That's a problem.
It's a prisoner. Yeah, you can't be doing that. Okay. You can't go rook to b3.
Now that said, like, playing the pawn on a3 is an absolute anchor, but it's also not, I want to say it's not game ending. Like, I can't believe that rook b3 is a blunder though. Like, it feels like such a natural move to play. Maybe it gives us a nice illustration of just how tricky this position is for white, and we shouldn't underestimate that at all. I did not appreciate how delicate or maybe how sharp this position is.
It is. It just. I also didn't quite appreciate like how white has to be careful as well. Rook to b3. I just kind of assumed, rook takes rook is going to be met by queen takes rook, and of course, you should work out
A3
those
on the board.
captures. Oh,
So
okay.
we're gonna find out.
Hang on a second.
We're gonna
A3.
find out.
Not met with engine approval.
Hang on.
I'd have
That's a
you say?
question mark, really?
Yes.
A3 looks fun to me. Like, do I think it's, we're busy taking a look at lines to try and figure out if it's winning or not. I didn't realize a question mark feels harsh. Do you not think?
It is harsh. Completely
Maybe because there's
harsh.
something much better, but I don't see it.
Okay, I'll tell you what was much better. Look, I just looked. Rook to d8, rook to e8. Sorry, not rook to e8, rook to c8, rook to f8 were all better moves according to the engine. Basically, just avoid a trade of rooks. And a3, as the humans, Gukesh and Ivanka wanted, well, it has a concrete threat, knight to b2. Knight to b2 followed by your plan of going pawn hunting with queen takes a2. So that's what we want. I'm just going to fix my arrows. Go for this pawn. Difficult. Rook to b3 we saw is a massive, massive mistake because of knight takes bishop. So where is the play?
Oh,
White.
I'm gonna.
Why is this such a big mistake? Yeah.
I've gone down a rabbit hole and answered the question I'm about to ask, by the way, Ovi, which was if moving the rooks to avoid a trade of rooks is a better move than playing a3. Does that therefore mean that playing a3 and white immediately exchanging a pair of rooks is bad? So that's the rabbit hole I've gone down. So I just went, okay, well, what happens if white just plays the other rook to b1? And being like, well, if trading rooks is bad and there's no play left here. So it's the rook there. It's the rook down to b2 that gets real fun. And then you end up, and then I think it's, well, I don't want to say I think it's okay because I've just seen the eval bar swing, but I'm guessing you have to trade the rooks here and then keep the queen on b1 or b3, and it becomes not very fun for white to play.
I would be tempted to go a takes b2.
Yeah, and then it's like you choose where you put your queen, but you're stuck on defensive duty there forever and a day now, aren't you?
Yeah, totally. And there's no way to dislodge this knight because you go knight to d2, then you can just simply capture, and then queen takes a2 is coming your way. So yeah, you can't concede the b line with rook takes rook, because that allows the rook to post up, as we
Which
saw.
is weird.
So after a3.
Because if dodging rook trades is what black wants to do right now, the natural follow-up thought is, then if white trades a pair of rooks, he's doing okay. But as it turns out, maybe not. Although maybe you can give black a taste of his own medicine by playing rook b7 for the lulz. I don't actually know if that works, but that would be fun. There's so many rook b2 ideas. I'm gonna play my own. So yeah, this is far from straightforward, hey?
Oh, chess is a fun game. Rook to b7. I didn't even enter my radar
And you
because the
can,
rook's so far up the board.
White can then connect the rooks, and then black can block it by putting the knight on b2 if you want to get like extra spicy.
Oh, I gotta show that. Okay, so black has to make a move. So what to play? I don't know. Should we put the queen on? Let's put the where to go? I haven't made up. So okay, if you go this way, Why is
I'm
it
actually
so bad? Because after queen takes a2.
Yeah, that feels like the key that unlocks a whole bunch of nasty things in a couple of moves in the position if you get rid of the a2 pawn, doesn't it? Because suddenly a2 with tempo against pretty much anything is devastating.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't let that
All right.
happen. So
Oh,
there's no way you
bear
want to go
with me
rook
just a
a1.
second. Yovi,
Oh.
we have a potentially spicy game going on in the challenges here where I'm actually wondering whether or not we have things getting trapped. This is very interesting indeed, specifically in the game between Divya Deshmukh and Kazibek Nodirbek. This is we've just reached a position where knight b5 has been played on move 19, and queen's looking awfully breezy there. We have to get back to a6. But black seems very much in control of this game so far. This is... Or maybe play bishop takes knight. This is looking very, very tactical.
Yeah, queen a6 is not possible because of knight to c7. And, well, that is a beautiful fork there. Would be good for white. And if bishop takes knight, then, okay, rook takes bishop. That would be a fallback. Okay. But is there something else?
Is that...
Because
and what does material look
Because
like
I just
there?
saw the note from our producer. I just...
I was hoping you wouldn't see that.
Yeah, I looked over and I was like, okay, something spicy is happening. That's all.
There is
okay,
something
okay.
else.
Is this not the case? But it's
This
not
is fun.
obvious.
Interestingly, if
Okay.
you all the
You have to take the
calculation,
rook.
a lot of the calculation
the
here is
rook.
being done looking elsewhere. Very similar to how Arjun Erigaisi has been going in the Masters, where you are you're thinking while looking elsewhere off the board. And take a look at that. The queen sacrifice has been played.
It is a queen sacrifice, but look at that. A knight falls as well. And it's all about those beautiful pass pawns, c4 and d3. And you can... The knight is just
Is
going
it
to relocate
sound?
to d5. Yes, it's beautifully sound because it's not about the quality of the... Sorry, it's not about the quantity of the pieces, it's about the quality. And if you were to award points to these pawns, what would you give them?
Certainly not one, I'll tell you that much.
Exactly. You kind of award them like at least 10 points each because, you know, c3 is coming.
Rook
You can move the
c8,
knight to
c3.
d5.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
It feels very natural
And-
to keep them rolling.
Exactly. And these pawns would just walk hand in hand, and you're going to have to give up serious material to even stop them from advancing. So that is a beautiful queen sacrifice, but it's just so efficient, isn't it? Knight
I
to
guess-
d5, knight to a4.
Asking the question, white will obviously have to give some material back to try and prevent these pawns from just rolling to their target. But at the same time, let's not forget that black did have to sacrifice a queen to get to this position. So it's far from straightforward. If we're white here and we simply start from the position that we know something's going to have to get sacked, where are we looking? What are we hoping to set up to stop the momentum here and keep the game going?
That's a difficult question to answer, John, because I think the first thing I would be thinking about is perhaps, maybe trying to trade off rooks. Yeah, let me just quickly do the maths, actually, because we came in a very unbalanced position, and black literally has 2 pieces for the queen. So I would try and trade off the rooks because I feel like the queen has a little bit more power. if she's able to at least eyeball some squares such as e7 and maybe deliver some checks, really you're looking at just ways of like trying to stymie these pawns from advancing. So rook e1, I would expect black to kind of go rook to d8, c8. I would put my rook on c8, threaten c3. Problem
Makes
is,
sense.
it's like, look at that. More pieces are coming in. And c3 is... Okay, so what did Divya do? She's made a move.
Rook
She's
c1.
played rook c1.
Which makes sense in light of, oh, wow, that was quick. We didn't even have time to talk about what might be happening next, and already we have the blue arrow on the board showing us knight e4 is the way here. And after knight e4, I guess if you keep defending, you take with the bishop, rook takes. The pawns continue to roll.
You still see moves like c3. The rook can now infiltrate to e2.
Rook e2, yeah.
It's a uphill battle here. But interestingly enough, I think knight e4 is, as the blue arrow indicates, the best way to proceed. Because if you were to make a move, so I was thinking, rook. What was that? No, I was thinking of knight to a4 being one because I wanted to go c3. Here?
Makes sense.
Yeah. Well, apparently it's not so easy because you can go g4 and no, not g4. G4 is going to be met by knight to e4. So
is there some
h4 apparently is
h4?
Yeah, this is the thing I don't get it. Like h4, and
Why
I don't
h4?
understand like it's computer assessments here, John. Because I was thinking rook to c8. What can be
Which makes
so
a lot of
bad
sense.
about this? But then this is the whole point. You go like this, and
Okay.
c3 is going to be met by like weird and wonderful stuff like this.
And if you take the queen, you've got rook takes rook check, and the bishop is protecting the queening square, so you obviously don't take the bishop, you just play it back to d1?
Yeah.
That's wild.
It is wild, that the whole defensive idea is actually to leave the queen on d2. Because I'm sure most of us would get to this position in our analysis and go, in our mind, just go, you move the queen, d2 is happening, c2 is happening, I cannot stop these pawns. But, yeah.
It's the counter queen
So,
sack.
knight to e4. Knight to e4, the most precise way. It's not so easy, actually, to convert the black advantage if he does not play knight to e4 because of this whole concept of just shimmying on the back row and relying on this pin if a rook arrives on c8.
So that would be the reason why the rook on c8 isn't necessarily the way forward for black, because if c3 is ever pushed, actually there are lines where taking the queen on d2 isn't actually a viable threat. So the rook may want to go elsewhere instead. Just slowly iterate and iterate in your head until you come out with the continuation that perhaps makes the most sense. But wow, that's
It's deep.
That's some seriously deep stuff.
It totally is, and it's not easy to understand. I mean, we have the power of the engine and also the evaluation bar, the power of take back, but to understand that knight to e4 is the best move in this position. After this, it's going to be very straightforward. Rook takes e4, the rook is coming down to e2. You probably have to go rook e1. And here it's super important. Stick to the instincts. Do not take that rook, because life becomes a lot easier if the queen can suddenly start moving up the board, say to e7 or something. Here you've got to hold on to your nerve and then start preparing, your knight to come into a4, c3, and start pushing forward.
That's so hard to do, Yovi. I mean, like, so many players' gut feelings would be, it's okay, you can afford to take the rook and then play the knight to a4, but I'm guessing with the queen being so versatile, there isn't necessarily enough time to do that. The moment you infiltrate somewhere like e7, you've got so many checks that pick up a piece that it's unsustainable.
Yeah, I mean, just say like knight to
The
a4.
bar
I mean,
instantly.
the first move that I'm thinking.
And look at that.
Yeah, you can see like the queen is going to harass the king, right? And remember this checking motif as well, that you know, if you get this queen to check on c8, she can give perpetual check on f5, sorry, and c8. And that's going to be like tactical ideas that really help the white queen. If she's mobile, she's good.
That is really instructive and goes to show how if you don't want that queen sacrifice on the b file to be for nothing, you need to be thinking about all of these continuations and all of the subtleties in the follow-up for this position, which is arguably fine, except all of those subtleties involve like queen positioning and activity and checks, and queen endgames are possibly the most complicated endgames in the game of chess. It is not easy to see all of those continuations, and that's exactly what Nodirbek is going to have to do now if he wants to convert against Divya. So this is not easy, and it's far from over.
It's certainly far from over, and completely right. Black needs to be precise, especially when you're playing against the queen. That was a fantastic moment to check in on the challenges.
Wow.
Shall we go back and look at the bird's eye view and go back to our masters, because we still have 5 games remaining.
Yes, we do. So of the remaining games, things are looking relatively balanced, although I have to say there's a lot of tension going on in Caruana Keimer with not many bits off of the board. So maybe we can take this opportunity to have a quick check-in with them to see if this is going to resolve, maybe when it's going to resolve, and what sort of themes we're likely to see heading into the rest of this middle game, because there's a lot of life in the position. There are a lot of possibilities for both players in terms of paths forward, and all of the major pieces are still on the board as well. So maybe let's zoom into that for a hot minute and then take a look at some of the others.
Yes, and I also just wanted to quickly add that, John, your prediction game is spot on. That
what have I done?
Praggnanandhaa and Gukesh followed exactly what you recommended. But the rook lifted all the way up to e7, so that happened. So you just
No way.
pat yourself in the back. Yeah.
Did that actually happen?
That
We'll
actually
come to that in a
happened.
bit. Yay!
Exactly.
I genuinely
And-
thought that doesn't work because the knight gets to insert itself on b2, and even though it looked fun, it wasn't going to happen. So I'm going to be honest and say I didn't expect it. But wow, okay. We will get to see what happens in that line after all. That makes me happy.
Yeah. Okay, so, well, we left it roundabout after knight to c1, and the knight came to g7, and Vincent's plan was made clear for everyone, that he just wants to go e4 at the right time. Then knight came back to e. It's a bit mysterious, right? Knight c1 and then back to e2, but I'm sure now at least it has a plan of going to f4. But
yeah, that is a bit
one of the
weird,
things
isn't it?
I wanted to, it is, isn't it? But one of the things that I wanted just to highlight about going e4 is that you can never do it super quickly. You have to prepare it to the hilt. You kind of have to tuck your king on h1, you have to put your bishop back to f2, sometimes even g1, and even sometimes you have to cover the g4 square just in case there's some trades in the middle of the board. You often have to really be patient with striking in the center. So here we see king h1, and now the knight came back to d7. Bishop f2, you don't want to be trading off bishops, and leaving e3 is a vulnerability. b5, this is a very thematic plan. Sometimes I've seen ideas of a4, b4, and then maybe breaking out to c5 at the right time. Knight to f4, knight b6. He's parking a knight on c4. e4 happened. after it's been prepared, and there is no knight jumping from f6 to g4, which is something that you usually have to look out for. And bishop to g5, bishop e3, and this is the live position that they've played, and we have to assess what's happening. So the first moves that come to my mind are a4, just because I like my pretty patterns, John. I like to collect light squares. It's why I play the Caracan. And
So,
then I've put
now-
all my pieces on light squares.
Now I've gone into full Yovi mode and I'm going, oh, if you play a4, I'm thinking of fixing that with b3 and going knight a2 to b4 later on. And I'm looking at the squares you're vacating. But no, the one question I haven't answered yet, and I'm not sure there is a clear answer, is I'm still waiting for the explanation for why knight c1 back to e2 and then back up to, like, where is the positional subtlety that means that the knight could have come back to e2? I'm missing that reason at the moment. It might not be important to the position, but as a curiosity, I really want to know, and I can't see it.
I can't see it either, John. I'll be honest with you. Knight c1 kind of indicated to me that he was preparing for this knight to g7 and then getting ready to put a knight on d3, and that's what we came to the conclusion. Or
Yeah,
maybe
that the
he
knight
had
wanted to be
ideas
on
of going
d3.
knight b3. Or maybe it was just a waiting move. It could also be something as he had designed all of these ideas and then changed his mind and was like, actually, the position is sufficiently close enough for me to admit my mistake and put my knight back here on e2. Now that the bishop at least is on e6, and I can kind of vaguely say that I'm threatening to put a knight on f4.
Maybe.
But, you know, they say that in chess is that you should never be too proud to admit that you've made a mistake. You know, just because you've committed or you've played the move knight c1 doesn't mean you have to commit to the idea of knight to b3 if it's not suitable for the position.
That's really true.
Well,
I feel
we
like
have a move.
the most difficult moves to see are backwards knight moves and mistakes that you want to correct, right? That said, I have absolutely no evidence that knight c1 was a mistake, so let me just make that crystal clear. I'm just trying to understand from the point of view of a mere mortal why knight to c1 back to e2 is a thing, but maybe it will become clear as we continue on in the game, because we have got some more moves in the live position. A second bishop is joining the fray now with bishop g4.
And the center has clarified bishop g4, concrete threat, bishop takes rook. So it's always decision time, right? He's been sneaky. He wants to... I know the dream is to kind of drive the rook away to e1 and then drive this bishop away and take pawn on d4. That would be something to chew on. But okay, white has a choice. The question though is black... If you go rook e1, what would black play? And like this, like maybe play like this. And I like this move on the principle that it's defending the bishop. Well, the question is, what is going to happen next? And okay, there's no jumps in, unfortunately, because of the presence of this bishop on d3. And there's no c5 breaks because of the bishop on e3 again. So if that's the case, then the plan would be, I guess, to improve the worst place piece.
I have
Either you're
I
going...
have another fun idea. Again, can't take full credit for it, courtesy of an eval bar telling me that I've missed something massive in the position. I was taking a look at... So here was my thought process. I thought that if bishop g4 is getting played and the rook's moving, black's going to have to be prepared for white's desire to play h3 in some position. So there's me going, well, I wonder what happens if black plays the queen to d7. And I was looking for, are there any situations where the dark squared bishop can take the knight followed by a sack on h3? And that's what I thought the eval bar was. It turns out it wasn't, because knight takes g6 is just fun and very immediate. So there you go.
There's a lovely spot there, John. Yeah, it was there in the air. You know,
Two mover.
yeah, you do need the queen on a d8, because I was also thinking this as well. Like I immediately I thought knight to e6, and then I almost had a heart attack after knight takes e6, and I thought, oh, I've lost the bishop. But luckily there's a queen on
But
d8.
then you've got the queen behind, yeah.
Yeah. So here you'd have to take with this bishop and see. Maybe this is okay, actually. But I feel you when it comes to that tactic. I felt like I almost blundered there as well.
So I guess what I'm trying to articulate is I'm looking for what the natural follow-up is. The bishops look like they're on great squares, really annoying white's position. The rook has to move. I guess we can assume that the rook is probably going to move across to e1. I guess in theory it could also move up to d2, but I'm just going, how does black add to this? And I'm struggling to see where the additional pressure is coming from. The rook on f8 isn't technically part of this attack. The knight on g7 isn't really involved. The knight on b6 could be involved, but is maybe at least one move away from giving us a concrete threat. So it just feels like a little bit more build-up is necessary if black wants to really drive home a point. And I can't quite see where it is.
Because white controls all the space. This is why the position is not so easy for black. You know, look at this. They control so many squares. And also, these bishops are also primed to hit at those loose points. So I also considered rook c7 to see whether I could kind of maneuver a rook to d7. That was a bit fancy.
Okay.
I didn't really think about h3, which I really should have been thinking. But I didn't like rook c7 because this knight is loose on b6 on account of d5. But yeah, you're right. You have to have an answer to h3. And then I was drawn to knight to h5. And do we have a move from Fabi? No move.
Not yet.
And no move from Vincent either. So I was drawn to this one as well, just to kind of trade off the pieces. And we see the evaluation bar says that is not a good idea. Why so bad? Is that because knight takes? Like a common idea is sometimes to take, and then go e5. Oh, okay, this is bad. This is unpleasant. And the evaluation bar confirms it as well.
That's some deep positional understanding level of you've got big holes to jump into on your light squares.
Yeah.
I see.
E4, and then the dark squares are super weak. So yeah,
and the bishop on h5 looks really offside.
Yeah, but this trade, hang on a second, this trade, the evaluation bar didn't move up that much. Hang on, is it not the same?
Then if you take e5, what's different here? Well, I think immediately I do want to say the bishop feels a lot better on e6 than it does on h5, but maybe it's the knight jumping into d5 because it also looks after f6.
Yeah. Yeah. It just looks better, doesn't it? This bishop on h5 is kind of on a useless diagonal, and here it's at least, but still isn't very nice for. It's very nice for.
I'd still
white.
much rather play white, for sure.
Because knight can jump into d6 to f6. It's a beast on those squares, and this pawn on c6 is just very backward. So okay, knight c6. I'm also knight e6. I'm also not very comfortable with. And then going back to your question, what to do after bishop g4, rook e1.
Yep. So what we did was we looked at the follow-up plans for black and accidentally found 2 follow-up plans for white. So if ever you wanted a hint on which side it's easier to play in this position, I feel like we've answered that question in advance.
Yeah, it is completely true. You know, I had a moment of craziness with f5, but I thought I quickly took that back. Like, no way. No way. John's h3 is gonna put the boot in there.
Yeah,
so.
I'm looking at escape squares there.
And what else is there? It's actually really difficult to come up with a move. And that's not an easy position. And what about if you just decide, no, you cannot really go bishop takes knight because you're conceding the... No, you can't really do that. What about, this bishop is no good, right? It's all about the dark squares. What happens if you come back? Okay, the evaluation bar doesn't like it, but...
Doesn't hate it, to be fair.
Tried to come in with piece to c4.
I think that makes a lot of sense.
And at least if you get this type of move, you feel like, okay, you've actually made my life simpler. So I'm thinking if you take at least
b5 is loose as well.
The rook on c8. Yeah, d5 will be loose, and at least black has a plan. But in this position, when white controls the center, it's really not that easy. And okay, well, we have a move. We need not wait any longer. Knight ce2.
Oh, we've been so busy looking at the rooks moving across. That did not cross my mind, although, wow, that was quick. Slow down, guys. What's going on there? Near instant f5 played from Fabiano Caruana. So this is sharks smell blood moment in this game. That was very, very quick indeed. We were looking at rook e1, briefly considered rook d2. Probably not terrible, but yeah, knight c to e2. And the computer, at least, gave it a provisional question mark. Is that because of f5?
Well, you see the evaluation bar hasn't changed one bit.
No.
So that means it's got the computer stamp of approval. And, everything we were looking at were like, okay, white was better.
Yes,
So
actually,
I
that's a
guess
good point.
f5 works.
And I suppose, most obvious question to ask is, if f5 works, why does e5 not work? Because if you're white, in principle, you don't want to give black an outpost for the knight on f5. You would rather gain a protected passer instead if you can help it. What's dropping here? Oh, is it the d4 pawn? Because you're a pincushion right now. Bishop takes knight, then you've got rook takes. Does that hold it together?
Actually, your move is being met by thunderous approval by the engine. Okay, because the rook is hanging. So no, you can't go.
No.
And
I don't know.
Which way?
Can you survive with rook takes there?
Yeah, let's try that. Rook takes.
Oh, it doesn't like it at all.
D5.
Knight d5, I think.
Oh, knight d5.
That is pain.
So the best move is bishop takes. And then here you go. It's your pincushion. The knight comes here and then...
We might want to come back to this in a second.
Oh.
We have another board that's repeating moves, Jovanka. It looks like, and I hesitate to call this too early, but it's possible that Mendonça and Von Foreist are repeating moves. and could end up in a draw. Last time I said the words threefold repetition, it absolutely wasn't. So I'm being a little bit more careful with what I'm saying right now. But we have had in the last couple of moves, bishop e3, rook d4, bishop f4, and so on and so forth. So I think they're deciding now if a draw is indeed what they want. What do we think of this position?
Yes. What do we think? It's active, but a pawn down. But what is the material up? Why is white taking a draw? Would be my first question. Like, isn't there? Oh, I guess black is just saying that the rook on d4 is just going to sit there, and you're never going to break through. Like, for instance, if you offer a trade of rooks, then that simply improves black's chances. You know, either it improves the pawn structure.
If you're white in this position, do you maybe try bishop d5 check first, with your implied threat being bishop e3?
Yeah, that's
just because the rook's on such a good square.
Yeah, it isn't an amazing square. So if bishop d5 would be like the first move I think about. So okay, the players are repeating, and rook to d3 once again. So if
I'm just going to check which move is repeated.
John, thank God you're our resident arbiter.
So we would still have to play bishop f4 one more time. Bishop f4 would be a threefold repetition.
Okay.
If claimed. I suspect these super GMs know what they're doing. So
so Leon, if he wants the draw, would have to write down the move and say, I'm going to play
bishop f4.
Bishop to f4. It's a threefold repetition.
And that would be, let me see, the position after rook d4 and move 27. And then again after rook d4 and move 29. Oh, sorry, c4 and move 27. Yeah. So, and it looks like that's exactly what's just happened. There we go.
Okay.
So, draw agreed in this position here. That rook was an absolute monster in the middle of the board, but white had just about enough time to shuffle the bishops around and bully it out of position. And as a result, Jordan van Foreest drawing against Mendonça here. This was an interesting game. It perhaps ended quite peacefully, but we quite enjoyed some of the earlier analysis because earlier on, I think this was the game where we had d5 early on when h3 risked trapping the knight, if I remember correctly. So maybe that was still the pivotal moment in this game, and after that it was maneuvering around.
Well, we can very, very quickly just do a run through just to see exactly what happened, because we literally left it. We left it at the most exciting point, and we kind of came to the conclusion that knight takes e5 was the best shot. And there you can see the players analyzing. Pawn takes, of course, this was what we concluded was the best. The bishop dropped back to e2, just
Not
as you
c2.
recommended, John.
No, I think I wanted to play
I'm going to
c2,
give it to you.
I think. All right, I'll take it. Never turn down
the
the
queen
gift.
came to e8. So this was this is how we saw the trade of queens.
Yep.
Knight took the pawn, and now the knight takes d5. And again, we see even more trades, and this bishop came to e6, a4, b6, bishop b5, and the material is completely level. So I can understand why the players were very happy just to, rook a d8, rook f e8, and then this is, okay, bishop to f5, maybe bishop to d5 would have been a stronger move, although it's not really entirely clear why bishop to d5 is that much better than bishop f5. Ah, there you go. Everything is revealed because that was possible. And yeah, and here's the moment where the players just started shuffling. So a very fair game, I would say. It had some fireworks there in the middle. Maybe one moment where Black could have played a little bit more precisely with bishop to d5, but ultimately,
if I may,
I think this. Yes,
Yovi, interestingly, and it's purely because as you were going through the moves, I briefly saw a blue arrow flash up in the position where Black played rook d3 on move 26. And again, this is me. Yeah, there you go. I saw that blue arrow flash up, and I went, "Oh yeah, maybe that pawn can be taken." And the pawn on c3 is then attacked twice. And I'm guessing after you take that pawn and swap the light squared bishops, there's a reason why Black can't just recapture on c3.
So
I don't know.
It's to do with the fact, yeah, because I just thought you can just take on c3. And everything is happy, and the c pawn is going to be very, very dangerous. But yeah, even if you either capture the pawn or go like this, the point is you have to take some time out to prevent this rook coming over and activating itself.
Right.
And
okay. So that would be good for white.
Still, but it's on fine margins, John. It really is. I can understand why you don't want to be touching this because, yeah, sure, you lose a pawn, but the quality of the c pawn is so strong. You know, I can understand being scared of this and just saying I don't want to allow Black any form of play based on this protected pass pawn. So it's one of those things where the computer sees everything, doesn't factor in the human fear, the danger involved, and yeah, computers play perfect chess. They make fools of us all.
I'm lucky enough that I've got the wonderful insight of being extremely fearful, even in the human positions. So to me, it makes very little difference. But no, that's really cool to see that. Yes, okay, you might be able to grab a pawn, but take a look at the activity of the white rook. Take a look at the pawn on h6 that could be dropping. If you take on c3, you can even just take back with the take with the rook, for example. You take back with the rook, and then the pawn on h6 instantly drops. So there's plenty to still think about there, and you're right, still far from straightforward. Who said all rook and pawn endgames were drawn, huh? Wow.
Yeah, it's a common thing, right? The drawing margin is ridiculously high, though. So let's go back to the event. 3 draws now. Will we see a decisive game? And John, where can we go to? There's so many engagements. I mean, there's tension on the board between Keymer and Caruana. We looked at that, and it's endgame all round in the other games. So, shall we check out the Varmadan Wei game?
Well, I'm gonna play a little bit of a timing card here, Yovi, and I'm gonna say this might be a good opportunity for us to grab a break for a couple of reasons. One, the remaining games, okay, the eval bars are relatively close to the center despite tension being on the board, but also tactically, that means we can get this out of the way and see loads of moves being played going up to the time scramble before we hit move 40. So we are going to take what I believe will be our final break before the time control, so quite a lot of action going to be coming in over the board straight after this break. Top up your drinks, ladies and gents, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Well, it is my honor to be here with the 18th World Chess Champion, Grandmaster Gukesh Damaraju. Thanks for joining.
Thank you.
So first question, you just won the World Championship. How does it feel to have every childhood photo in history now be on the internet? Everybody's been posting about when you were 9 or 10 years old. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, I think I look better now than I look
looked at that time. So I'm not too happy about that, but okay, let them have the moment.
We've talked about this story a lot of you being at the Chennai World Championship and you being inspired. Have you thought about the fact that there's a random 7 or 8-year-old Indian child somewhere out there who you've never met, who is going to look back on this moment? Have you thought about that idea?
Yeah, it's a huge honor for me. When I was 7, looking at Vish sir and Magnus play, I thought, how cool would it be to be there, and to know that I'm actually the person that kids are looking up at and getting inspired by to take up this beautiful sport. It means a lot to me, and as I've said a lot before, chess has given me a lot of things, and giving chess back these little things is the least I can do. And if someone, some kid looks at me, gets inspired, gets into the top in the future, or even becomes a future world champion, it would be a huge honor for me.
I kind of want to see Bishop takes h1 though. Just that would go down in all the chess books forever for history.
Oh my god! What?
He didn't see it. Oh my god, it's on the board.
There's
Firouzja.
no way.
Wow. This is once in a lifetime stuff. Fabiano on the camera, Robert, smiling. He knows he's... wow. This is immortality stuff.
Yeah, this is going down in the best games book, beating Alireza Firouzja in essentially 9 moves of chess, 2 brilliancies in a row.
The Black King is actually trapped on the back rank, whether you allow your rook on a8 to fall or whether you allow the pawn to push forward. And Firouzja's going to resign after 9 moves. There we go.
Game over.
It's over.
We have 4 different puzzles, white to play and win.
I think quite clearly the idea would be to get some knight h6, knight h7 mate. We need to get the rook out of the way, so I would assume we go for rook takes g6 first move. I mean hg, queen h7, king h7, knight g5, knight h6, knight h7 is direct mate. fg, queen h7, I guess only king f8 is possible, but then, I don't know. I guess queen h8, queen g8, queen h6, king f7, knight g5 also works. So.
Yeah, amazing. Wow. Can you just show us the moves?
Yes, so I will take on g6. Let's say fg. So okay, this is quite... there should be even many ways to mate, but I guess this is the main motive.
Very nice. Wow.
Well done.
Impressive. White to play and win.
Quite obviously we have back rank issues. The first thing that came to my mind was some queen g3, king a8, queen e3, but I see there's a queen g6 option, which could be problematic, but maybe then I have rook d2. So I think that could be a try. King c8 is the only issue. If I go bishop a7, queen c2, queen b8, king d7, queen b7, queen c7, rook, really quite long lines. I mean, rook d1 I think about king e6, and then I don't really see a clear follow-up. Maybe if I go, but I feel like it's too far. Usually if I have to go that far, solutions are wrong. Yeah, this one is quite difficult. Yeah, I was thinking whether we can use the diagonals, some bishop d6 followed by queen h3, but I see there's f5. I mean, I'm talking about queen g3, king c8, bishop d6, queen c2, queen h3, f5, so I cannot really see any follow-up there. Ah, okay. So we go queen g4 check, queen g4, bishop a7, and then king d7, rook d2, and rook c1, I guess.
Very good.
Yeah, this is the typical mistake of not considering unusual moves, yes.
Welcome back, everybody. We are in the thick of things in the Masters for Tata Steel Chess 2025. As things currently stand, today might actually be a candidate for all draws in the Masters section. We've had so much fighting chess, way more decisive games than usual. And today, things are looking relatively equal, but not peaceful. The draws we've seen so far have broadly been quite fighting draws with some really interesting positional imbalances. And there are a couple more still to play out. I'm not saying they will end that way, but we're starting to run out of pieces in Pragg versus Gukesh. And I wanted this, well, this has actually, to be fair, Yovi, been really fun fighting chess, but the number of chances for both sides seem to be dwindling a bit now.
Yeah, they certainly do. After your brilliant discovery there earlier on of moving the rook to b7, it seems like we've had mass trades happen on the board. And
how did that happen?
The big issue is, okay, if we can super quickly, we'll left the position here, and I'm just going to run through the moves through lightning speed.
Yeah, please. Because I spotted this, but I genuinely didn't think it worked.
Well, it did work, as you can see, because the queen came to b3, and this is where everything got traded off. And black won the b7 pawn, and the knight came back to d2 to defend b3. And this is more or less where we're seeing the position right now. The king steps up, and it's up to Gukesh whether he wants to press or not. The problem is he has this pawn on a3. That's a beautiful piece. But on the other hand, there's no inroads. I mean, his king can't magically cross this border. And it's very difficult to see a plan of improvement. And, you know, Gukesh just can't calculate his way out of this one as well. That's his strong point. You take the pawn, the king just steps up and is untouchable there. So it's just a question of waiting in the best way. This knight on d2 can't really move to c4. It has to keep an eye on the b3 point. And I guess the only question would be, what happens if Pragg tries to play b4?
I'm not going to say c5 is automatic, but you got to be looking at that, right? If you can break that apart, then there's opportunities for the rook to come in. There's opportunities for c3 to become a little bit of a target. b4 looks quite natural, to be fair. I'm also thinking black has to act quickly so that the a3 pawn doesn't give its life in vain. And then I think...
but then we're in a situation where everything is completely equal.
Yes.
4 pawns. It's good enough for the draw, let's face it. And Pragg has... just over 3.5 minutes. So,
yes, it is.
and then no more moves played. A draw was in fact offered by Gukesh and accepted by Pragg. And we have a peaceful result between our two country mates. And of course, the world champion and Praggnanandhaa, they continue to share the lead.
I really like the idea behind why it turns out it was playable. We spent, or let me backtrack there and say I spent a lot of time thinking that rook b7 didn't work because as soon as you stack the other rook, there are all sorts of really scary variations where the a pawn could just roll down the board and queen. So not only had I not considered the queen coming out to b3, I hadn't considered the trade of queens and still allowing the a pawn to be without an opposing white pawn. And actually that was fine because white could blockade. So just goes to show, no matter how many ideas we take a look at, it seems like there's always one more. The game of chess is very complicated indeed. And after many more moves, we have reached a peaceful resolution between the two tournament leaders, Pragg and Gukesh. Very, very cool stuff. And that was our marquee matchup of the day, Yovi. So unfortunately, we're not going to see more fireworks there. But it was a very fun middle game.
It was certainly a fun middle game. Really instructive in the way that the two players just kind of outmaneuvered each other and had to really play some fantastic chess to maintain the balance. I loved your rook to b7. So did Praggnanandhaa. It really kept the game on point. Let's go and have a look at our bird's eye view as we say goodbye for the time being to these two competitors. Praggnanandhaa and Gukesh, they don't walk off together. But perhaps Pragg will take a look at how his sister is doing in the challenges. But no, okay. And going back to our bird's eye view.
There we go.
Which game kind of takes your fancy? Because
I see 2 minutes 45 seconds for Keimer against Caruana, even though the eval bar looks very, very dead set in the center. Depending on what move number they are on, is there an opportunity here for a potential mistake heading up to the time control? Fanciful, of course, to expect that from a super GM, but maybe that's something to look at until we hit the time, because they're not even at move 30 yet.
Do that. Exactly. Yeah. And the other two games, they are in the fully fledged endgame and may even be settled.
Wow.
But here, this is a massive fight. Okay. Wow.
That was very quick. So we show up, and already we've got question marks and computer arrows on the board and all sorts. So let's back up a bit. What just happened? We might not have too much time because of the time situation, but where did we last leave this game?
We literally left it on knight c2, and that was a mistake because of f5, and f5 was a brilliant resource.
And it was taken.
Forcing white to take the pawn, and then after the capture, queen to b3, knight c4.
Cheeky check.
And there we see some trades. The rook comes to f7, and yeah, the knight is attacking the bishop, so it's very natural to step the bishop back. But knight to e6 apparently the only move. These counter-attacking moves are so difficult to spot, and suddenly, just like that, it's like holy moly! Like why knight to d6?
Oh, and also on the previous move, bishop c1 isn't a huge blunder, but I think it's because knight e6. Wait, knight e6, leaving your own dark squared bishop on pre.
But you are attacking
was the
queen.
Move to play on the pre. Okay, that's fun because.
But
and then
it's
you go
difficult
into
to calculate because you think you look at this and everything is hanging.
It's the on pre attack.
Yeah, and exactly, and those kind of attacks are so difficult to calculate when you just have seconds left. We can continue this even a bit further, and you see that the rooks are under attack. But I mean, the madness continues with knight takes g5, and yeah, I can. And knight takes b2. It's just craziness on the board. But yeah, this was apparently white's only shot, because we go to our game position, bishop c1, and you can see the evaluation bar shoot sharply in black's favor, because it says after knight to d6 they are winning. Although we got to break down why is knight to d6 such a fabulous move. I mean, there's all sorts of cross pins happening here. So the first question is, where are you going to put the queen? Bishop takes knight is in the air, so you got to be massively careful.
So that's why you can't play queen to b3 to maintain the pin on the rook, because if you did that, then bishop takes knight is coming in. So you have to go to c2 or d3 instead.
That's what I would be calculating. So queen to c2 would be something, and that's according to the evaluation even worse.
Oh, but we're just covering our bases. We're being good, studious chess players, and the engine is punishing us. This is unfair.
You have a queen to f8, John. Queen to f8. Hey, hang on a second. A move has been made, and it's not knight to d6.
Wait, what?
Well,
okay, park that for a second. What have we got instead?
Queen e7.
That's a red X, not an orange one. This is that a blunder?
He's missed it. No,
well,
I think
there's a blue arrow.
Yeah, there's a blue arrow, but okay,
It's
look at
been
the
played.
track bar. It's the speaker of truth. Okay, so rook to e1 played. Yeah, okay. Rooks belong
Rook e1 is
opposite.
quite natural, to be fair, even though it's a big blue exclam move. That's quite natural to instantly want to play that.
You get out of the pin as well, and also you start to unleash, maybe not knight to g3, but this type of discovered attacks against the black queen. So, yeah, spicy position.
I want to dive back into the knight e6 rabbit hole a little bit, but I'm really scared that the moment we do, they'll play another 3 moves.
And yeah, because the clock situation is pretty intense. They're on move 28, and both players under 5 minutes. Abby's now ticking down to around about 4 minutes.
They do have they have got 30 seconds increment per move, so you don't have to wait until move 40 or something before you start getting that increment, guys, in case you're wondering. But that said, the number of moves they each have to make is considerable. So yes, fine, you have that 30 seconds. No one's getting flagged, but mistakes are going to happen. And even at this super GM level, I think we've just seen, no one's made a massive blunder that I can see, but we've certainly seen a couple of inaccuracies in the last couple of moves. It's not going to stop there. It's 3 minutes plays 2, and they've got 12 moves to make.
12 moves. This position is complicated. Like, for instance, do you step up with the king? Do you move your queen out of the way? So many decisions to be made. I mean, do you even set up some kind of rook e8, some kind of pins against this rook on e1? Then you have to factor in the potential of this queen. What is white threatening? You really have to work on every single dimension because the position is razor sharp here.
I guess it forces black to play another queen move straight away, since the threat of the discovered attack is really quite annoying. So yeah, like you've shown us on queen b4. So offering an exchange of queens straight away, Yovi.
Yeah, just because I'm a chicken. I cannot handle
Nonsense.
positions of great complexity. So I'm like, okay, trade of queens. Okay, but there's also queen to d6. I tell you what worries me the most. This pin against this rook. I don't like it, John.
In which case queen b4 makes a lot of sense, right?
Yeah, that was my main reason for suggesting it. Otherwise, your knight to d6 also, I mean, maybe this is also a nice idea as well. And then you can boot the queen away, double up on the f line. This is very much in Caruana's style. I think he's going to go for your idea, knight to d6.
But you've just said you're afraid of the complications, and I'm going, hang on a second, that's keeping the queen in with the discovered attack on the... Oh, that's a much braver move than I would ever play, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, it's incredibly brave, but I can see Caruana doing this type of thing because he is excellent at calculation and he wants to win. You know, he's on 50%. He's rating favorite. He's dropped out of the 2800 club. This is a tournament where he wants to make his mark. He has a choice. He can step out of the firing line of the rook, go queen to b4. I think that's a very safe choice. Maybe he'll do that if the clock starts ticking down to its last seconds, but he's a fighting player, John, and I predict that it's going to be all systems go when the knight comes back to d6, and then we'll see a doubling.
Something's happened. Bishop to h4.
Okay, I did not predict that one.
Bishop to h4. And I guess the reason why we wouldn't predict that is because the rook doesn't have to move away. White's got the... like. I'm looking for the reason not to instantly play g3, and that would possibly be because of the weakness on the light squares. But the only check is a queen one. Queen e4 check's the only check. Bishop f3 check doesn't work. So if queen e4 check king g1, then, I mean, the king looks really breezy, but maybe it's okay.
And a very quick flurry of moves there with the knight coming to g3. You couldn't take the knight on g3 because there would be a double attack against the queen and also the bishop. So queen to b4, but there are pins abound, John. And, I was told by several grandmasters that they don't like to be pinned. Vincent is a brave man.
One other advantage of the queen to b4 move as well is that in the long run, if we do liquidate to an endgame here, having the A to C pawns become B to C pawns with the ability to connect is probably useful in an endgame compared to just leaving them as isolated, right? So that's also another thing in favor of that move, Yovi. I think that would be very pragmatic. When I look at this position for the players, I'm not thinking about surviving to the endgame. I'm thinking about surviving the next couple of moves. This is still looking very, very tactically sharp.
It is looking very, very sharp. I mean, there's so many. I love your concept where you just explained it perfectly, that if you do capture on b4, the A pawn will actually... Okay, we see. Let me just get that.
Oh, thank you, players, for helping us simplify. Right. There we go.
Yes. I was just going to say that the A2 pawn is a long-term target. The B pawn just holds it down. So you could see ideas of just doubling on the A line and making this weak. And yeah, we saw... yes, because the knight, just to rewind just a tiny bit, knight comes here. It's threatening knight to h6. So that's why you can't grab that rook.
The rook is
that's
safe.
Why bishop takes. Knight is forced. Yeah. And
bishop takes.
Now this rook has to move. Either that or you're going g3 and trying to get those tempo moves going on.
I think my nerves have had enough and I just want to play g3 and just resolve and be nice and calm and quiet and stop fighting with each other. But, okay. So what have we got now that the dust is settled? We have a knight and bishop for white versus the bishop pair for black. Admittedly, space is a little bit of a concern. G3 played. Okay, great. Space, a little bit of a concern in the short term for black. And now we're setting to work targeting the isolated pawn on d4. There's no easy way for black to defend b4 just yet, though, because c5 runs into d takes c5, eliminating a weakness and isolating the b pawn again. So it doesn't look like it's completely straightforward. But now I feel like we're in a situation now where, if I may say so, when I'm thinking about what plan to follow and how I need to think about my next 5 moves, it now feels easier to come up with a plan for black than for white.
Totally agree with you there, because first point for white is how you're going to defend d4, right? So you could step up. Okay, see, I think he had to go d5, because if he stepped up with the bishop to e3, then the rooks could swoop in on that weak a pawn and just simply win that one. So d5 makes a lot of sense. Vincent, after all, he is a pawn up, but Fabiano does have the bishop pair as compensation. And I tell you something, the bishop pair are magnificent in a position such as this. It's open. The white king is in danger. It's on an unopposed, the square of the unopposed bishop. So I'm expecting that we might see, I was thinking c5 or g.
Yes. Oh, I'm so glad you said that. I was waiting for you to tell me off because there was my 3-minute brain was going all guns blazing, going, haha, you played d5. I'm just going to play c5 and finally protect that pawn on b4. But you are giving white a passed pawn, and your pawn on c5 isn't a passer yet. So you have to be really quite sure that's a good idea to play a move like that.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there, because yeah, it carries a lot of risk, because you're banking on the power of the passed c pawn, but white also has a trump too and a square for the knight to jump to. So c5 carries a lot of risk, and it will depend on whether Fabiano wants to eliminate the tension. There was something interesting that he said, that the older he got, the more he realized that people couldn't handle tension. And so he was trying to play these days with as much tension in the position. So I suspect he might just leave the pawn there on c6 and keep the option open for him to take on d5 whenever he wants to.
And that's, well, you called it. The options are open. The bishops come back to d7. This is very, very interesting indeed. Looking for ways to maintain the tension in the position. And maybe if we think about the story of the game and how let's think about how Fabiano wants to approach this, right? If we go back, we don't have to go back on the board, but if we think back to the positions where f5 got played and it was super tense and all sorts of things were on pre, and the order in which pieces and pawns got taken became critically important because there were all sorts of counter threats and attacking chances everywhere. Maybe since then, Fabiano has seen, hang on a second, Keimer might have played a couple of inaccuracies and I'm not winning, but I feel like I can goad him into a mistake as we start to reach the time control. So I think Fabiano here is playing with the voice of experience and saying, I feel like if I keep playing accurate moves, maybe the position is fairly equal now, or with some imbalances, but not winning. But I think I can squeeze that extra mistake out of it.
Yeah, and there we saw that Vincent stepped back with the knight targeting b4. The question for Fabi, how is he going to defend b4? Again, it's very natural to go c5.
c5 feels pretty natural, doesn't it?
It does feel very natural to make that move. Other forcing moves would be like come out with bishop, but c5. C5 with the idea of kind of corralling the pawn on d5 does look very appealing.
What I would say is that if Fabi wanted to maintain maximum amount of ability to go wrong, if you played c takes d5 in this position, you are trading giving white 2 connected pass pawns on the queen side for black now actually having a pass pawn in the center. I do not think I'm comfortable with saying this is a good idea because I'm seeing 1 passer versus 2 and that's making me really nervous. But you could go into that kind of complication or at least consider it. Wait, no, he's done it?
Well, he's done it. John,
why can't I do this in my own games? Unbelievable.
Incredible stuff there, John. C takes d5 and now the rook coming in to c2. This bishop can get involved in the fight as well. So it does carry a lot of risk with it, but Fabi is just saying that, yes, you can take the pawn, but he's hinging everything on the fact that this d pawn can advance, and it's a powerful pawn as well.
So I guess what we're playing at here is that, yes, you've got 2 connected pass pawns on the queen side, but because the d pawn is more advanced, I guess we're saying it's as dangerous, if not more dangerous, than the pair you have there. Which means that an inaccuracy from Fabiano that allows that pawn to be taken for any reason would be disastrous for him at this point. And on an open board with 4 rooks still there and with his opponent with the pair of bishops, the scope to go wrong, especially when both sides are under a minute, is scary.
Yeah, and Vincent under 16 seconds now, and he has to take a decision with the rook. And like you said, the bishop's on the board. There's so much danger, and it's all about the quality of pawns. Oh, that's a double question mark. That's a blunder. Oh, wow.
Practical decision from Fabi here, trying to elicit a mistake. That is the mistake. Will we see it, though? And it's because of rook e7?
Yeah. The rook is just simply removing the defender of e1. You cannot take the rook.
Oh, that's
because
gross.
of this swish and tick. Rook takes c1. Oh.
Practical
that
decision
is
making.
Nasty.
Really
Yeah,
practical
and if
by
you move the
Fabi,
rook-
keeping the opportunity to make a mistake on the board.
Totally.
Oh my
Wow.
goodness.
Wow.
I mean, he sees
And,
it. He's calculating. He's making sure.
He doesn't have too much time, John. This is a kind of
No.
easy move to miss. You
Critical
move the rook,
moment.
bishop to g5. He finds it.
He finds it. Big moment, and now with 30 seconds left, look, the bad news is that this is a tricky position. The worst news is that you've got less than 30 seconds to think about your response. Vincent Keymer here being backed into a corner by Fabiano Caruana, trying his best and perhaps succeeding here in getting his opponent into tricky situations in time trouble. Rook e7 played, under 10 seconds left. Keymer needs to try something. 4 moves until the time control. Bishop d2 has been played. Instant response from Fabi. Exchanges on the board, and now we have a blue arrow on our screen for a follow-up.
Yeah, and it's all to do with the fact that the bishop on e1 is on the same line as the king. We have bishop to e5 being indicated. Rook to c1 is the big idea. You just need to be materialist about it. And Fabi, he just has to keep calm, defend the bishop. You can even take the pawn on b2. That's fine. And there we see Faustino Oro coming to take a look. Such a critical moment. Wei Yi also looking at Fabiano's game because the drama is happening right here. Big moment. Bishop to e5 is clinical. The best bet after bishop to e5 is just simply to go bishop to d2 and just give up the exchange. But
wow,
he finds it, of course.
And now the rook ideally wants to protect the dark squared bishop on e1 because rook c1 is coming in, but he can't do that. The bishop pair is too strong. The bishop on b5 is protecting the f1 square, and that is the reason why at the end of this combination, Vincent Keymer is in a world of hurt, and he's down to 35 seconds to work out what he wants to do here. But to fight bishop d2, to accept that you have to go down and exchange just to survive, to live and fight another day, that is absolutely brutal. And white doesn't even pick up the pawn on d5 at the end of it. That's the kicker.
No, he doesn't. That pawn still very much remains alive. And not much time for Vincent. He has to keep calm, not panic, and just understand, okay, he offers up a trade of bishops, but here for Fabi, it's all about just picking up that rook, and of course, he does it. And there we see the rook can actually just slide up to c4 and start attacking the pawn on f4.
Nice.
Because the pawn on d5 is untouchable.
Can't be taken.
Because if you capture it, this bishop will step back to c6, and
wow,
that is a deadly pin.
So the pawn can't be captured. The pawn islands have been disrupted on the king side. H and F pawns both isolated. The king is now marching up, and Caruana smelt blood before, gave Keymer the opportunity to go wrong, and you can see the shift in his body language. He's looking away from the board a little bit. He's relaxed. He's not quite sitting up as straight. He realizes the time for tension is over, and now he needs to consolidate. King f7 was move 40. They will have additional time. So, oh my goodness, what a flurry of moves, and what a critical mistake under immense pressure from Grandmaster Vincent Keymer. I don't think anyone can blame him for making the moves that he did. So many of them looked perfectly human, reasonably good shots at trying to win the game, and objectively now, it's Fabi's.
Yeah, he just lost his way in the complications, and the position was just incredibly difficult for both sides. And you can see the emotion there, John, as he shakes his head, as he thinks about what just happened, how the position fell apart so quickly.
I hate this sort of moment. Like, I'm sure so many top players, yourself included, must have experienced this at some point, Yovi, where you spend so much time and effort to blitz your way to get to the time control, just to give yourself an awful lot of time to think about where it all went wrong. It's one of the most horrible feelings in chess, I think it's fair to say.
It certainly is. That moment when the fog has cleared And you understand the adrenaline has left your body, and you just understand what you did to your position, and that there's no way back from this. And for Vincent, unfortunately, his position maybe would have been salvageable if the presence of that D pawn was not there. You know, if there was no D pawn, he could maybe just survive by holding the queen side. But as it stands, it's just a straightforward plan now of just advancing the D pawn, supported by the rook, the bishop, the king, and it is game over. I mean, very, very difficult position here.
If it wasn't for the D pawn, I would be reminding our audience of Nodirbek versus Gukesh, and how at several moments during that game, we were thinking Gukesh has got a trick or two up his sleeve here. Nodirbek hasn't fallen for it again. Unfortunately, it is just a matter of time until we see a resignation, and yet he found resource after resource after resource. And I think something like that could be possible in this game if it weren't for the fact that that D-pawn is so damn strong. So I'm not sure what resource to reach into a bag of tricks and look for here if I'm Vincent Keymer, but this is looking very, very one-sided, unfortunately, from this moment on. And he knows it. He's going to continue to look. He's got 45 minutes to find it. So even if there's only one line, even if there's a needle in a haystack, it is now his job to cast the past out of his mind, to hunker down and look for it and find that continuation. But I tell you what, if that exists, we can't see it. The eval bar can't see it. The engine can't see it. This is this is tricky. But it's a perfect time to set a trap if one exists.
If one exists, and that's unfortunately the case. So you can't capture on d5, unfortunately for white, because of bishop to c6. So it might be worth starting with king moving to g1. Move the king to g1 and see what happens. Because the more pawns that get traded off, the closer you step towards the draw. Unfortunately, for Vincent, it's difficult because there's a series of pawn imbalances. It's not just the fact that black has a passed d pawn. It's also the fact that should he win this pawn, f pawn, then he can start to promote or start to push these kingside pawns, and they will cost white some material. But you don't have to play for exchanges. You can step up with the king. And it's very difficult to get motoring with the white pawns as well. You can't go b3 because this bishop hangs. This bishop needs to be anchored to a square by this b2 pawn. And then this just simply leaves the a pawn to run. And that is stepping nowhere, as this bishop is in full control of that square. So it's just a difficult position, I would say, all round.
That's a great summary, Yovi. I feel like if maybe the pawns on the other side of the board were on the G and H files, for example, like they were on, I don't know, G3 and H4 or something, and white can maybe maneuver the knight from C2 to D4. Yeah. Maybe there's a universe there where you get to shuffle and hold a draw. But because you can't connect those F and H pawns, you're then having to work double time, not just to stop the D pawn from queening, but also to stop your F pawn from getting taken. And if you can't do both of those things at the same time, then something's going to fall and you're going to have two weaknesses as once. And that's going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back, isn't it?
It is, unfortunately. And rooks, they work so well in open positions. They're long-range pieces. They can switch from side to side. And that's something that becomes incredibly apparent in the endgame. So, yeah, I'm kind of predicting that Vincent might play a few moves just to resettle himself, because tomorrow it is a rest day. It's difficult to accept that you're going to go into the rest day losing, so you might as well play a few moves out of inertia and see what you can do. This is the best mindset when you're defending a lost position. You just have to accept the result. It's just take it for granted that you're going to lose, but can you find the path of most resistance? And for Vincent, I think it involves just stepping up with the king, and seeing whether Fabiano gets tempted to make some trades with the d4 and tries to win the f4 pawn, because maybe then he has some chances of holding a draw.
Maybe. This is, I guess I'll leave on one more question for you, Yovi. I imagine the best thing to do if you make the time control and you're in a worse position, it's really easy for us to say, or for any other player or any of the spectators to say, the best thing you can do is like cleanse your mind and just focus on the objective position. But it's so difficult not to think I've screwed this up somewhere, or there was a critical moment, I should have done something else. What advice would you give a player who's beating himself or herself up after making the time control in a worse position? Like, what can you possibly say to them at this point?
Well, I think you have to look at the bigger picture, right? And I think that's the only way to contextualize it. You can say, well, ultimately, in the big scheme of my chess career, a loss or a difficult position isn't the biggest thing in the world, right? When we think about all the world's problems and we just go, okay, this is just a chess game. This is just a bad position. Let's enjoy the moment. Let's see what we can do. And if you actually turn it around and don't kind of spiral down, or what could have been, oh man, this is so difficult. Instead, you just go, it's a challenge. Can I save it? Can I not? Let me just be very mindful of the fact that what you're thinking will often transform into actions. So
treat it as a puzzle. White to play and draw. What's the continuation?
Right, exactly. And I remember one game I had where I could barely make a move. Seriously, it was so bad. And I looked outside and I thought, life is actually really beautiful. And I went and I smiled, and people came and looked at my game because they saw me smiling like the Cheshire Cat. And they were like, why are you smiling? Your position stinks. and then during this thought, I thought, hang on a second, I can set a trap. And so I set the trap, and my opponent fell into it, and I won. And yeah, I was very lucky. And John, your prediction game has been almost like 100% here. You can't call it.
No.
Relocate the knight. C2, put it on d4. At least there is a trap there in the position. If Caruana rushes with the king to e6, well, then the knight will spring to d4 and snatch off that bishop. Stranger things have happened. It's very, very, very unlikely, but it's not impossible.
You're very right. I mean, you have to now start playing with every resource you have at your disposal. But also, without the quick tactics, blockading the passed pawn also just seems like a very sensible thing to do to try and hold the game elsewhere. So, fair play to him. So now Fabi has to think of the most accurate continuation forward if he wants to convert this. Every single game, ladies and gentlemen, has now met the time control. So all players have had the additional time added to their clocks. We're not going to see any time scrambles anytime soon. So that would be a good time to allow the adrenaline to just chill out a little bit. Go ahead and grab yourself maybe a herbal tea this time. Do some yoga. I don't know. Practice some of the downward dog. We'll be back in a couple of minutes with more from Tata Steel.
Well, it's my honor to be here with the 18th World Chess Champion, Grandmaster Gukesh Damaraju. Thanks for joining.
Thank you.
We all know that when Vishy Sir walks down the street in Chennai, or frankly anywhere in India, he's going to get attention, autographs, selfies. You seem to be on the trajectory, almost certainly, of having that happen to you now, probably for a lifetime. Are you ready for that? And do you embrace that? Have you thought about the fact that, you're now a public figure forever?
Yeah. So firstly, after the candidates and the Olympiad, especially after the Olympiad, because it was huge for India, and me getting recognized was more often than what it used to be, but I didn't think it got to a point where it was annoying. And after the World Championship, I haven't gone back home, so I don't know what kind of extent it will be. But I generally handle this quite well. And I feel like this is my kind of role to play to develop, the interest for chess and to bring more people into the game. And there are a lot of people who look up to me who are interested in what I do, and I have the chance to get more people into the game now, and I think it's a huge honor. Yeah, chess has given a lot to me, and this the least I can give.
Let's dive into Gukesh's top 3 show-stopping moves of his career so far. At number 2 is Gukesh versus Magnus Carlsen from the AIM Chess Rapid in 2022. Now, Gukesh was just 7 years old when, in his hometown in Chennai, he saw the crown being passed on. Magnus Carlsen won the 2013 World Championship. Fast forward 9 years, and Gukesh is 16. This is the position against Magnus Carlsen. Magnus has just made the move, knight from the center of the foreboard, falling back to g5. Once again, pause your video and have a think. What would you play next as white here? Now, if you did your puzzle rush, I'm pretty sure you got this one. And Gukesh did as well. He goes in with a sacrifice, rook takes knight, awarded 2 exclamation mark, and that is a brilliancy, a tactical trick on the board. If Magnus captures that rook, the queen comes in, not just winning material, that would be checkmate on the world number 1. Now, rook takes knight is relatively a simple trick. This is not what Magnus missed. To really understand the beauty and appreciate the beauty of this tactic, we have to backtrack just a move. Because in fact, this move was inevitable. It could not have been stopped by Magnus. And why is that the case? Let's take a look. It all started at this moment. Gukesh had just landed the rook on the 7th rank, attacking Magnus's knight. Magnus makes the move, rook to e8, defending that knight. And here Gukesh played what seems like a quiet move, but it's an absolute disaster after that for Magnus. It is the only move in the position that wins the game for Gukesh, and he finds it queen to b6. It's sort of like the assist to a goal. Rook takes knight was the goal, and queen to b6 is the assist. And what's the point of this? You're setting up the tactical trick that we just saw. Rook takes knight, queen coming in, winning the game. But it also has another far more devious idea. Because with this last move, white now has defended a key pawn in the position, and there is a big threat to trap Magnus's queen at the center of the board. For example, if Magnus, to stop the threat of rook takes knight, falls back with the rook to defend his last rank, suddenly out of nowhere, the white knight steps back to d3. And that queen on e5, it's over. It's gone. There are no squares for the move. It is trapped by its own pieces. Unbelievable. Queen to b6, threatening the deadly knight d3, which had to be stopped, forcing Magnus to fall back with his own knight to create some escape squares for the queen, which allowed the tactical trick of rook takes knight. And as is often the case, yes, rook takes knight is the brilliancy, but queen to b6 for me is the assist to the goal, and the assist steals the spotlight. And after rook takes knight, the brilliancy, the tactics, the rook could not be captured, Magnus continued, but just a few moves later, as Gukesh converted this flawlessly, and it was right here as the white knight jumps in. The e-pawn is unstoppable. There are big threats against the black king. The world number 1, Magnus Carlsen, resigned. This was Gukesh's first win against Magnus. A big moment in his career, because believing you can do it is one thing, but knowing you can do it is a whole different thing. And with this, Gukesh also set a new world record of being the youngest ever player to beat Magnus Carlsen as world champion.
In the charming Dutch village of Wijk Aan Zee, the stage is set for the Wimbledon of chess, Tata Steel. Thrilling battles lie ahead as one of the oldest and most respected tournaments in the world is celebrating its 87th edition. This tournament isn't just about chess, it's a tradition where legends are made.
Oh, Bishop E6, and that's the clincher.
The lineup this year features defending champion Wei Yi, who stunned everyone last year, and world champion Gukesh fresh of his world championship victory. Also in the mix are Fabiano Caruana, Anish Giri, and a host of other grandmasters ready to make their mark.
Anish smells blood.
Double exclam, what a blow.
Under the watchful eye of thousands of chess fans that visit the venue daily, who will be able to withstand the pressure? Let the games begin as 14 chess maestros vie for supremacy, glory, and the coveted Tata Steel Chess Championship title.
Welcome back to Tata Steel Chess. Goodness, the voiceover, and absolutely wonderful, Ovi. I can only hear the disembodied voice in my head, but I'm sure they're an incredibly handsome person. As we hop back into the playing hall, the amateurs nearly all finished. Masters and Challengers also starting to look that way as well. Just a couple of games left going in the Masters. Challengers, a few going as well. You might get to take a look at those at some point soon. But let's remind ourselves of what the situation looks like on those top boards. We've got 3 games still ongoing, and it's Warmerdam versus Wei Yi. We have Abdusattorov versus Fedoseev, and Keimer versus Caruana that has made the time control. And Keimer might be playing an objectively lost endgame here, but Caruana still with a lot of work left to do.
He has to show that proverbial grandmaster technique and not make any inaccuracies. But talking about the other 2 games on the top, Warmerdam against Wei Yi has been such an interesting balance between the exchange versus the rook, the knight against the rook. Now, the knight is sitting very pretty there on e3, and Warmerdam is just saying, hey, you cannot make any progress. But the game to the right of it, the Abdusattorov against that game, what surprises me about that one is that they're still ongoing. But Fedoseev there playing with the black pieces, he's technically so good. Maybe we had there because we left it quite a while ago. But we have a very interesting rook and pawn endgame there in front of us.
Let's go ahead and take a look. Now, this was the board where before the start of today, I wanted to see the fireworks from Fedoseev and Abdusattorov have both shown us such incredible chess in this edition of Tata Steel. We are still seeing a very interesting endgame here. It is a rook and pawn endgame, but for anyone saying all of these endgames are drawn, I tell you what, I would not like to be on either side of this. I'd be sweating bullets playing white or black here. And it's very much all in the balance still, even if we have dynamic equality.
That's very much true, John. In fact, there was a little bit of danger for black in the position. I mean, if black had wanted, instead of to go rook to f4, gone rook to g3, that would have been such a big mistake. And you can see the evaluation bar shoot up. And it's to do with the fact that the rooks are, in fact, lining up against each other. So you can go h6. And remember, it's the quality, not the quantity, and that pawn will indeed promote. So Fedoseev, excellent player. He understands that technically all he has to do is go on the counterattack because there are targets to be munched on there on d4 and h4. So for Nodirbek, he's playing this one to the very end. He has to keep all hopes alive. And the key in doing this is you have to find the tricky moves. And something that kind of springs to mind is, you protect the d4 pawn, you make kind of moves such as king to c3. It is, I gotta say, it is completely drawn, but at least, there's some accuracy to be had here in rook to a7. You can make it into a race, and okay, we have some moves, and he's gone for king to c3.
And what's fun here as well is that on the surface, if we play a line out with king to c3, and you play, I guess we can show it on an analysis board, and you play rook takes h4, we have rook takes g7, and then black plays rook takes h5, there is an argument to say, well, if anyone is going to push for a victory here, even though it's drawn, it's black, because black has the extra pawn. The fun thing at the end of that line is that I think, well, I don't think it matters too much, rook a7 is very reasonable. You can also play rook f7, because thanks to the pawn on d4, the king can't come in to protect the f-pawn via e5. And if the king starts moving over via e6, you just move on to the a file. Not a problem. You can't come to e7 because the rook's watching over that, so the king's even further away. It's, yes, there is an extra pawn, but it's not an extra pawn for very long.
That's true. And I really like your idea because it's tricky, right? You force the black king one square further away, and the action is going to happen. Say, for instance, f5, rook takes a5. I mean, we're going to see a fully fledged race going on. And yeah, okay, the position is still very, very much level, but at least the white king can drop back and keep an eye on this renegade pawn if they want. But I don't want to stress, you know, I don't want to dramatize too much. Yes, there's still play on the position, but it is still very much equal. And I can see that moves are being made. Rook takes h4, indeed played. And there we are seeing a swap. And still, look at the body language of the players, John. This is also a key indicator as to whether the players are comfortable with the draw. They need to make eye contact. They need to look at each other and decide. And sure enough,
rook a7.
We've predicted the path. Yeah.
Quick check. King goes back to b2. Possibility, I suppose, for the pawn to get pushed. Rook comes out to d3, and we have a check. Oh, lovely. Cheeky little intermezzo on a3 as well.
Yeah.
And we take.
Aha, this is very nice. So, but I'm a bit confused as to why he put his king on b2. Why did he not put the king earlier on instead of b2? Why not put it on c2? Ah. There's still issues. The rook can swing over to a3.
Oh, it transposes, because then after rook a3, king b2, the rook just moves back to d3, I guess.
King b2, and then you can go rook a4.
Oh, that's cute. Rook a3,
You can be complicated that way. But king to b2, making sure there is no rook a3, rook d3, and catch up with the game. His moves have been played. Rook takes d4, king c3, and then this is the way to get out of. If you've gone rook to d1, you can just simply go king c2 and start harassing the rook. But after king c3, rook c4, king d3, king to d6. And who is the one playing for the win here? Because we kind of assumed it was Nodirbek.
Yeah, this is.
Well, I did at least. Maybe you were a bit better than me.
No, not at all. In fact, I remember saying the words, well, it's not going to be an extra pawn for long. And actually, once the dust is settled, black does have an extra pawn. Admittedly, those extra pawns are disjointed. They're not able to be connected on the D and F files. The white king is between the pawns and the queening square. White's also got a passer to distract black if needed. And black has no easy way of getting a king in front of the passed pawns. So for all of those reasons, this is definitely not objectively winning for black at all. I'm pretty confident it's a table-based draw. It is still a little bit tricky to play, but white's got a lot of the fundamentals in the position ticked off to be able to hold this draw comfortably.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And also you can use this A pawn as a rogue pawn just to kind of swap it off for one of these two pawns. And the key is, as long as your king is behind these 2 pawns, there's really no danger at all for white. So it's going to be a small race, but it's one that Nodirbek will comfortably hold. It's an interesting twist of events because I expected Nodirbek to be the one pushing hard relentlessly. And actually, you did ask me at the beginning, is there a universe where Fedoseev can press for the win? Well, we found ourselves a position where it is indeed only Fedoseev who is pushing hard.
Yeah, well, I mean, he can press for the win here, but I think the only thing he's going to be pressing is his shirt for tomorrow. He might not even be wearing a shirt tomorrow. It's a rest day, actually, so he doesn't even need to press that. So this is looking pretty drawish. To illustrate that point, if white starts to push the pawn on the A file, we can maybe see that pawn get swapped off for either the D or the F pawn, and the white king will reach either of those queening squares and stay in front of the pawn comfortably before the black king. So for that reason, in principle, there isn't really that much wiggle room to get out of a draw here. But if there is something that we can press, I'm sure Vladimir Fedoseev will find it. Shall we take a look now then at the remaining game in the Masters section and just hot swap over to the Wei game to see where that's at? And then maybe we can have a peek at the challenges. How about that?
Okay, so do you want to see the Max Farmadam Wei game?
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Let's go ahead and take a peek. I like this.
It's been pretty much the same type of position for a long time. There's been a lot of shuffling around, John. It's and everything centers on the fact that this knight on e3 just holds the c2 pawn, and these rooks just can't make any inroad. And so what I also want to point out is that this bishop is limited in scope by this wall of pawns, which
100%.
they often say, this is a good rule of thumb, that when you have opposite color bishops, just put your pawns on the same color as your opponent's bishop.
So I feel like the way I'm breaking this down in principle is that white's got two weaknesses in the position, on c2 and on g2. The knight on e3 is defending both. Black's got a pair of rooks, and he's up in exchange. So, from a practical point of view, number one, white's got everything on lockdown, on the grounds that the light squared bishop for black can never attack the knight on e3. So, the most natural follow-up question would be, fine, but I've got a pair of rooks. I'm up in exchange. How do I sack an exchange back to get rid of the knight on e3 and break through and open the position so that I can win the game? Like, if I'm black, that's probably the next avenue of attack. My issue with that is if we take a look at the squares a rook can land on to attack the knight, we've got c3, d3, e4, and e5. Oh, well, would you look at that? Suddenly the bishop on b2 is actually playing even more of an active role than we thought, because it is stopping any black rook getting to a square where that exchange sacrifice is even possible. So just when you think the position is completely locked down by that knight on e3, the bishop's actually doubling down on that and making it even more secure. The only way white introduces more weaknesses in this position is if you play something like g4, because then f3 becomes the base of the pawn chain, but you never have to play it. You can just sit tight.
You can sit tight and there's nothing that can be done. In fact, the king is dreaming of infiltrating there on the king side, but this rook can just step up and cover that line. And yeah, I mean, the big problem for black is that there's no way to infiltrate with the rooks. Rooks thrive in open lines. I mean, that's the simple fact of the matter. And, you know, rook b c7, like, definitely you want to be trading, just exchanging off that rook for the knight. That's unfortunately not possible because everything can be easily defended. And if you try to align the rooks on the d line, again, only one entry square, and that can be covered by the bishop on c3. So it's really not that many squares for the black rooks to start working. And this knight on e3 holds a beautiful fortress. Absolutely amazing. And don't be tempted to kind of like stick a bishop on e5 and go f4, because suddenly the scope of this bishop gets improved. So that would actually seriously weaken the harmony of white structure. As it stands, everything is just beautifully aligned. You can put your bishop on e5, just don't back it up with pawn.
I'd love to put this. What is the quote? I don't believe in fortresses. This looks pretty solid. This looks like a great way to test that theory. You know what I mean? Because everywhere I look, it just looks so solid. Even if we played a bishop to e5 and f4, there's an argument to say, ooh, actually, if we did that, there might be a long-term g5 that black can play. And if you can wrestle that and get a trade of pawns on the g5 square, then you can finally align the rooks on the d file. But the fact of the matter is, if I just leave the bishop on b2 and shuffle it, there's literally no entry anywhere. It's incredible.
Right. And we can actually just rewind to move 35, and we can just go back to this position, and you can see their moves that they've been playing. Bishop comes to e, the rook comes here, no entry point, goes back again. There's been so many like random moves. Okay, this was all to get to move 40, but no progress whatsoever with the rooks. And yes, you know, both sides can play this on for a long time, but ultimately it's very easy to play for white as long as you keep that construction. And there we see bishop d4, bishop to f7 played. So it's an interesting point. Why put the bishop on f7? Maybe he's trying to encourage white to kind of get ambitious and, you know, try to maneuver a knight into e5 when the time is right. But ultimately, if white wants to just keep passing and playing the bishop out to e5, it's very difficult for black to make any progress.
Okay, so a little bit more thinking to be done here, but I think it's more on the side of Wei Yi than Max Varmadam, who's just double checking that there aren't any cheeky tricks into position, and we can simply hold tight and ask the question of Wei Yi, what are you going to do to try and convert this? If he's goaded maybe into pushing some pawns forward to trying to press, I feel like that's when the holes begin to appear, and that's when Wei Yi has targets to play against. So time will tell whether this ends up being a situation that occurs. I get the feeling he's simply going to sit tight. Shall we take a look, Yovi, at the challenges section and which games are still ongoing there? Because we have some significantly less equal eval bars, if I may say so. In particular, Divya is looking like she is defending for her life at the moment in what looks to be a very complicated endgame. We've got a rook to two pieces in this endgame here. Suleimanli continuing to press against Faustino, and then Win pressing for a win, no pun intended, against Lu Miao Yi. And they both have about half an hour on the clock. Maybe we can go and dive into a couple of these games?
Definitely. And I'm really eager to see Divya's game against Nodirbek, because
let's do it.
We actually took a peek at this game earlier on after this unbelievable queen sacrifice. And maybe we can before we dive into the endgame, let's indulge ourselves, John, and find out exactly what happened, because we took a sneak peek here, queen takes b4, and we were like, wow, this is a queen.
That's fun.
For two pieces, right? This is here bishop takes b5, rook to c1, and here it was like knight to e4 was the most accurate way to play it. And indeed, knight to e4 wasn't found. It was a tricky move to see, because it was much more instinctive to put the rook on c8. Well, naturally, the pawns did advance, and now we can fast forward to the endgame, which is a really unusual one. So we have three minor pieces against a rook and bishop. Have you ever seen this construction before?
No, I can't say that I have. I've seen two pieces, you know, versus a rook, but not with the addition of a third minor piece as well, which is adding in all sorts of complications to this. And I get the impression from looking at this endgame, that it's one of those ones where you think you have it all figured out, and then there's like 3 different moves you've completely missed because there are intermezzos with a knight fork or the threat of a skewer or something like that. This requires so much brute force calculation because of the number of pieces still flying about that it looks very, very scary to try and hold as white.
It does look very scary. I mean, black has a few plans at their disposal. One of them is just mobilizing the whole army. You know, remember that cheesy line, teamwork makes the dream work? Well, you know, I've said it before, I've said it 1,000 times, so I'm going to say it again. You know, try to use every single piece you have in an endgame. And one could be like getting the king up to f4 and then, you know, drafting in the knight and seeing how far you can go, because the white king isn't the most conveniently placed piece. Another one, which is actually, to my eyes, is actually very difficult to orchestrate, is to try to somehow do a sneak attack on this pawn on h4. And by that, I mean that you want to get a situation where you have 2 of your pieces attacking the pawn and the rook defending it. And you get it into, you swap the 2 minor pieces for a rook and a pawn, and you end up, say, with 2 pawns against 1. That's another plan. But I think that's very, very difficult to orchestrate, but it's very much there in the background. And I think it's easier to kind of think of plans of just involving bringing the king up. Again, you have to be super slow with this, John, because every single piece has to be anchored, because rooks are such versatile pieces. You know, they can just like zoom up to a7, and before you know it, it's like sniffing around and hunting the h6 pawn. So you do have to be very careful and try to do it in a very incremental way. So it's white to play here. So I'm expecting white to start mobilizing the rook, maybe a5, maybe rook a7. I don't think there's any wrong move for white except the moves that blunder material. So, and then black just has to...
Every single possible, like every time you put any 2 pieces, whether they be knight, bishop, pawn, or king, on the same diagonal or on the same rank or on the same file, you're just constantly double and triple checking because there is still a rook and a bishop in play. So there are plenty of ways to go wrong. But at the same time, if you don't end up going wrong, then it also feels possible for black to very slowly advance up the board. You can see the f-pawn moving forward. You can see the knights being threatening and giving a lot of checks. But I think you alluded to this. You have to be prepared to accept it's not going to happen quickly. You just have to very, very slowly inch your way forward. And I think the games where it ends up being a draw are the games where black rushes here.
Totally. You know, black will just, you know, for instance, if you rush with your, okay, so it's white to play, so let's just put the rook on a7. So like if you rush with the king to e5, that's absolutely fine, but that's absolutely fine, John. I mean, one of the things that I'm thinking is if you commit to f4, I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. Every single square covers. I mean, I just thought maybe he'd go h5, but yeah, check. Okay, so just to give you an example, so like if the king, so you make a random move, say you go king 2 here.
Yep.
Yeah, and you try to rush in with your king to d4. That kind of doesn't make sense. You wouldn't do that anyway. But okay, just to kind of, you can start driving the king back. You can start being a bit annoying with your rook to go rook to d7. It's just, you've got to try to do things in a very gradual way. Be very incremental about it, because even in this type of position, the king comes to g3. You know, instinctively, you're looking at the knights coming into e4, another knight coming into f4, and just going very slowly but surely. So the onus is on white to kind of play accurately, yeah?
It might be worth noting as well that black had, well, in the position that we had after rook a7, just as an example move, Black could, for example, play the bishop to e6 and just swap the bishops off. And if we were in a position where we were saying all we were trying to do was hold on for a draw, fine, you can do that. But I think a bit of subtlety that we should appreciate is that Black wants to keep every single piece on the board to maximize the opportunity to win. Black's not playing to draw here. And for that reason, you want to try and avoid swapping anything off. Even allowing White, in some instances, to swap off pieces for an exchange could be dangerous, because you don't want to accidentally end up in a position where Black has an extra knight, but there are no pawns left on the board, and therefore it's a draw, for example. So Black's objective is to keep everything on the board, and that just makes it even more complicated.
Actually, that's an excellent point here, because just say here, and you took, just work with me, John. Say you took with the king, you wouldn't actually take with the king, because this allows the king to come in. Then, funnily enough, this type of position, you know, say you get your king here, here. Okay, I'm just making some random moves. Let's say you go like this. King takes pawn, and this knight takes pawn. You can even, okay, wait for it. Knight takes here. You can even play rook takes f7. If you get two knights against the king, and there's no pawns on the board, this is a draw. Because as long as you don't put your king in the corner, this is a complete draw. You just move around. So you have ideas like that. So I do think it's advisable to, as you say, keep those minor pieces on the board, because you've got to remember the goal is just to come as slowly forward as possible and just deprive the counterplay from the opponent. So yeah, I don't think we've seen a move just yet, but Divya definitely has to be precise, because Black has the plan of just stepping up with the king, giving some checks. Oops, get my arrows right. Giving some checks and just seeing how far forward they can push.
This is going to go on for quite a while, we think, but it's looking like if Black plays slowly and accurately, that Kazibek here is in pole position to secure a full point. Definitely playing for 2 results at this point. Let's take a look at the other games in the Challenger section, because there are only a couple left, but neither of them have the eval bar dead set in the center, so that could be very interesting. Maybe if we head over to the game between Win and Lu Miaoyi, it looks like Win is trying to engineer a full point, a conversion from this game, but is finding it less than straightforward. It is rooks and same colored bishops, and actually I think material is the same, and both sides have 4 pawns as well, so plenty of ways to have any positional advantage disappear in a fraction of a second.
Totally. I mean, material is level, as you say. It's all to do with piece activity. And yeah, I mean, Black's plan is just to advance as far as you go with the king. Again, you want to come forward in a very incremental way. Just adopt the mini plan stage in endgames. You don't need to do massively deep calculations, but you do want to kind of relocate your rook to a1 so they can start targeting a6, and then just somehow discoordinate the Black pieces so that they are not defending a6. And White's advantage is based on this. And if White doesn't play precisely, then it could fizzle out and end in a draw. But this is definitely in grind like a grandmaster territory.
Yeah, this could go on for a while indeed.
This is going to go on for a long, long time. And the 14-year-old Lu, she is going to suffer. But it's so exciting to have a 14-year-old talent like her fighting for top place in the Challenger, sorry.
So White's advantage here, essentially that if the pieces get swapped off in the near future, the White King is significantly closer to attacking the Black Pawn on a6. And therefore, if any opportunity to win can be allowed, it's got to be through that and then queening the B pawn. But as things stand, it's very much a press as opposed to a win. So we'll find out whether or not that ends up being the case a little bit later on. And that leaves us only with one more game to take a look at in the Challenger section, which is Suleimanli's game against Oro, where white is also in the process of attempting to press. Although this is... No, you know what? Major pieces on the board. White has a hole on e6 to jump into if they want. There's all sorts of fun things at play here, but dynamic equality, I think, is the name of the game.
Yeah, here it's quite funny because this is the game that we saw very early on. Like it was a crazy kingside attack, you know, with Suleimanli going g4, you know, playing incredibly aggressive stuff.
Looked
and now
great.
we're in the end game portion, and now Suleimanli is in the grind stage of the game. Yeah, I mean, it's exactly like you say. It's all dependent on the e6 square, and white is going to be using this outside pawn just to creep up the board. So, you know, you want to be doing everything with full control. As you mentioned, there's a lot of dynamic stuff happening because if the black rook gets active, so say, for instance, you know, you zoom up with the rook to e6, there's already questions to be answered if you do that. If that's not a blunder, I mean, why is
knight
this
c8,
because it's black
knight
to play?
c8 or something?
It's also black to play.
I mean, that would help as well, yeah.
Yeah. Small details.
The base of black's pawn chain on d6 as well. If white ever wants to attack that, with the knight, for example, I think the only square that's safe, you'd have to attack it from b5 or from c8. And the knight's very, very far from both of those squares, right? Because f5 is looking after e4. So figuring out a way to get into black's position to cause a little bit more damage, it's not actually a very straightforward problem for white to solve right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one because at some point you're going to have to gamble on your assets, and this h-pawn is the one. So you want to be going for like knight f4. You also want to maximize the rook, and then you kind of want to go h5, sneak in with your king as far as you can go, and use the h-pawn as something to distract the black forces so that when you do come into rook to d6, d6 is just terminally vulnerable. Now, this d6 pawn, I can tell you, in an endgame is so bad. This is one of the downsides in the Benoni. It's not a great pawn. So yeah, Faustino also has to play incredibly accurately. And he's going to try to fire counterplay based on maybe relocating the knight, maybe also rerouting the rook to g8 in order to get compensation. And okay, I think that this one is also going to be a victory for white, but it's going to be a long one.
Yeah, I think we're definitely locking in for the long haul. Even if it ends up being a draw, there's so much that white can try before conceding the half point that you're right, this one's going to be going on for quite a while. So I hope these folks have
It's going to be a win, John. Win for white. I'm
Okay.
very confident.
Okay.
Yes.
I want to check in on this later. I feel like all of the positional advantages are certainly pointing white's way. Black has to...
Yeah.
It feels like black just has to walk a tightrope. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely agree with you there. But
Right.
meanwhile, let's go back to the Masters.
Yes,
because maybe we've seen some progress happening on those games. We left it, everything was really even. So going back to our bird's eye view, take a look at the top row. Max Varmadan against Wei Yi. I haven't seen any progress whatsoever.
Nope, not moving.
The dance continues. Yep, not moving. and and I think we are going to be seeing a result very soon in the game between Abdusattorov and there we also see Fedoseev. That one is going to be finishing very shortly. It's just as we prescribed, John.
Unfortunately, there's no further progress that can be made. The king is going to have to step away from the defense of the pawn on d4. And then we start gobbling up. In fact, the king will be cut off from the pawns as well. So even though black has 2 pawns to white 0 right now, one of them is about to disappear, and the other one cannot queen without support from the black king, which is cut off from the pawn thanks to that brilliant check on b5. And as a result, sure, the black rook can maybe check Nodirbek into oblivion, but he'll be checking him while in contact with the remaining black pawn. And king e4, just to illustrate the point, we can take the pawn that's closer to your king to begin with, and really just underscoring that this will be a draw and an agreed result imminently.
Yeah, definitely. And just to, okay, we'll stick with the game. And yeah, this is the problem. When you want to win rook and pawn endings, most of the time you need to invite every single piece. If the king could magically transplant itself on g4, well, then we have a different game. But because the king is cut off, there is just no way whatsoever this is going to be anything other than a draw. And there we also see in the background Wei Yi. He's also wandering around. Nothing much has happened in his game against Max Farmadam. Seems like they've been keeping the status quo. And Fedoseev thinking. Also, just to highlight that if black tries to be tricky and put the rook behind the d7 pawn, white will simply come in with the rook to f5 and win the pawn on f4 that way. And this pawn will be kept under lock and key.
That's a good point, actually, because the obvious question would be, okay, one of these pawns is dropping. Is there a way for black to secure the other one? And there is, but you secure the other one and white has enough time to move back to the first rank and just park the rook on the queening square. And then the white king is so much closer to the pawn than the black king that there's no hope of getting there before the exchange can happen. So that would be the backup option as a last throw of the dice for Fedoseev. But that doesn't work either, unfortunately. And the rook can choose to go via b1 or via f5. Both will be fine.
And I just wanted to kind of highlight the beautiful geometry of that. Rook f5, king takes f4. It doesn't really matter. As long as this gentleman is not working, then it's just going to be a very standard draw. And okay, here comes d3. Again, you can really play anything. You can go rook to d5. You can take the pawn. All that matters is that the rook is cutting off the black king.
I thought he wanted to secure the draw by not taking either of the pawns there, just to style it out. But we do have takes. So rook to d7, rook b6, king e7.
Yeah, only move. You gotta control the pawn's queening square, and the rook will come to d1. Blockade it, say no, you're not stepping forward. And now the white king steps back up. No, it doesn't even step back. Just to kind of hammer home the point that no progress can be made. He doesn't want the pawn, John.
I'm going to make you offer me a draw. I'm going to frustrate you.
And is it now? Yes.
There we go. I don't offer draws. I'm going to play until lone kings are on the chessboard. Vladimir Fedoseev drawing with the black pieces against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. A very, very exciting game into a very technical but equal endgame there. Neither player quite able to secure the full point, and enjoying a little bit of chat and taking a look at where they might have been able to improve that game. Both players in good spirit. That was a fun game to follow.
That was certainly an interesting game, right? From the speed it developed in the opening to Nodirbek trying to grind it down, but he didn't manage because of Fedoseev's technical defense. And in the end, it was simply all balanced and played until king against king, which means there are 2 more games remaining, John. Maybe we can pull up the bird's eye view and have a look at what's happening in those 2.
Well, we've recently taken a look at Warmerdam versus Wei Yi. And it looks like the knight on e3 there is still very happy to control all of the squares. One game we haven't checked back in on in a little while is how Caruana intends on turning the screw against Vincent Keymer. At the time control, if you'll recall, the body language of Keymer was angry, was frustrated, was upset, was deflated, and he's cast all that aside, focusing objectively on the position at hand. And right now, he looks determined, he looks concentrated, he looks dialed in, and he is determined to try and make something of this game and play every move as it comes. We join the position after King D7 on move 47, so we've had 7 moves played since we last checked in. The eval bar very much still swinging in favor of Caruana, but Keymer here determined to make this count.
Yeah, he's determined. I mean, you can't fault him for his attitude, but at the end, the position does say that it is all black. Let's rewind to move 40 because we left it after Vincent had played knight to c2 with a very nice idea of just simply blockading the passed pawn on d5 and seeing what happens next. And this was met by bishop to c4, again, asking questions because you can't push back the bishop with b3 because this bishop now becomes destabilized and there is, I'll just put that up on the board, this bishop takes b3 and that's it. You're not going to be surviving this one once the bishop on c3 falls. So b3 would be dreadful, so a3 instead played, only move, and rook to e8. So there you see the power of the rook, how it's able to transfer itself on to those open lines. Not only can it go to e2, it can also head on over to e4. Like Vincent doesn't catch a break, right? You know, the move he wants to play is king to g2, but he can't do that because of rook to e2 check, and whoops, the knight falls. So okay, Vincent had to say, okay, fine, knight to d4, and now after rook e4, this is where Fabiano won a pawn, because after g takes f5, knight takes f5 is unpleasant because of, well, what's wrong with stepping up here and keeping everything caged? So knight d4. You almost feel like they could be checkmating.
No,
like with some
maybe.
kind of what I'm dreaming of. What I'm dreaming of is this: advance the king, advance the h pawn on h3, and box in the king. I mean, can you do that? Can I just go h5?
No reason.
You
why
got to be
not.
careful, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's like one of the only ways to generate mate into position, but you would be silly not to at least try it. And even if it doesn't work, provided your king's still within touching distance, you know, you're not about to throw away a pawn doing it, so you might as well give it a go.
Exactly. And these guys cannot coordinate either. So definitely would have been very dangerous. I mean, probably h3 would have been needed. And these pawns, these queenside pawns, they're just not mobile at all. You know, they cannot push because there's consequences. The bishop would become destabilized. If the a pawn goes, well, that's just a lone runner, and the bishop on c4 covers that square. So I can understand why Vincent said, nah, after pawn takes pawn, let me just activate the king, and there'll be no checkmating ideas for you. And then the rook came to f4, cutting it off. He's ruthless. Fabiano, a4, king to e8, a5, king to d7. I'm just going to refresh. And we've caught up with the players here. Well, the a pawn is not a threat at all to black.
Not really.
But the question is, I mean, how to untangle this rook from the defense of this f pawn. So if white just steps up with king g3, it's just, you're going to go back to f1, I would guess. Or do you have any suggestions? I should ask you, John, because you've been coming up with all the amazing suggestions.
I feel like there isn't really any other choice. I think the the challenge I have with the rook moving away from the defense of the f pawn is that the king has now started moving towards the queen side of the board, and there's half of me thinking, well, actually, in order for the rook to move freely, I actually want my king to be on g6. So now that we've got the king marching over to the other side, I think the rook is tied down to an extent, Yovi, and I'm not sure that there's much else that can be done in that situation. I'm like, white might not be winning that pawn on f4, but let's say the king moves back to rook f1. You then play king g2 and say, well, what are you going to do? Are you just going to stick around?
Yeah, and then the question is, like, how far can you go with the pawn?
Yeah, I don't like that.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, white's position has to give at some point. Like, again, when you think of moves for white to play, it's not so easy. Like, if I go knight f3,
okay,
just so I can waste time. Big threat on the board, actually, of knight to e5. So you got to take care of that. So that could be done by, like, with king. What else could you do? You could move the bishop as well. Not a problem there. I mean, is there any danger? So, for instance, I step up the king to e.
I can't see it. It feels like one of those situations where most moves that aren't blunders are slowly moving towards winning. But
yeah,
you also have to make sure the pawns are advancing as well. You can't just be shuffling the king around.
This is the thing. Like, the black king can just come in via f5. Okay, you have to handle this attack on the rook, but the rook is fantastic at keeping a watchful eye over the pawn on a5. So, again, this is going to be a slow one, but the result is never going to be in doubt. It's just really Vincent trying to prolong this as much as possible. So,
and he's forcing Fabi to solve problems, right? It's one thing saying an engine and an eval bar are saying that this will be objectively winning in, I don't know, well, objectively winning now, but will be won in, say, 25, 30 moves. You might only need one of those 25, 30 moves to be in inaccuracy in order to give you a drawing chance. So why wouldn't you play every single one of those moves until your opponent can concretely prove that there is nothing left to play for? There's no reason to resign in this position if you are white. And there's no reason probably to resign for the next 10, 20 moves. Black might be winning, but black still needs to prove the point. And that's surprisingly difficult to do.
Yeah, that's a useful lesson to remember. When you play out these endgames, don't just resign yourself to the fate. And also make your opponent play out these positions so that they can prove to you that they know exactly how to win them. Yeah, I'm expecting king g3. I'm also expecting maybe. Oh, that's wrong. I was trying to highlight another screen that I have. Okay, so I was v4. It's been a long day, John, and one makes these kind of bloopers. So yeah, I was maybe some kind of random move. After all, why not try to mix things up? b4 with the idea of b5 and see how far you get with those queenside pawns. And if you lose them, then you can resign. So I'm expecting. Yeah, actually, let's try it right now.
e4, b5 looks fun. Like, that's...
Yeah, exactly.
From a practical point of view, that's the counterplay you need to scare black into a mistake, right?
Okay, exactly. I mean, the downside is that the bishop on c3 is now super unstable. So I would be looking at going rook to f1.
Yep. And then I guess if you play b4, you got to play b5, right?
Right. then, you know, rook to c1, and this is the problem, right? But you're going to go with the bishop, so you got to be careful. You don't actually have to be careful, just don't put your bishop on e1. But
So can you
because
shuffle
I was
it
like, you
between,
can't go
E2
bishop
and C3?
d2. Yeah, exactly. You know, because of rook c2, but of course rook c2 is not. You definitely can't go bishop b2 because of rook 2. And the pawn
Oh,
falls
then
on
you just.
b5.
Oh yes, then you can't park it again. Oh, that's frustrating.
Yeah. So if you go bishop to d2, and how do you win this one? So if you go rook b1, you go b6. And like for now, isn't this just very good?
So yeah, rook b2 followed by. I don't know. Is the plan now to just go king c8 to b7 to a6?
Yeah, there's that. And there's also the sad matter that the rook is now pinning the bishop. So yeah, this is one of the problems with White's position. You know, you just can't get motoring without there being some consequences. Oh, so hang on, I can see that there's a move has been made. So king to d7.
King d7. So 11 minutes so far and counting on the clock for this move. Vincent Keimer may well get back into time trouble in the next segment of our broadcast because he's only got 14 minutes left to go and he's reached the time control, so there's no 50 minutes being added to his clock. We may well see this game for the second time go down to a little bit of blitzing as Vincent Keimer looks to try and force Fabiano Caruana to prove his point to secure the full point from this game. So recharge your coffees and your teas, ladies and gentlemen, as Caruana also taking a look at some of the other games ongoing in the playing hall. We continue after a few minutes.
We're about to find out, honey. We just got started, so I'll let you know.
And the rebounder, Richardson. Still an opportunity with a minute to play.
How happy you are with your achievements in chess? I mean, are you happy or not?
Overall, yes.
True. My second question is, do you think you're a genius?
Yes.
Yes, he does.
How probable it is that you will be back in top 3 in, let's say, next 5 years?
A bit unlikely.
True. I'm a bit surprised. I thought you're more of an optimistic guy.
No, it's just waiting has never been like my main preoccupation. I care more about winning titles.
I can add that it causes a lot of reactions in him. He has a big desire to be much better.
No, I was happy to know that
We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere.
We're finding the core of the problem. I was happy to know that I have big desires.
still in chess.
Do you think that blitz or rapid, with its importance, can be compared to a classical time format?
Not yet, but it should.
True, but it's like an opinion with many
Yes,
facets.
without a yes and no answer. Okay, to follow up this question, for you personally, blitz and rapid matters as much as classical chess?
No.
Lie.
Finally, getting somewhere.
He wanted to be caught. He wanted to be caught. I got him with that question.
Yes, you did.
How afraid you are that somebody, while playing you, will be using illegal assistance?
In general, afraid. Like, not with everybody, but I'm pretty sure it has happened in the past.
True.
We're back with more from the Tata Steel Masters 2025, having just watched a video which is positively a crime against chess. We do see Wei Yi continuing to attempt the hydraulic press attack against Max Warmerdam, and we can say the same, of course, with Fabiano Caruana against Vincent Keimer. The difference is this knight on e3 is so unbelievably rock solid. I'm not really sure where anyone is going from there, but let's take a look at that game anyway. We do have a move which, and I'm being very skeptical here, which our Silicon friend has just gone ahead and given a question mark over, but bishop d4? I feel like as long as the pawn on c2 doesn't move and the pawn on g2 doesn't move, and the knight's on e3, I'm looking at that going, yeah, okay, whatever. I'm not necessarily seeing anything scary there. Black has just played bishop e8, and now Max Warmerdam needs to continue the game.
Right, John. I was off on the same page as you when I saw bishop to d4 being awarded a question mark. I was like, wait, why? And then, you know, when I saw the recommendation was bishop to e8, I was like, I don't get it. And then it dawned on me, actually, white's pieces are in a bit of a tangle because black's idea is just very, very simple, just to go rook d6. Rook d6, you are attacking the rook and you're threatening e5 because of this pin against the bishop. So this is the whole reasoning. And if you try to take measure against that, I don't know, maybe you put your bishop, say, let's put it on e5, nice and central. Well, then there's rook c5 and this bishop on e8. A little bit of an assassin there, targeting a4. The rook is now hitting this bishop on e5 and questions to be answered.
So you have to
really have to put yourself in a big... Yeah, and then look at this. That is clunky central. The bishop can come out to g6 and, oh dear, this bishop on e5 really doesn't have too much of a life. So this is there's massive danger in the position here, and now white has to be very, very accurate. I mean, I was bishop to b2. It's going to be met by rook to d6, and I don't know what's going to happen here with the rooks getting traded off. You really want to be keeping rook and bishop against two rooks. They work very effectively together, the rook and bishop. And this way, we just see also from the Fabiano Caruana game how effective the rook is at moving across the board. And you can see there's going to be inroads via this way if you're allowed. There's also questions of mobilizing the bishop. And now it's way easier. Hang on. For the king to snake its way in and start being mischievous, shall we say, on the king's side. So
that was a
maybe
that
this
was
is
a Danya
holdable.
level pun. That it was way easier. Please tell me that was on
purpose. Well,
purpose.
sometimes these things are on purpose, sometimes they're not. And yeah, this one was like semi on purpose.
I like it.
But yeah, well, you're a Brit. We like puns.
Let me
We
show
can
you something
appreciate
fun,
those wordplays.
Yovi.
Yep.
And this is... So I get the feeling that after bishop e8, the scary thing is if you just shuffle the rook back to a3, for example, you mentioned rook d6. Now, what's fun for me is after rook d6 here, you've actually got c3 because you can meet e5 with knight c4, which is kind of dirty. However, your point is absolutely valid because all you have to do is play rook d7 instead of rook d6, and then those tricks aren't even there.
e5. e5 is coming the way. Yeah, it's just great.
So what does white move here then? Because like the rook back anywhere on the A file is runs into this trap, and maybe that's why Varmadam's all the way down to 2.5 minutes at this point. But does that mean that I'm guessing rook a5? Does rook a5 help? Or rook?
We have a move.
I don't want to play rook c4.
He's played knight c4. So his whole idea is that he just wants to meet any rook to d7 with king to e3, and everything is above board. But yeah, you can see from the blue arrow, e5. That's an amazing response. So e5, if you go bishop takes e5, oh, get this, John.
Right.
The rook swings over to g6.
It's not about taking the knight. Wow. Oh, goodness.
It's about taking the g2 pawn.
So this is what happens when you believe the pin a little bit too much. It's all about, oh, hang on a second, how can I make sure that rook takes knight, you know, doesn't actually end up losing material? Maybe it doesn't, but it's the other things in the position. e5. e5's on the board. e5 is on the board. We might be heading to a decisive result.
Yeah, I think we are going to head to a decisive result here as well, where Yi going to score his first victory. And it looked like everything was in balance, a complete fortress there. But in the end, persistence pays off. e5. e5, and regardless what happens, there's going to be some rook to g6 taking on g2. And then let's not forget that this bishop is very vulnerable there on d4. Knight takes pawn is going to be met by, well, you can't go rook to g6 because the knight covers it, but you can go rook to
D6, I guess?
d6.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then, okay, so rook
But then
c4.
you've got rook
and
c4.
you can just attack. So you can't go bishop to f7. So we need to get rid of it. And that's one way. And if you go here, more ways.
Hey, I love that. Wow, my
It's
goodness,
beautiful.
how quickly the turns have tabled over here. So knight c4 is a second mistake, but who would have thought it's got nothing, well, it's got everything to do with the pin, but it's all about e5 and deflection and finding multiple points of weakness. Max Varmadam here might be about to crumble. Wei Yi, he's had 7 draws so far this tournament, Jovanka, and we've been saying there's a reason why he's won this tournament and he is the defending champion. Just because he's middle of the table, do not count him out. He could have an absolute barnstorming end to the tournament, and maybe this is the momentum shift he needed to remind us that he is perfectly capable of defending his title.
Totally, and definitely a much needed win as well. It's very, very important the way that he's done it, because here he's done it with the black pieces. He's doing it with the black pieces, but it was essentially a drawn position. But he simply kept on playing. He kept making those moves, improved his position little by little. Like we can go back and see some of his maneuvers. He improved his bishop over to f7. It made its way to g6, came up with a rook to b4. And in the end, he provoked these series of mistakes. Bishop come to d4. That was a clunky move. And after bishop e8, knight c4, e5. And this is the icing on the cake here for Wei Yi. And he's back.
15 seconds.
He totally is. 15 seconds for Max Varmadam. He has to make a move. He goes for knight to e5. And we're going to see that line play out.
Instant.
Rook moves over. Yeah. He's not waiting around his way. In it comes. And now a5. Attack the rook. What
Can I just say, Wei Yi looks like he just woke up, brushed his teeth, had breakfast, and he sat down at the board fresh. This guy does... after 6 hours of play, he looks the same as after 6 minutes. So calm, so collected, and look at that a5 on the board. And the sacrifice has to be made. Rook takes is forced.
Yeah. The problem is 2 rooks worth 10, bishop and knight just worth 6. And the rooks, they're very effective. They're going to be able to break down the queen side. And once more, it's those pawn imbalances on the board. A5 is certainly going to be a nuisance for white.
Look at the geometry, Yovi. It's like you might be tempted to play c3 to protect the bishop because it's still pinned against the king, but then you've got rook takes knight. This is like, you're tied up in so many different knots right now. King e3 gets played, but there were more traps there to potentially sidestep. And now I feel like Black can't quite do anything he wants at this point, but the power of the connected rooks is so much stronger than any resistance that Max Varmadam can muster with the bishop and knight. No longer is a fortress possible. This has... The last couple of moves have been a disaster for the white pieces.
Yeah, and there you can see the rooks align themselves. Black's philosophy here will be simply just to poke holes in the white position, provoke c3 so that he can switch over to b5 with a rook and start targeting the b3 pawn. And with that, the position will simply crumble. There will be no defense left.
Absolutely unreal. Max Varmadam sitting, in fact, I'm sure of it, because otherwise we wouldn't have gone down this line. He will have been sitting there going, I've done the hard work. I've calculated everything to get to the point where the fortress was possible. Now I can sit back and all I have to do is not make a mistake. And would you look at that, how difficult that has turned out to be. Maybe we don't believe in fortresses after all, Yovi. Maybe it's all a lie. Maybe the eval bars have been lying to us. And it's all a ruse to make us think we're more clever than we actually are. Because this has been instructive from Wei Yi and a delightful way to show that even in what looks like the most hopeless of positions in terms of pressing for a win, resources can still be found. I feel like Gukesh has done something similar as well, and we're getting taught the same lesson multiple times here.
Yeah. Okay, so that we see no c3 there from Max. Instead, bishop drops back. And yeah. Well, accuracy needed as always.
Very reasonable try there. And obviously, if a rook goes back to the c file for any reason, you can block with the knight to c5 as well. And then suddenly you're putting an awful lot of pressure on the a pawn, which might mean that after that a4 becomes forced. But if you do that, then the b and c pawns are disjointed. There are more holes for the rooks to poke into.
Mm-hmm.
And that will inevitably lead, I think, to the loss of the pawn on c2, if nothing else, but there's only so much long. Oh, wow, never mind. a4 straight away. None of the c-file stuff. Let's break it apart now.
Okay. And now the rooks are going to start finding their power. What a classy move there from Wei Yi. The whole concept is simply, he wants to provoke b takes a4, so that then he can go rook c5, and there is no knight stepping back to c4. And once the bishop sidesteps, yeah, John, you called it. Once again, I'm going to top my hat off to you. Rook takes c2, and that's it. The powers of the rooks are going to be absolutely fatal for white.
Well, b takes a4 is played. Rook c5. Oh, that's cute, because bishop b4 isn't on the cards, because rook takes knight is check. Love it. And this is really underlying how hopeless white's position is, because once the rook comes into c2 safely, it is the beginning of the end, unfortunately, for the white pieces. We're just going to be playing, vacuuming up the pawns from the back. There is no hope of reinforcing the passed pawn on the a file. And I think this is going to be the first win this year for Wei Yi, which is not to say it's bad by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, he's at 50%. Bishop d4 does get played. And now we begin hoovering. Rook takes c2. Options running out for white.
Yeah, options running out for white completely. And we are looking at the end of a draw streak. 7 draws in a row. This experience must have been super frustrating for Wei Yi, who's a very ambitious player. It looked like he was going to go for his 8th. And in the end, he ground down Max. He applied enough pressure, and Max broke at the last minute. And there you see g4. The rook can just swing over whichever direction it wants, to be honest. You can go for the a pawn, you can go for the h pawn. I think I would probably be a bit merciless and go for the a pawn, just to keep an eye out and threaten nasty such as rook.
Yeah, there is a part of me that wanted to play rook e6, but why give white a tempo to place the a pawn in a dark square if you absolutely don't have to, right? So yeah, I think I'm in agreement with you there, that going after the a pawn is probably the simplest way. If you are white right now, you're thinking about, where is my counterplay? Well, the counterplay is the threat of the a pawn queening, and the counterplay is, if you're not careful and you put your king on a square, for example, where the knight can fork or the bishop can skewer, those are the only hopes you have of a blunder. So going after the a pawn by placing a rook on a2 is as far away from the king as possible, so there's no way you're running into any of those traps, and there's no reasonable way to defend the pawn. So you are slowly plucking the feathers out of the chicken that is this position, one by one. And this is going to be painful for Varmadam. There's a lot of internal reflection going on as well here to try and create some counterplay, but I think he knows now that there's no way back from this.
Yeah, he's trying, you can just see, he's gone F4 saying, hey, please capture the pawn on H3, which way he can do. He can throw in a check and go for this pawn and then try and make a beeline back. But he can also be very clinical. Take the pawn on A4, and Wei Yi is not even bothering to think. He knows this position is easy. He just has to make sure that the knight does not whatsoever fork the two rooks on the board. No time for Max, and his position is beyond safe.
More moves being played, looking for a way to continue the game. Bishop C5 on the board now. But yeah, just taking that after Bishop C5. Rook D5 is played now as well. We're getting to a point where we can just simplify, and the two rooks connected are going to be way more powerful, but you're getting to a point where you can just take one of the minor pieces and be done with it and say, I'm winning this anyway. This is really gathering momentum now, and the moves are being blitzed out. G5 instantly. So much pressure on the white position. This is, it's already caved, but the rest of it's going to crumble momentarily.
Yeah, totally. And G5, the final nail in the coffin for Max. Just destabilizing the knight. You cannot capture the pawn because the rook takes knight, so the rook is forced to drop back. But here, once again, he's just not even bothering to waste any time in thinking. And knight takes pawn is not possible because of rook to E5, picking up the bishop, and it is curtains for Max.
I think knight takes pawn might be the top move. And I think that really tells you everything you need to know. The hand is extended, and that is a win. A pivotal win, an important win for Wei Yi, with the black pieces ending a 7-game draw streak and getting to +1 with 4 rounds remaining. Very important for the defending champion to get some momentum going, and he is going to be feeling fantastic going into the rest day.
Yeah, he certainly will be feeling amazing. It would have been very frustrating for him to have had 7 draws in a row, but on to the 8th. It's going to be a free day tomorrow, and then on to more games. So 1 game, John, remaining in the Masters section, and that is between Vincent Keimer, Fabiano Caruana. Now, this has been very much one-way traffic for Fabiano. Maybe we can pull up a little board and see what exactly has been played. So it was very much along the lines that we were talking about.
You called the B4, B4, A4, A5. At the end of the day, if you're going to go for any sort of counterplay, that's where you have to make Fabi believe something is possible. So we are going for that, is Keimer, and giving Fabi the maximum opportunity to go wrong. But wow, the position of the of that pawn on the F-file still makes me very, very nervous indeed.
Yes, the problem for white is that this bishop is now unstable as a consequence. We saw that there were ideas of to C1. Okay, first up, good news, it is white to play. So white does have some moves such as knight to F3, bishop to D2. You can anchor the bishop on C3 a little bit more on D2. And, well, Vincent doesn't have so much time. There will be no extra time bonus here, so moves bishop back to B2. And weren't we looking here? I could have sworn, John, that we were looking at rook to B1.
A lot of things do feel like deja vu at the moment, and I'm pretty sure we have looked at rook to B1 as well. I think the bishop just goes back to C3.
Then weren't we looking at rook to C1 in this position as well? Just harassing the bishop and then maximizing the pieces. But okay, it looks very, very similar. And one kind of concept, yeah.
I guess your rook will be forced back to either B1 or D1, because if the bishop goes back to C3 and you play rook C1, you can never come up to C2 because of the knight. So I guess you can just go back to B2 or D2 at will. So presumably the rook, for that reason, lives on a light square on the back rank there? I don't know.
Oh, John, I have an idea. You go rook to b1, bishop
Yeah.
c3, you go rook to d1. Maybe you can even go rook to d1 immediately.
Immediately
But the whole
without the
point
c1
is
in the
that,
middle.
yeah, you just want to just distract this bishop or the knight from d4 so that you're able to leave this bishop on c4, guarding the advance against the pawns, and let the black king come in.
Ah, and that gives you the entry square on the lights. Yeah, because at the moment, a frustration is that the king doesn't have e6 or f5 as squares because the white knight is doing such a good job of frustrating that process. And you come in on the dark squares, you've got discovered attacks with the bishop to worry about. So that makes life easy for the king to get involved.
I'm suggesting this rook shuffle to b1.
Okay.
Get the bishop to go to c3 and then shuffle it to d1. And the whole point is that actually I want to go rook to d3, which is a serious, serious threat. You know, this the bishop can't maintain connection with the knight anymore. So in that case, the knight will have to, the rook is on d1, the knight will have to budge. And then this is where the king comes in, steals the show, and says, look at all the hard work I've done. But actually, it might be stealing the show, but it definitely is a key player.
I have a tempo-related question for you, Yovi. If the idea is to get the rook to d3, and we purely want to harass the bishop and knight, can we not just play rook d1 straight away and not go via b1? Is there an advantage to having the bishop on c3 instead of b2 when you do this?
Well, the reason why I wanted to do this rook shuffle is because after rook to d1, I was thinking that the knight can come back to f3. But maybe it's not such a big deal because you
Okay,
rook b1.
Oh, you called it. There we go. Very nice.
And now rook d1. Because cheap threats, they always get the heart racing, right? Rook d1. Big threat of rook to d3. Ooh, might win a piece. And
it's on the board.
Fabi playing very quickly.
And I think he's playing these moves quickly also sends a message to Vincent Keimer as well. It says, I've worked out what the plan should be. I'm executing that plan. Unless you're about to show me a move or moves that disrupt what I'm doing, I'm going to be playing the next couple of moves really quickly because I've got a plan. And I'm pretty sure Vincent sees exactly the point that Fabi is making right now. He's having to think about whether there's some sort of counter, but with under 4 minutes left on the clock, if there are resources here, he has to find them quickly.
Yeah, he has to. And I tell you, John, there's an unwritten rule in chess that when you reach a hopelessly lost position, you don't burn up all your time. It's kind of considered impolite. Instead, you just play the moves quickly, and then your opponent can also deliver the win in a faster manner. But this is only done if the position is completely lost, if it's beyond saving. If you have any hope, then you're allowed to think.
Well, knight goes to f3, so obviously rook d3 works significantly less than it did before thanks to the conveniently located knight e5 check, not something that is on the cards. So Keimer doing the right thing, playing the moves quickly, but disrupting Fabi's plan, saying, okay, I see what you're going for here, and I would like to stop it, pretty please. What's your plan B? Is that good enough? What are we doing next? And if we move the position of the king and play king e5, for example, white then has bishop e5 check. Although I'm not sure that's stopping the king for long. I think you probably go via e6 and enter on the light squares. But we're still asking a couple of questions.
Yeah, you can definitely go get king e6. It would be the move that I probably play at tempo. And okay, John, you can actually put the boot in right now in a really spectacular fashion. You can play d4. And this is suggested by the engine. This is something to kind of work out. Yeah, the whole point is that if the bishop If the bishop captures, then you've got bishop to d5, setting up a beautiful pin, which you're unable to get out of. So that would end the game virtually instantaneously. But king e6, to be honest, is super clinical.
Oh, and yeah, because you don't have bishop e3 because of the pawn on f4, so that would be absolutely crushing. What? Oh,
Yeah.
that is such a cool move. That really
So
is such
d4,
a cool move.
king e6. The choice
And if
is yours. You can be.
What if the knight takes?
And if the knight takes, if you go d5 and the knight takes, remember we have that trick, which is rook to d3. We go rook to d3, and we ask questions of the defender of the knight. The bishop can't go back to b2 because of rook to d2 check, and it can't go to a1 because, quite frankly, you do the same. So it's really like d4 would be like chef's kiss. King e6 would also be more than enough. You just start coming in with your king.
I was trying to work out what the reason is the bishop can't go to a1 if knight takes d4, and I think it's I don't think it works, but I think it doesn't work because of rook a3. You're forcing the bishop onto the second rank, and therefore you skewer it against the king in all lines.
Yep.
Damn.
It's not a pleasant piece.
Savage.
A1 blocked in by its knight. So yeah, that would definitely win that one. But yeah, critical moment. Can Fabiano finish off with a flourish? Or will he just simply be quiet? No, he finds it!
He finds it. I was going to ask, is D4 is not the only winning move, though. I feel like there were multiple roads in, but D4 is the clinical way, like you said, to put the boot in immediately.
Yeah, this is poetry in motion. How
So
can you
good.
resist? How can you resist this? If you let the pawn stand, well, the d pawn is going to be a queen eventually. If you take it, just to highlight, the bishop takes, then this bishop will step back to d5, establishing a deadly pin against the knight. And there's no way out of that one. The black rook will lift up to d3. If the knight takes, then you can just go into just a vacuuming mode, because you can go rook to d3. If the bishop steps back to b2, there's rook to d2, check. And if as John pointed out, if the bishop goes back to a1, you can just swing the rook over to a3, and the bishop, unfortunately, is short of squares.
Absolutely brutal. So Fabi, seeing all of the complications and recognizing that all lines in those complications end in his favor, plays the beautiful move d4. And that might well be, I guess, the extra millimeter in the hydraulic press that causes Vincent Keimer's position to splinter and collapse. I'm pretty sure all roads lead to Rome here. The only option we haven't explored is leaving the pawn alone. And if anyone can see a decent move involving leaving the pawn alone in chat, you can let me know. I think the closest thing that could be vaguely interesting that prolongs the game is bishop d2. You know, stopping the rook d3 tricks and stuff like that. But you play bishop d5 anyway. Don't
Bishop
think any of it
d5
works.
is going to be such exactly. It's going to be such an effective answer. Bishop b2 probably was the best of a bad lot, but it's not saying much. You know, there are some brutes among us that would just go d3, d2 and promote pawn. That's good enough. You can go bishop to d5, try to win some material. Anything is good here.
I feel like, from a practical perspective, knowing that bishop d5 forces the knight against the king, reintroduces rook d2 check, simplifies the position with your rook in front of the passer, there's very few reasons not to go bishop d5 here anyway.
Well, if you want to promote a pawn, though, and okay, he goes for your move, John. Bishop to d5, and now I'm expecting bishop takes knight, followed by d3. And it's all about making the d pawn a queen, or picking up this bishop.
The king can't make any more progress, I think it's worth pointing out. So if bishop takes knight, and are we going to see that on the board? Oh, we're actually playing d3 first. D3. I was going to say if bishop takes knight, king takes bishop d3, there's actually no way for the king to come in because e2 is protected. So black can saunter about at his leisure, unfortunately, in that scenario, which is why that is so devastating. But we're going d3 anyway. Don't even need to take the knight.
No, we don't even need to do that. The next move, you can actually go for it. As you pointed out several times, John, it's all about that promoting of the pawn. And now this bishop is such a ruthless piece. It controls the promotion square. It can get to it via f3. It can get to it via... And we're seeing the moves play out. Bishop c3.
Okay.
But just go. The bishop takes knight. Bishop takes knight and then give a check. Or maybe that's not so easy. Okay, he takes the knight.
And I guess the point is, if he takes the knight and gives a check, then the d-pawn is being resolutely defended, but then you've got the f-pawn you can push as well.
He's going to give up the rook. He's going to go f3 check. The rook. He's going to go f3 check. King takes rook, f2. Oh, he's... And that is beauty there on the chessboard, as one of those pawns will promote, and resignation there from Vincent. And Fabiano, well, he goes on to the rest day with a smile on his face.
Vincent there tried every trick in the book to get Fabiano to prove the point, to carry on. And Fabiano very calmly said, yep, that's okay. I understand you want me to prove it. And I absolutely shall. So Fabiano Caruana, the top seed in the tournament going into it, I believe, takes home that victory going into our next rest day. A crucial victory for them. There was a little bit of chat over the board, very briefly, but I imagine they will be eager to get back to their hotel rooms, have a bit of a rest, a bite to eat, and rest up for the next round. What a way to finish the game, and well played as well, Vincent Keimer, trying to find every possible resource to defend that. Who can blame him?
Yeah, and there we see the results. And it did look at some point that all games would finish in a draw, but in the end, the best was saved until last, as we see 2 victories for the black pieces. Wei Yi breaking down Max Farmadan's defenses, and Fabiano Caruana emerging triumphant from the time trouble. Wow, what a day of action, John.
So that's 2 decisive results and 5 games in round 8 of the Masters here at Tata Steel. Let's take a look at what that has done to the standings going into the rest day. Very critical, of course, result for Wei Yi there, who stays on the left-hand side of the board, 1 point behind the leaders. Gukesh, Abdusattorov, and Pragg, all joint leaders and 5.5 points. Fedosiev remains sole second place, half a point behind them, being chased by Caruana, Wei Yi, and Alexei Sarana. Very, very dangerous standings for the Masters here, and it's still very much all open for who's going to end up coming out on top.
It totally is. And crunch wins there, I would say, for Fabiano and Wei Yi. 1 point away from the leaders, definitely within touching distance, but an exciting day of chess, John.
It wasn't just the Masters as well. Let's take a look at the results from the Challenger section. We've got more decisive games coming in from there. And it was 4 decisive results, which was really, really strong stuff. We did have Win beat Lu Miaoyi. Suleimani also defeated Faustino Oro. And then Nodirbek beating Divya Deshmukh. What a tricky game that was for both sides to play. And finally, Yakubayev also beat Bulmaga. So 4 decisive results in the challenges means that that's going to be shaking up the standings a little bit as well. Let's take a look at what those look like. After 8 rounds, we've got Win emerging as the sole leader, overtaking Erwin Lamy, who is still half a point behind and very much within touching distance here on 5.5. 4 wins, 4 draws, 3 wins, 5 draws. Extremely impressive record there. And then there are 3 players, Suleiman Lee, Benjamin Bok, and Nodirbek, half a point further behind on 5 points. All to play for there as well, Yovi.
Yeah, all to play for there. A close pack there chasing. So anything can happen in the challenges, especially as we keep seeing these incredible decisive results. Well, it's game over, right? Day over. And it's been such a pleasure, John, to do the analysis with you.
Mate, it's been such a great day going through these games with you. Thank you for everything that you're bringing to the broadcast and teaching, not just the viewers at home, but myself as well. It's been an awful lot of fun. A reminder that tomorrow is a rest day, but when you come back, we will be starting at the same time, same place. Depending on where you are in the world, that same time could be slightly different. In Wijk Aan Zee, the local start time is 2 o'clock in the afternoon. If you're on the west coast of the US, in LA, we do start at 5 a.m. So set those alarms very early and get that pot of coffee on the boil. And we start at midnight if you are all the way over in Sydney. But wherever you are in the world, remember, tomorrow is a rest day and we will be back the day after. Huge thank you, Yovi, for today. Your summary, your takeaways, what you're going to remember the most. Give us your closing thoughts.
For me, it has to be those 2 decisive games. I felt like the other games were pretty quiet, although they were really tense. It was Wei Yi's, the end of his drawing streak. And we could see that from the way that he played those moves so quickly at the end. You can feel the emotion from him as he's like, yes, I'm back there in contention. And also we saw the same relief on Fabiano Caruana's face as he wins with the black pieces against an incredibly tough opponent. And I'm super pumped to see exactly what's going to happen in the next round and also what the future has in store for all of us.
So we came into today's round looking at Gukesh, looking at Fedoseev. Turns out it was Wei Yi and Caruana we wanted to look at. They both emerged victorious with the black pieces in round number 8. Tomorrow is a much needed rest day for the players, after which we will be back on Tuesday, January the 28th for round number 9 at the Tata Steel Masters. We hope you've all enjoyed watching the tournament as much as we have enjoyed bringing it to you. And we look forward to welcoming you back the day after tomorrow. But from myself, from Yovi, from everyone behind the scenes in production at Chess24, chess.com, thank you for watching. Stay safe wherever you are, and we'll see you back here on Tuesday. Take care.